傲慢与偏见》，作者简·奥斯汀，飞鸽制作飞鸽文学。第1章，这是一个举世公认的事实，一个拥有富裕财富的单身男人一定想要一个妻子。
Pride and Prejudice author, Jane Austen. Flying Pigeon production at Flying Pigeon Literature. Chapter 1. It is a universally acknowledged fact that a single man with great wealth must want a wife.
不管当这样一个男人第一次进入一个社区时，他的感受或观点有多少人为人所知，但这个事实却深深地印在了周围家庭的脑海中。
No matter how little known such a man's feelings or opinions are when he first enters a community, the fact remains etched in the minds of the surrounding families.
以至于他被认为是他们某个女儿的合法财产。有一天，班纳特夫人问他：“亲爱的班纳特先生，你听说尼日斐花园终于租出去了吗？”班纳特先生回答说他没有。
So much so that he was considered the legitimate property of one of their daughters. One day Mrs. Bennet asked him, "Dear Mr. Bennet, have you heard that Netherfield Gardens has finally been let?" Mr. Bennet replied that he had not.
但事实确实如此，他回答道，因为朗太太刚刚来过这里，她把这一切都告诉了我。班纳特先生没有回答。你不想知道是谁拿走的吗？他的妻子不耐烦地喊道。
But it is so, she answered, for Mrs. Long has just been here, and she told me all about it. Mr. Bennet didn't answer. Don't you want to know who took it? Cried his wife impatiently.
你想告诉我，我也没意见。他来这里是为了看看这个地方，这已经足够是一个邀请了。亲爱的，您一定知道，朗太太说。
If you want to tell me, I have no objection. He came here to see the place. That was an invitation enough. You must know, dear, said Mrs. Long.
尼日斐花园被一位来自英国北部的有钱年轻人买下了。他星期一乘着4轮马车来看房子，非常喜欢，于是立即和莫里斯先生商定了时间。
Netherfield Gardens was bought by a wealthy young man from the north of England. He came to see the house in a carriage on Monday, and liked it so much that he immediately arranged a time with Mr. Morris.
莫里斯先生将在米迦勒节前搬进新家，下周末他的仆人会来家里。他叫什么名字？宾利。他已婚还是单身？哦，亲爱的，单身，当然单身。一个有大笔财富的单身男人。
Mr. Morris will move into his new home before Michaelmas, and his servants will be at the house next weekend. What's his name? Bentley. Is he married or single? Oh, honey, single, of course single. A single man with a lot of money.
一年4-5千英镑，这对我们的女儿来说是多么好的事情啊！怎么会这样？这会对他们有什么影响？亲爱的班纳特先生，他的妻子回答道：“你怎么这么烦人
4 to 5,000 pounds a year. What a great thing for our daughter. How so? How will this affect them? Dear Mr. Bennet, replied his wife, why are you so annoying?
“你一定知道我在想他娶他们中的一个，这就是他定居于此的目的吗？设计，胡说！你怎么能这么说？不过他很可能会爱上他们中的一个。”
You must know I'm thinking of him marrying one of them. Is this why he settled here? Design? Nonsense, how can you say that? But he might fall in love with one of them.
所以他一来你就得去看他。我觉得没必要这么做。你和姑娘们可以一起去，或者你可以让他们自己去，也许这样更好，因为你和他们中的任何一个一样漂亮。
So you have to go see him when he comes. I don't think it's necessary to do that. You and the girls can go together, or you can let them go by themselves, which may be better, for you are as pretty as any of them.
宾格莱先生可能最喜欢你，亲爱的，你太抬举我了。我确实有过美貌，但现在我不再假装自己很了不起了。当一个女人有了5个成年女儿
Mr. Bingley may like you best. My dear, you praise me too much. I did have good looks, but now I don't pretend to be amazing anymore. When a woman has 5 adult daughters.
她就不应该再想自己的美貌了。在这种情况下，女人往往不会想到多少美貌。不过，亲爱的，当宾利先生来到你家附近的时候，你一定要去看看他。我向你保证。
She should stop thinking about her beauty. Women often don't think much about beauty in situations like this. But, my dear, you must go and see Mr. Bingley when he comes near your house. I promise you that.
这比我承诺的要多，但请考虑一下你的女儿们。只要想想她们中的一个会是怎样的一家机构。威廉爵士和卢卡斯夫人决定去，就是因为这个原因，因为你知道。
This is more than I promised. But please think about your daughters. Just think about what kind of agency one of them would be. It was for this reason that Sir William and Lady Lucas decided to go, for you know,
他们一般不拜访新来的人。事实上，你必须去，因为如果你不去，我们就不可能去看望他。你真是太过谨慎了。我敢说，宾格莱先生见到你一定会很高兴的。
They generally do not visit new arrivals. In fact, you have to go, because if you don't go, we won't be able to visit him. You are so cautious. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be delighted to see you.
我让你带几句话给他，告诉他我衷心同意他娶他喜欢的姑娘。不过我必须替我的小丽翠说几句好话。我希望你别这么做。丽翠并不比其他人好多少。
I asked you to bring him a few words to tell him that I wholeheartedly agree with him marrying the girl he likes, but I must say a few words for my little Lizzie. I wish you wouldn't do that. Lizzie is no better than the others.
我敢肯定，她没有简的一半漂亮，也没有莉迪亚的一半好脾气。但你总是偏爱她。她们都没有什么可取之处，她回答道。她们都像别的女孩一样傻乎乎的。
I'm sure she's not half as pretty as Jane, nor half as good-natured as Lydia. But you always prefer her. There's nothing redeeming about them, he answered. They're all as silly as other girls. 无知，但是丽翠比她的姐妹们更聪明。班纳特先生，你怎么能这样虐待自己的孩子？你以惹我生气为乐，你一点也不体谅我的神经。亲爱的，你误会我了。Ignorant and ignorant, but Lizzie was wiser than her sisters. Mr. Bennet, how could you abuse your own child like this? You take pleasure in making me angry. You have no sympathy for my nerves. My dear, you misunderstood me. 我非常尊重你的胆量。他们是我老朋友了，至少20年来，我一直听你认真地提到他们。啊，你不知道我遭受了什么痛苦，但我希望你能克服它。I have a lot of respect for your guts. They are my old friends. I've been hearing you mention them seriously for at least 20 years. Ah, you don't know what pain I suffered. But I hope you can get over it. 并活着看到许多每年收入$4000的年轻人来到这个社区。即使你不去看望他们，来了20个这样的人，对我们来说也没有用。放心吧，亲爱的。And live to see many young men coming to this community earning $4,000 a year. Even if you don't visit them, 20 of these people coming will be of no use to us. Don't worry, my dear. 等到有20个孩子了，我一定会把他们全部看望的。
班纳特先生性格古怪，性情急躁，喜欢讽刺，性格内向，反复无常。
When I have 20 children, I will definitely visit them all. Mr. Bennet has an eccentric personality, has an impatient temper, likes sarcasm, is introverted, and is capricious.
23年的生活经历不足以让他的妻子了解他的性格，他的心智则更容易培养。她是一个理解力平庸、见多识广、性情反复无常的女人。当她不满意时，
23 years of life experience were not enough for his wife to understand his character. Her mind is easier to cultivate. She is a woman of mediocre understanding, broad knowledge, and capricious temperament. When she is not satisfied,
她会觉得自己很紧张。她一生的重心是让女儿们结婚，而安慰则是拜访和消息。班纳特先生和班纳特太太，我希望宾利先生会喜欢他。第2章。
she will feel nervous. The focus of her life was getting her daughters married, and comfort came in the form of visits and messages. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet, I hope Mr. Bingley will like it. Chapter 2.
《飞鸽制作》飞鸽文学。班纳特先生是最早来拜访宾格莱先生的人之一，他一直想去看他，尽管到最后他都向妻子保证他不会去。直到那天晚上。
Flying Pigeon production at Flying Pigeon Literature. Mr. Bennet was one of the first people to visit Mr. Bingley. He had always wanted to visit him, although towards the end he had promised his wife that he would not go. Until that night.
“他妻子才知道这件事。后来事情是这样透露的：他看见二女儿正在整理帽子，便突然对她说：“我希望宾利先生会喜欢他，丽翠。”我们无法知道宾利先生喜欢什么。
His wife just found out about it. This is how it was later revealed. He saw his second daughter adjusting her hat, and suddenly said to her, "I hope Mr. Bingley will like it, Lizzie." We can't know what Mr. Bingley likes.
“他母亲愤愤不平地说：“因为我们不打算去拜访他。但是你忘了，妈妈。”伊丽莎白说：“我们会在集会上遇见他，而且朗太太答应介绍他认识。”
Said her mother indignantly, because we were not going to visit him. But you forget, mother, said Elizabeth, that we would meet him at the assembly, and Mrs. Long promised to introduce him.
我不相信朗太太会做这种事。她自己有2个侄女，她是个自私、虚伪的女人，我对她没什么好感。我不再指望她了，班纳特先生说。
I don't believe Mrs. Long would do such a thing. She has 2 nieces herself. She is a selfish, hypocritical woman, and I have no good impression of her. I don't count on her any more, said Mr. Bennet.
我很高兴你不再指望他为你服务了。班纳特太太不屑于回答，但却控制不住自己，开始责骂他的一个女儿。看在老天的份上，凯蒂，别再咳嗽了。
I'm glad you don't expect her to serve you anymore. Mrs. Bennet did not bother to answer, but could not control herself and began to scold one of her daughters. For God's sake, Katie, stop coughing.
“可怜可怜我的神经吧，你把我的神经撕成碎片了。”凯蒂咳嗽时总是不谨慎，他父亲说他咳嗽的时间也不对。我咳嗽不是为了取乐，凯蒂焦躁地回答道。
Have mercy on my nerves. You tore my nerves to shreds. Katie never coughs carefully, her father said. She coughs at the wrong times. I don't cough for fun, Katie replied anxiously.
“你的下一次舞会是什么时候，丽兹？”“明天，2周后。”“是啊。”他的母亲喊道，“朗太太要到前一天才回来，所以他不可能介绍他，因为他自己也不认识他。”“那么，亲爱的。”
When is your next dance, Liz? Tomorrow, in 2 weeks. Yes, cried her mother. Mrs. Long was not back till the day before, so she could not introduce him, for she did not know him herself. Then, dear.
“你就可以借助你朋友的帮助，把宾格莱先生介绍给他认识了。”“不可能，班纳特先生，不可能，我又不认识他。”“你怎么能这样开玩笑呢？”“我尊重你的谨慎。”
You can use the help of your friends to introduce Mr. Bingley to her. No way, Mr. Bennet, no way, I don't know him. How can you joke like this? I respect your caution.
“2个星期的相识当然很少。2个星期后，你不可能真正了解一个人。但如果我们不冒险，别人就会冒险。毕竟，朗夫人和她的侄女们必须抓住机会，因此
2 weeks of acquaintance is certainly not enough. You can't really know a person after 2 weeks. But if we don't take risks, others will. After all, Mrs. Long and her nieces must take their chances, so…”
如果你拒绝这份工作，他会认为这是一种善举，我会自己承担。2个女孩都瞪着他们的父亲。班纳特太太只是说：“胡说，胡说！你那强调的惊叹是什么意思？”他叫道。
“If you turn down the job, she'll consider it an act of kindness and I'll take it upon myself. Both girls stared at their father. Mrs. Bennet just said, "Nonsense, nonsense." "What do you mean by that emphatic exclamation?" he cried.
你认为这种引言形式和强调引言都是废话吗？我不太同意你的看法。玛丽，你怎么说？我知道你是一位深思熟虑的年轻女士，读过很多伟大的书籍。
Do you think this form of introduction and emphatic introduction are bullshit? I don't quite agree with you. Mary, what do you say? I know you are a thoughtful young lady who has read many great books.
并能摘录出一些内容。玛丽想说些有道理的话，但又不知道该怎么说。趁玛丽还在调整想法的时候，她继续说：“我们回头去谈谈宾利先生吧。我厌倦了宾利先生。”
And can excerpt some content. Mary wanted to say something sensible, but she didn't know how to say it. While Mary is still adjusting her thoughts, he continued, "Let's go back to Mr. Bingley. I'm tired of Mr. Bingley."
他的妻子喊道：“我很遗憾听到这个消息，但你为什么不早告诉我呢？如果我今天早上知道了，我肯定不会去拜访他。这很不幸，但既然我已经拜访过了。”
His wife shouted. "I'm sorry to hear the news, but why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known this morning, I certainly wouldn't have visited him. It's unfortunate, but now that I've visited—"
我们现在就无法逃避这个熟人了。女士们的惊讶正合他意，班纳特太太的惊讶也许超过了其他人。不过，当最初的欢呼声过去后，
We cannot escape this acquaintance now. The lady's astonishment was just as he pleased, Mrs. Bennet perhaps more than the others, but when the first cheers were over,
他开始宣称，这正是他一直以来所预料到的。亲爱的班纳特先生，您真是太好了。不过，我知道我最后还是要说服您。我确信您太爱您的女儿了。
she began to declare that this was exactly what she had expected all along. "Dear Mr. Bennet, you are so kind. But I know I have to convince you in the end. I am sure you love your daughter too much."
不会忽视这样一个熟人。好吧，我真高兴。而且这也是一个绝妙的玩笑。您今天早上就应该走了，到现在为止再也不提这件事了。现在，凯蒂。
Such an acquaintance would not be ignored. Well, I'm so happy. And it's a great joke too. You should just go away this morning and never mention it again until now. Now, Katie.
你可以随心所欲地咳嗽了。班纳特先生说完就走出了房间，他被妻子的狂喜弄得筋疲力尽。你们有一位多么出色的父亲啊！姑娘们，门关上后，他说
You may cough all you like, said Mr. Bennet, and went out of the room, exhausted by his wife's ecstasy. What a wonderful father you have, girls, she said, when the door was closed.
我不知道你们要怎样才能报答他的好意，或者报答我。我告诉你们，到了我们这个年纪，每天都结识新朋友，并不是一件愉快的事。但为了你们
I don't know how you can repay his kindness, or repay me. I tell you, at our age it is not pleasant to meet new people every day, but for your sake.
我们什么都愿意做。莉迪亚，亲爱的，虽然你是最小的，但我敢说，宾利先生下次舞会上会和你跳舞的。哦，莉迪亚坚定地说道，我不害怕，因为虽然我最小。
We are willing to do anything. Lydia, my dear, although you are the youngest, I dare say Mr. Bingley will dance with you at the next ball. Oh, said Lydia firmly, I am not afraid, for though I am the youngest.
但我是最高的。那天晚上剩下的时间，他们都在猜测他什么时候会回访班纳特先生，以及什么时候应该请他共进晚餐。我是最高的，他骑着一匹黑马。第3章。
But I am the tallest. The rest of the evening they spent speculating as to when he would return to visit Mr. Bennet, and when they should invite him to supper. I am the tallest, he rode a dark horse. Chapter 3.
《飞鸽制作》飞鸽文学。班纳特太太带着5个女儿，就这个问题问了好多遍，但丈夫还是没能对宾格莱先生有满意的描述。他们用各种方法攻击他。
Flying Pigeon Production at Flying Pigeon Literature. Mrs. Bennet and her 5 daughters asked this question many times, but her husband still could not give a satisfactory description of Mr. Bingley. They attacked him in various ways. 有直截了当的问题，有巧妙的假设，也有遥远的猜测，但宾格莱先生都躲过了。最后，他们只好接受邻居卢卡斯夫人的间接消息。There were straightforward questions, clever hypotheses, and remote conjectures, but Mr. Bingley escaped them all. In the end, they had to accept indirect information from their neighbor Mrs. Lucas. 卢卡斯夫人对宾格莱先生的评价很高，威廉爵士很喜欢他。他很年轻，长得非常英俊，非常和蔼可亲。更妙的是，他打算参加下一次聚会，参加的人数众多。Mrs. Lucas had a high opinion of Mr. Bingley. Sir William was fond of him. He was young, very handsome, very affable, and even better, he planned to attend the next party, which was well attended.
再也没有比这更令人愉快的了。喜欢跳舞是坠入爱河的必经之路，他们非常希望宾格莱先生能爱上她。班纳特太太对丈夫说
It couldn't be more enjoyable. Loving to dance is a sure way to fall in love, and they desperately want Mr. Bingley to fall in love with him. Mrs. Bennet said to her husband.
只要能看到我的女儿中有一个在尼日斐花园幸福的定居下来，其他女儿也都能嫁得美满，我就没有什么可奢望的了。几天后，宾格莱先生回访了班纳特先生。
As long as I can see one of my daughters happily settled in Netherfield Gardens and the others happily married, I can expect nothing more. A few days later, Mr. Bingley paid a return visit to Mr. Bennet.
在书房里陪他坐了10分钟左右。他曾听说过许多关于那2位年轻姑娘的美貌，他希望能见到他们的父亲，但只见到了他们的父亲。2位姑娘要幸运一些。
I sat with him in the study for about 10 minutes. He had heard much about the beauty of the 2 young girls, and he wished to meet their father. But they only saw their father. The 2 girls are luckier.
因为他们从楼上的窗户看到父亲穿着一件蓝色的外套，骑着一匹黑马。不久之后，便有人发出了晚餐邀请。
Because they saw their father wearing a blue coat and riding a black horse from the window upstairs. Soon after, invitations to dinner were extended.
班纳特太太已经准备好了能为她的家务增光添彩的菜肴，但收到的回信却推迟了一切。宾格莱先生第2天必须进城，因此无法接受他们的邀请，等等。
Mrs. Bennet had prepared dishes that would grace her household, but the reply she received delayed everything. Mr. Bingley had to go into town the next day and was therefore unable to accept their invitation, etc.
班纳特太太非常不安，她无法想象他刚到哈特福德郡，又怎么会进城呢？她开始担心，他可能总是从一个地方飞到另一个地方。
Mrs. Bennet was very uneasy. She couldn't imagine that he had just arrived in Hertford County, so how could he enter the city? She began to worry that he might always be flying from one place to another. 永远不会像他应该的那样在尼日斐花园定居下来。卢卡斯夫人稍微平息了他的担忧，她开始想，
他可能会在尼日斐花园待多久。当派对进来时，
Never to settle in Netherfield Gardens as he should have. Mrs. Lucas calmed her worries somewhat, and began to wonder how long he might remain at Netherfield Gardens. When the party comes in.
去伦敦只是为了为舞会召集一大群人。不久就有消息传来，说宾利先生要带12位女士和7位男士来参加聚会。姑娘们为这么多女士而感到难过。
The trip to London was merely to gather a large party for a ball, and soon word came that Mr. Bingley was bringing 12 ladies and 7 gentlemen to the party. The girls felt sorry for so many ladies.
但在舞会前一天，听说他从伦敦带了6个人来，而不是12个。他的5个姐妹和1个表妹，他们感到很欣慰。当聚会进入会场时，一共只有5个人，宾利先生。
But on the day before the ball they were relieved to hear that he had brought 6 people from London instead of 12, his 5 sisters and a cousin. When the party entered the venue, there were only 5 people in total, Mr. Bentley,
她的2个姐妹，大姐的丈夫和另一个年轻人。宾格莱先生相貌英俊，举止文雅，举止大方，举止自然。她的姐妹们都是漂亮女人，气质高雅。
His 2 sisters, the husband of the eldest sister and another young man. Mr. Bingley was handsome in appearance, elegant in manner, generous in manner, and natural in manner. His sisters are all beautiful women with elegant temperaments. 他的姐夫赫斯特先生看上去只是个绅士，但他的朋友达西先生很快就吸引了全场的注意。他身材高大，相貌英俊，举止高贵，而且他一进门5分钟后 His brother-in-law, Mr. Hurst, seemed to be just a gentleman, but his friend Mr. Darcy soon attracted the attention of the whole audience. He was tall, handsome, noble in manners, and 5 minutes after he entered,
人们就传言他一年能挣1万英镑。男士们称赞他是个好人，女士们说他比宾格莱先生帅多了。大家对他赞赏了大半个晚上，直到他的举止引起厌恶。
It was rumored that he earned £10,000 a year. The gentlemen said he was a good man, and the ladies said he was much handsomer than Mr. Bingley, and they admired him most of the evening, until his behavior aroused disgust. 他的受欢迎程度才有所下降，因为大家发现他很傲慢，不自量力，不讨人喜欢。尽管他在德比郡有大片地产，但他的面容却非常令人讨厌，不配与他的朋友相比。His popularity only declined as he was found to be arrogant, overconfident, and unlikable, and although he owned a large estate in Derbyshire, He had a very unpleasant appearance and was unworthy of his friends. Compared to
宾格莱先生很快就和屋子里所有的主要人物都熟络起来。他活泼而无拘无束，每场舞都会跳。他很生气舞会这么早结束。
Mr. Bingley soon became acquainted with all the principal persons in the room. He was lively and unrestrained and danced every dance. He was angry that the dance ended so early.
还说要自己在尼日斐花园也跳一次舞。这些可爱的品质不言而喻。他和他的朋友真是天壤之别。达西先生只和赫斯特太太跳了一次舞。
He also said that he would also dance in Netherfield Gardens. These lovely qualities speak for themselves. What a world of difference between him and his friends. Mr. Darcy only danced once with Mrs. Hurst.
和宾格莱小姐跳了一次舞，拒绝被介绍给其他女士。那天晚上剩下的时间都在屋子里走来走去，偶尔和他自己那一伙人聊天。他的性格很明显。
Danced once with Miss Bingley, refused to be introduced to the other ladies, and spent the rest of the evening walking about the house, chatting occasionally with his own party. His character is evident.
他是世界上最傲慢、最讨厌的人，每个人都希望他永远不要再来这里了。对他最严厉的人是班纳特太太，他不喜欢他的举止，尤其讨厌他轻视了他的一个女儿。
He is the most arrogant and annoying man in the world, and everyone hopes he never comes here again. The person who was most severe with him was Mrs. Bennet, who disliked his behavior and especially his contempt for one of her daughters.
由于客人很少，伊丽莎白·班纳特只好坐下来跳了2支舞。在这期间，达西先生站得离他很近，他正好听到了他和宾利先生的谈话。
As there were few guests, Elizabeth Bennet had to sit down and dance 2 dances. During this time Mr. Darcy stood so close to her that she happened to hear the conversation between him and Mr. Bingley.
宾利先生刚从舞会回来几分钟，想邀请他的朋友一起跳舞。来吧，达西，他说，我一定要请你跳舞。我讨厌看到你一个人站着这么傻。你最好跳舞。我当然不会。
Mr. Bingley had just returned from a ball a few minutes ago, and wanted to invite his friends to dance with him. Come on, Darcy, he said, I must ask you to dance. I hate to see you standing so foolishly alone. You'd better dance. Of course I won't.
你知道我有多讨厌这样 除非我特别了解我的搭档。在这样的聚会上，这是无法忍受的。你的姐妹们订婚了，而房间里没有其他女人。
You know how much I hate this unless I know my partner really well. This is unbearable at a party like this. Your sisters are engaged and there are no other women in the room.
如果我站起来不对我是一种惩罚，我不会像你这样挑剔。宾格莱大声说道，哪怕是给一个王国，我以名誉起誓。
It's a punishment for me if I stand up. I will not be so fastidious as you, cried Bingley, even to a kingdom. I swear on my honor.
我这一生从来没有遇到过像今晚这样多的漂亮姑娘，而且，你看，她们当中有好几个都长得特别漂亮。你正在和屋子里唯一漂亮的女孩跳舞。
I have never met so many beautiful girls in my life as I did tonight, and, you see, several of them are exceptionally pretty. You're dancing with the only pretty girl in the house.
达西先生看着班纳特小姐说道：“哦，她是我见过的最美丽的人。不过，她姐姐中就有一个坐在你后面，长得非常漂亮。” 而且我敢说她非常讨人喜欢。
Mr. Darcy said, looking at Miss Bennet. Oh, she is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. But there is one of her sisters sitting behind you who is very pretty, and I dare say she is very agreeable.
请让我的搭档给你介绍一下，他还可以忍受你是什么意思？他转过身，看了伊丽莎白一会儿，直到看到她的目光，他才收回自己的目光，冷冷地说：“他还过得去。”
Please let my partner introduce it to you. She can bear it, what do you mean? He turned around and looked at Elizabeth for a while. It wasn't until he saw her eyes that he withdrew his gaze and said coldly, "She's not bad."
但还不够漂亮，无法吸引我。我现在也没心情去理会那些被其他男人冷落的年轻姑娘。你最好回到你的舞伴身边，欣赏她的笑容。
But she is not pretty enough to attract me. I am not in the mood to pay attention to young girls who are ignored by other men. You'd better go back to your partner and admire her smile.
因为你和我在一起是在浪费时间。宾格莱先生听从了他的建议。达西先生走了，伊丽莎白对他没有多少好感。不过，他在朋友面前兴致勃勃地讲了这个故事。
Because you're wasting your time with me. Mr. Bingley followed his advice. Mr. Darcy was gone, and Elizabeth did not have much favorable impression of him. However, she told the story cheerfully in front of her friends.
因为他生性活泼好玩，喜欢做任何荒唐事。整个晚上，全家人过得非常愉快。班纳特太太看到她的大女儿在尼日斐花园受到大家的赞赏。
Because she is lively and playful by nature and likes to do anything ridiculous. The whole family had a great time. Mrs. Bennet saw her eldest daughter being admired in Netherfield Gardens.
"宾格莱先生和他跳了2次舞，他的妹妹们也对他赞不绝口。简和他母亲一样，对此也感到很高兴，不过语气要温和一些。伊丽莎白也感受到了简的喜悦。
Mr. Bingley danced with her twice, and her sisters spoke highly of her. Jane was as pleased about this as her mother, but in a softer tone. Elizabeth also felt Jane's joy.
玛丽听到宾格莱小姐称赞自己是附近最有才华的女孩。凯瑟琳和莉迪亚很幸运，她们从不缺少舞伴，而舞会上她们还只是学会了这一点。因此
Mary heard Miss Bingley praise herself as the most talented girl in the neighborhood. Catherine and Lydia were lucky enough to have never lacked a partner, and at the ball they had only learned this. Therefore,
他们兴高采烈地回到了朗伯恩，他们住的那个村庄，他们是那里的主要居民。他们发现班纳特先生还没睡，他手里拿着一本书，不分时间。此刻，他非常好奇。
they returned happily to Longbourn, the village where they lived and where they were the principal inhabitants. They found that Mr. Bennet was still awake. He holds a book in his hand regardless of time. At this moment, he was very curious.
想知道这个让人如此期待的夜晚到底发生了什么？他宁愿希望妻子对这个陌生人的所有看法都会落空，但他很快发现，他要听到的是一个截然不同的故事。
Wondering what happened on this so anticipated night, he preferred to hope that all his wife's opinions of the stranger would be unfounded, but he soon discovered that he was about to hear a very different story.
哦，我亲爱的班纳特先生，他一进屋，我们度过了一个最愉快的夜晚，一个最精彩的舞会。我真希望你当时也在场。简被人爱慕的无以复加。
Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet, she said as she entered the room, we had a most delightful evening, and a most wonderful ball. I wish you were there. Jane was loved beyond measure.
人人都说她长得多么漂亮，宾利先生也觉得她非常漂亮，和她跳了2支舞。亲爱的，你想想看，她确实和他跳了2支舞。她是屋里唯一一个他第2次邀请的人。
Everyone said how pretty she was, Mr. Bingley thought she was very pretty, and danced with her twice. Honey, think about it. He did dance with her twice. She was the only person in the room that he invited a second time.
首先，他邀请卢卡斯小姐。看到他和她站在一起，我很生气，但是他一点也不爱慕她。事实上，你知道，没有人会爱慕她。当简跳完舞时，他似乎被她深深地吸引了。
First, he invited Miss Lucas. It made me angry to see him standing with her, but he did not admire her at all. In fact, you know, no one could admire her, and when Jane finished her dance he seemed deeply attracted to her.
于是他问他是谁，做了介绍，然后邀请他参加接下来的2支舞。然后第3支舞他和金小姐跳，第4支舞他和玛利亚·卢卡斯跳，第5支舞他又和简跳。
So he asked her who she was, introduced her, and invited her to the next 2 dances. Then he danced the 3rd dance with Miss King, the 4th dance with Maria Lucas, the 5th dance with Jane.
第6支舞他和丽翠跳，还有布朗热。如果她对我有一丝同情，她丈夫不耐烦地喊道，她就不会跳这么多舞了。看在上帝的份上，别再说她的舞伴了。哦。
The 6th dance he danced with Lizzie, and Boulanger. If he had had any sympathy for me, cried her husband impatiently, he would not have danced so many. For God's sake, stop talking about his dance partner. Oh.
他要是在第1次跳舞的时候就扭伤了脚踝就好了。哦，亲爱的，班纳特太太继续说，我很喜欢他，他太帅了。他的姐妹们也都是迷人的女人。
If only he had sprained his ankle the first time he danced. Oh, dear, continued Mrs. Bennet, I like him very much. He is so handsome. His sisters were also charming women.
我这辈子从没见过比他们的衣服更优雅的东西。我敢说，赫斯特太太长袍上的花边，这时她又被打断了。班纳特先生反对他描述任何华丽的服饰。
I have never seen anything more elegant than their clothes in my life. I dare say the lace on Mrs. Hurst's gown. She was interrupted again. Mr. Bennet objected to her describing any finery.
因此，他不得不另找话题，非常痛苦地、有些夸张地讲述了达西先生令人震惊的粗鲁无礼。不过，我可以向你保证，他又说，丽翠不合他的心意，也不会损失什么。
She was therefore obliged to find another subject, and recount with great pains and some exaggeration the shocking rudeness of Mr. Darcy. But I can assure you, she added, that Lizzie has nothing to lose by not being to his liking.
因为他是个最讨厌、最可怕的人，根本不值得取悦。他那么傲慢自大，让人无法忍受。他走来走去，以为自己很了不起。他不够帅，不配和他跳舞。亲爱的，
Because he is the most annoying, horrible human being and not worth pleasing at all. He is so arrogant that it is unbearable. He walks around thinking he is awesome. He's not handsome enough to dance with. Honey.
我真希望你在场，给他一个你的邀请。我非常讨厌这个人。第4章，飞鸽制作按飞鸽文学。当简和伊丽莎白独处时，简以前对宾利先生的称赞一直很谨慎。
I wish you were there to give him your invitation. I hate this person so much. Chapter 4 Flying Pigeon Production at Flying Pigeon Literature. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, Jane had been cautious in her previous praise of Mr. Bingley.
但这次他向姐姐表达了他对她的钦佩之情。他就是年轻人应该有的样子。他说：“明智、幽默、活泼，我从来没有见过如此快乐的举止，如此轻松自在。”
But this time she expressed her admiration for him to her sister. He was just what a young man should be, she said, wise, humorous, lively. I never saw such a cheerful demeanor. So light and easy.
如此完美有教养。他也很帅气。伊丽莎白回答道：“一个年轻人如果可能的话，也应该如此。因此他的性格很完美。他第2次邀请我跳舞，我感到很荣幸。”
So perfect and cultured. He is handsome, too, answered Elizabeth, as a young man should be if possible. So his character is perfect. I was honored that he asked me to dance for the 2nd time.
我没想到他会得到这样的赞美。你没有吗？我为你做了。但这是我们之间的一个巨大差异。恭维总是让你感到意外，而我却从来不会。
I didn't expect him to receive such praise. Don't you? I did it for you. But that's a huge difference between us. Compliments always surprise you, but never me.
还有什么比他再次邀请你更自然的呢？他忍不住看到你比房间里其他女人漂亮5倍，这不归功于他的殷勤。好吧，他确实很随和，我允许你喜欢他。
What could be more natural than for him to invite you again? He couldn't help but see that you were 5 times more beautiful than the other women in the room. This is not due to his solicitude. Well, he is indeed easygoing, and I allow you to like him.
你喜欢过很多比他更蠢的人，亲爱的丽奇。哦，你知道，你太容易喜欢一般人了。你从不看重任何人的缺点，在你眼里，全世界的人都是善良和令人愉快的。
You've liked a lot of dumber people than him. Dear Lizzie. Oh, you know, you like people too easily. You never look at anyone's shortcomings. In your eyes, people all over the world are kind and pleasant.
我这辈子从没听过你说任何人坏话。我不想草率地指责任何人，但我总是说出自己的想法。我知道你会，而这正是令人惊奇的地方。你这么聪明。
I've never heard you say a bad word about anyone in my life. I don't want to be quick to accuse anyone, but I always speak my mind. I know you do, and that's what's amazing about it. You are so smart.
居然对别人的愚蠢和胡言乱语如此诚实地视而不见。装出坦诚很常见，到处都能见到。但是坦诚而不虚伪，不刻意，吸取每个人性格中的优点，并加以改进。
To be so honestly blind to the stupidity and nonsense of others. Feigned candor is common and seen everywhere. But be honest and not hypocritical, not deliberate. Absorb the advantages of each person's character and improve them. 对缺点只字不提，只有你才能做到。所以，你也喜欢这个男人的姐妹，对吧？他们的举止不如他。一开始当然不是，但和他们交谈时，他们是非常讨人喜欢的女人。 Say nothing about your shortcomings, only you can do that. So, you also like this man's sister, right? Their manners were inferior to his. Of course not at first, but when you talk to them, they are very likable women. 宾格莱小姐将和她哥哥住在一起，并管理她的房子。如果我们发现他不是一个非常迷人的邻居，那我就大错特错了。伊丽莎白默默地听着，但并不信服。Miss Bingley will live with her brother and manage his house. If we found out she wasn't a very charming neighbor, I'd be sadly mistaken. Elizabeth listened silently, but not convinced. 他们在聚会上的行为举止，一般来说并不讨人喜欢。他们比姐姐观察力敏锐，脾气却不那么柔顺，而且他们的判断力不受别人注意的影响。Their behavior at parties is generally unflattering. They are more observant than their sisters, less tempered, and their judgment is not affected by the attention of others.
所以他不太愿意认可他们。事实上，她们都是非常漂亮的女士，高兴时心情愉快，在自己想要的时候也能随和，但她们骄傲自大。她们长得相当漂亮。
So she was reluctant to endorse them. In fact, they were both very pretty ladies, cheerful when they were happy, and easygoing when they wanted to be, but they were proud and arrogant. They are quite beautiful.
在城里最早的私立神学院之一接受过教育，拥有2万英镑的财产，习惯于过度消费，与有地位的人交往，因此在各方面都有资格自视甚高，贬低他人。
Educated in one of the first private seminaries in the city, possessing a fortune of £20,000, accustomed to excessive consumption in association with persons of rank, and therefore qualified in every respect to think highly of himself and to depreciate others.
他们来自英格兰北部一个受人尊敬的家庭，这一情况在他们的记忆中比他们兄弟和他们自己的财富都是通过贸易获得的印象更深刻。
They came from a respectable family in the north of England, a fact that remained more vivid in their memories than the fact that their brothers and their own fortunes had come from trade.
宾格莱先生从他父亲那里继承了近10万英镑的财产。他父亲原本打算买下一片庄园，但没能活到那一天。宾格莱先生也打算买下一片庄园。
Mr. Bingley inherited a fortune of nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to buy an estate, but did not live to see the day. Mr. Bingley also plans to buy an estate.
有时还选择他所在的郡，但是现在他有了一栋好房子，还有庄园的自由。许多最了解他性情的人都怀疑他是否会在尼日斐花园度过余生。
And sometimes his county, but, now that he had a good house, and the freedom of the estate, many who knew his temper best doubted whether he would spend the rest of his days in Netherfield Gardens.
让下一代去买下这片庄园。她的姐妹们都希望她能有自己的房产，但尽管她现在只是个房客，宾格莱小姐也并不介意为她做客。
Let the next generation buy this estate. His sisters wished him a house of his own, but although he was now only a lodger, Miss Bingley did not mind being his guest.
赫斯特太太嫁给了一个时髦但没钱的男人，只要他的房子合适，他也愿意把他的房子当成自己的家。宾格莱先生还不到2岁。
Mrs. Hurst was married to a fashionable but poor man, and she was willing to treat his house as her own as long as it was suitable. Mr. Bingley was not yet 2 years old.
就被人偶然推荐去看看尼日斐庄园。他看了半个小时，对房子的位置和主要房间很满意，对主人的称赞也很满意，于是立刻就租了下来。
I was accidentally recommended to visit Netherfield Manor. He looked at it for half an hour and was very satisfied with the location and main rooms of the house, as well as the owner's praise, so he rented it immediately.
他和达西虽然性格迥异，但友谊十分深厚。达西喜欢宾格莱，因为他性情随和、开朗、柔顺。虽然宾格莱的性格与达西的性格截然不同。
Although he and Darcy have very different personalities, their friendship is very deep. Darcy likes Bingley because of his easygoing, cheerful and docile temperament. Although Bingley's character is completely different from Darcy's.
而且他对自己也从不感到不满。达西对宾格莱十分信任，宾格莱也十分看重达西的判断力。达西比宾格莱更善于理解。宾格莱一点也不差，但达西却很聪明。
And he was never dissatisfied with himself. Darcy has great trust in Bingley, and Bingley also values Darcy's judgment. Darcy was more understanding than Bingley. Bingley was not bad at all, but Darcy was very clever.
达西同时又傲慢、内敛、爱挑剔，虽然举止彬彬有礼，但并不讨人喜欢。在这方面，他的朋友占尽了优势。宾格莱走到哪里都会受到人们的喜爱。
Darcy is at the same time arrogant, reserved, critical, and although polite in manner, he is not lovable. In this respect his friends had every advantage. Bingley was loved wherever he went.
达西却总是惹人生气。他们谈论麦里屯聚会时的语气十分有特点。宾格莱一生中从未见过比他们更和蔼可亲的人或更漂亮的姑娘。
Darcy is always annoying. The tone in which they talked about the Meryton meeting was characteristic. Bingley had never seen in his life amiable people or prettier girls.
每个人都对他十分亲切和体贴，没有拘谨，没有拘谨。他很快就和在场的所有人都很熟络。至于班纳特小姐，他想象不出还有比她更美丽的天使。达西则相反。
Everyone was very kind and thoughtful to him. No formality, no formality. He quickly became familiar with everyone present. As for Miss Bennet, he could not imagine a more beautiful angel. Darcy, on the contrary.
他见过一群不漂亮、不时髦的人，对他们没有一个人感兴趣，也没有一个人引起他的注意或欢愉。他承认班纳特小姐很漂亮， 但他笑得太多了。
He had seen a group of people who were not pretty or fashionable, none of whom interested him or attracted his attention or pleasure. He admitted that Miss Bennet was beautiful, but she smiled too much.
赫斯特太太和姐姐对此不以为然，但他们仍然钦佩她，喜欢她，说她是个可爱的姑娘。他们不反对多了解她，因此，班纳特小姐被认定是个可爱的姑娘。
Mrs. Hurst and her sister disagreed with this, but they still admired her, liked her, said she was a lovely girl, and they had no objection to getting to know her better. Therefore, Miss Bennet is considered a lovely girl.
他们的哥哥觉得，有了这样的称赞，他就可以随心所欲地看待她了。第5章，飞鸽制作按飞鸽文学。离朗伯恩不远的地方住着一户人家。
Their brother felt that with such a compliment, he could think of her as he pleased. Chapter 5 Flying Pigeon Production at Flying Pigeon Literature. Not far from Longbourn lived a family.
班纳特一家人与他特别亲近。威廉·卢卡斯爵士以前在麦里屯做生意，赚了不少钱。在任市长期间，他向国王致辞，被授予爵士头衔。也许
The Bennet family were particularly close to him. Sir William Lucas, who had previously made a fortune by doing business in Meryton, was knighted when he addressed the king while he was mayor. Maybe.
他对这个头衔的感受太强烈了，这使他厌恶了自己的生意和在小集镇的住所。他离开了这2个地方，带着家人搬到了离麦里屯1英里左右的一所房子里。
He felt too strongly about the title. This made him hate his business and his residence in the small market town. He left both places and moved his family to a house about a mile outside Meryton.
这所房子的名字来自当时的卢卡斯庄园，在那里，他可以愉快地想象自己的重要性，不受生意的束缚，一心一意地对世人彬彬有礼。因为
The house takes its name from what was then the Lucas estate. There he could happily imagine his own importance, unfettered by business, devoted to being courteous to the world. Because
虽然他因自己的地位而自鸣得意，但他并没有因此而傲慢自大。相反，他对每个人都十分关心。他生性温和、友好，乐于助人。
although he was smug about his position, he did not become arrogant. On the contrary, he cared deeply for everyone. He is gentle, friendly, and helpful.
他在圣詹姆斯大教堂的表演使他变得彬彬有礼。卢卡斯夫人是个非常善良的女人，但又不至于太聪明，无法成为班纳特太太的好邻居。他们有几个孩子。
His performance at St. James's Cathedral made him polite. Mrs. Lucas is a very kind woman, but not too smart to be a good neighbor to Mrs. Bennet. They have several children.
其中最大的一个大约27岁，是个聪明伶俐的年轻女子，是伊丽莎白的密友。卢卡斯小姐和班纳特小姐聚在一起讨论舞会事宜是绝对必要的。第二天早上
The eldest of them was about 27 years old, a clever young woman, and a close friend of Elizabeth. It was absolutely necessary that Miss Lucas and Miss Bennet should get together to discuss matters of the ball, the next morning.
聚会结束后，卢卡斯小姐来到了朗伯恩，听取大家的意见并进行交流。夏洛特，你今晚的开场很好。班纳特太太以礼貌和克制的态度对卢卡斯小姐说道。
After the party, Miss Lucas came to Longbourn to listen to everyone's opinions and communicate. Charlotte, you are off to a good start tonight, Mrs. Bennet said to Miss Lucas with politeness and restraint.
你是宾利先生的第一选择。是的，但他似乎更喜欢他的第二个。哦，我想你是直姐，因为他和他跳了2次舞。当然，这看起来确实像是他很爱慕他。事实上
You are Mr. Bentley's first choice. Yes, but he seemed to prefer his second one. Well, I think you mean Jane, because he danced with her twice. Of course, it does look like he adores her, and in fact,
我更相信他很爱慕他。我听说过一些关于这件事的事，但我几乎不知道是什么。关于罗宾逊先生的事，也许你指的是我偷听到的他和罗宾逊先生之间的谈话。
I rather believe that he admired her. I have heard something about it, but I hardly know what, about Mr. Robinson. Perhaps you are referring to the conversation I overheard between him and Mr. Robinson.
我没有跟你提过吗？罗宾逊先生问他是否喜欢我们麦里顿的聚会，问他是否认为房间里有很多漂亮的女人，以及他认为哪一个最漂亮。
Didn't I mention that to you? Mr. Robinson asked him if he enjoyed our party at Meryton, and if he thought there were many beautiful women in the room, and which one he thought was the prettiest.
他对最后一个问题的回答是：哦，毫无疑问是班纳特家的大小姐。这一点上不可能有2种意见。说实话，确实已经决定了，看起来确实如此。但是你知道
His answer to the last question was, "Oh, the eldest Bennet, no doubt. There can be no two opinions on that. To be honest. Well, it's definitely been decided. It seems so, but, you know."
这一切也可能化为泡影。我偷听到的比你听到的更有道理，伊丽莎·夏洛特说道。达西先生的话不如他朋友的话那么值得听，不是吗？可怜的伊丽莎。
It could all come to naught. What I overheard made more sense than what you heard, Eliza, said Charlotte. Mr. Darcy's words are not so worth listening to as those of his friend, are they not? Poor Eliza.
"只能勉强忍受。我恳求你不要让利奇因为他的虐待而恼怒，因为他是一个如此令人讨厌的人。如果被他喜欢，那将是一件非常不幸的事。朗太太昨晚告诉我
I can only endure it reluctantly. I beg you not to let Lizzie get offended by his ill treatment, for he is such a disagreeable person, and it would be a great misfortune to be liked by him. Mrs. Long told me last night.
"他坐在他身边有半个小时，一次也没有开口。他没有张嘴，您确定吗，夫人？是不是出了点小错误？"简说："我当然看见达西先生在跟他说话。"是的。
He sat beside her for half an hour without speaking once. He didn't open his mouth. Are you sure, ma'am? Did something go wrong? Jane said. Of course I saw Mr. Darcy talking to her. Yes.
"因为最后他问他喜不喜欢尼日斐花园，他忍不住回答了他，但他说他跟他说话时，他似乎很生气。宾利小姐告诉我，简说他很少说话。
For at last she asked him whether he liked the garden of Netherfield, and he could not help answering her, but she said that he seemed very angry when she spoke to him. Miss Bingley told me, said Jane, that he seldom spoke.
"除非和他最亲密的朋友在一起。和他们在一起时，他表现得非常和蔼可亲。我一点也不相信，亲爱的。如果他真的那么和蔼可亲，他就会和朗夫人谈谈。
Unless it's with his closest friends. He was very affable when he was with them. I don't believe it at all, dear. If he was really that nice, he would talk to Mrs. Long."
"但我能猜到是怎么回事。每个人都说他骄傲自大，我敢说他一定是听说朗夫人没有马车，所以不得不坐出租马车来参加舞会。我不介意他不和朗夫人说话。
But I could guess what was going on. Everyone said he was arrogant, and I dare say he must have heard that Mrs. Long had no carriage and had to come to the ball in a cab. I don't mind if he doesn't talk to Mrs. Long.
卢卡斯小姐说，但我希望她和伊丽莎跳舞。下次吧，丽奇。她妈妈说，如果我是你，我就不会和她跳舞。我相信，女士，我可以放心地向您保证，永远不会和她跳舞。
Miss Lucas said, but I want him to dance with Eliza. Next time, Lizzie, said her mother, I wouldn't dance with him if I were you. I believe, madam, I can safely assure you that I will never dance with him.
他的骄傲，卢卡斯小姐说，并不像骄傲通常那样让我反感，因为他的骄傲是有理由的。一个如此优秀的年轻人，有家庭，有财富，一切都对他有利。
His pride, said Miss Lucas, does not offend me as much as pride usually does, for it is justified. Such a fine young man, with a family, wealth, and everything in his favor.
他对自己评价很高，这并不奇怪。如果我可以这样说，他有权感到骄傲。那确实如此，伊丽莎白回答道。如果他没有羞辱我的话，我可以很容易地原谅他的骄傲。
It's no surprise that he thinks highly of himself. He has a right to be proud, if I may say so. That is true, replied Elizabeth, and I could easily forgive his pride, if he had not humiliated me.
我认为骄傲是一种很常见的缺点，玛丽说。她为自己的想法很可靠而感到高兴。从我读过的所有书来看，我确信骄傲确实很常见，人类天性特别容易骄傲。
Pride, I think, is a very common fault, said Mary, who was pleased with the soundness of her opinion. From all the books I have read, I am convinced that pride is indeed very common, that human nature is particularly prone to pride.
我们中很少有人不为某种品质而感到自满，无论是真实的还是想象的。虚荣和骄傲是不同的东西，虽然这两个词经常被用作同义词。
There are few of us who do not take pride in some quality, real or imagined. Vanity and pride are different things, although the two words are often used synonymously.
一个人可以骄傲而不自负，骄傲更多的与我们对自己的看法有关，虚荣则与我们希望别人对我们的看法有关。如果我像达西先生一样有钱，
A person can be proud without being arrogant. Pride has more to do with what we think of ourselves. Vanity has to do with what we want others to think of us. If I were as rich as Mr. Darcy.
和姐妹们一起来的卢卡斯小伙子喊道：“我就不在乎自己有多骄傲了。我会养一群猎狐犬，每天喝1瓶酒。那你喝的酒就比你应该喝的多得多了。”班纳特太太说。
Young Lucas, who came with his sisters, shouted, "I don't care how proud I am. I'll keep a pack of foxhounds and drink a bottle of wine a day." "Then you drink more than you should." "Much more," said Mrs. Bennet.
要是让我看见你这样，我就会立刻把你的酒瓶拿走。男孩抗议说他不应该这样做，但他坚持说他会这样做。争论直到这次拜访后才结束。第6章。
If I saw you like this, I would take your bottle away immediately. The boy protested that she should not do this, but she insisted that she would do so, and the argument did not end until after this visit. Chapter 6.
飞鸽制作飞鸽文学。朗伯恩的女士们很快就拜访了尼日斐花园的女士们，宾利小姐们也按时回访了她们。
Flying Pigeon production at Flying Pigeon Literature. The ladies of Longbourn soon visited the ladies of Netherfield Gardens. The Bentley ladies also paid them a return visit on time.
班纳特小姐的温文尔雅举止赢得了赫斯特太太和宾格莱小姐的好感。虽然宾利小姐的母亲令人难以忍受，两个妹妹也不值得交谈。
Miss Bennet's gentle manner won the favor of Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. Although Miss Bingley's mother was insufferable and the two sisters were not worth talking to.
但是他们还是向两个大女儿表达了想和他们多加了解的愿望。简对他们的这种殷勤感到十分高兴，但是伊丽莎白仍然觉得他们对每个人都很傲慢。
But they still expressed their desire to get to know their two eldest daughters better. Jane was very pleased with their attentiveness. But Elizabeth still felt they were arrogant to everyone.
甚至连她的妹妹也不例外，她不喜欢他们。不过，他们对简的亲切态度倒是有价值，因为很可能是受到了他们哥哥的爱慕。他们每次见面
Not even her sisters, whom she disliked. However, their cordial attitude towards Jane was valuable, because it was probably due to their brother's admiration. Every time they meet,
都可以看出哥哥很爱慕他。而对简来说，同样明显的是，他从一开始就对他怀有好感，现在他也开始对他产生好感，可以说已经深深地爱上了他。
It can be seen that her brother admires her very much. It was also obvious to Jane that she had had a crush on him from the beginning, and now she was beginning to have a crush on him as well, and could be said to have fallen deeply in love with him.
但他很高兴地想到，这件事不太可能被世人发现，因为简感情深厚，性情沉稳，举止开朗，这些都使他免受无理之人的怀疑。他把这件事告诉了朋友卢卡斯小姐。
But she was pleased to think that it was unlikely that the world would discover the affair, for Jane's deep feelings, calm temperament, and cheerful manners protected her from the suspicion of insolent persons. She told her friend Miss Lucas about it.
在这种情况下，能骗过众人也许会令人愉快，夏洛特回答道，但有时过于谨慎反而不利。如果一个女人用同样的技巧向她心仪的对象隐瞒她的爱慕之情，
In such circumstances it may be pleasant to be able to fool the crowd, replied Charlotte, but sometimes too much caution can be detrimental. If a woman uses the same technique to conceal her affection from the object of her affection,
她可能会失去找到他的机会。到那时，相信世人同样蒙在鼓里，也只是一种微不足道的安慰。几乎每一段恋情中都包含着太多的感激或虚荣，因此
she might lose her chance of finding him, and by then, it would be a small consolation to believe that the rest of the world was also in the dark. There is too much gratitude or vanity involved in almost every relationship, so. 不把任何一种感情放在心上是不安全的。我们都可以自由地开始，有点偏爱是很自然的，但是我们当中很少有人有足够的勇气。 It's not safe not to take any kind of emotion to heart. We are all free to start, a little preference is natural, but few of us are brave enough to. 不经过鼓励就能真正爱上一个人。在10个女人中，有9个最好表现出比她感觉更多的爱慕之情。宾格莱无疑喜欢你姐姐，但是如果他不帮助她， It takes no encouragement to truly fall in love with someone. 9 out of 10 women are better off showing more affection than she feels. Bingley undoubtedly likes your sister, but if she does not help him, 他可能永远也不会喜欢她，但他确实尽其所能地帮助她。如果我能感觉到他对她的关心，他肯定是个傻瓜，居然连这点都察觉不到。记住，伊丽莎。He might never like her, but she did try to help him as much as she could. If I could sense her concern for him, he must be a fool not to notice it. Remember, Eliza. 她不像你那样了解简的性格，但如果一个女人对一个男人有好感，
并且不试图隐瞒，那么他一定会发现的。如果他能经常见到他，也许他一定会这样做。但是
He doesn't know Jane's character as well as you do. But if a woman has a crush on a man and doesn't try to hide it, then he will definitely find out. If he could see her more often, maybe he would. But
尽管宾格莱和简见面的次数还算多，但每次见面的时间都不是很长，而且他们总是在大型的混合聚会中见面，所以不可能把每一刻都花在交谈上。因此
although Bingley and Jane met quite frequently, they were never very long, and they always met at large mixed parties, so that it was impossible to spend every moment in conversation. Therefore,
简应该充分利用每半个小时吸引他的注意。当他对他有了安全感，他就有时间尽情地爱上他了。你的计划很好，伊丽莎白回答道，问题不在于此。
Jane should make the most of every half hour and get his attention. Once she felt safe with him, she had time to fall in love with him to the fullest. Your plan is a good one, replied Elizabeth.
而在于我渴望嫁个好人家。如果我下定决心要找一个有钱的丈夫，或者随便找个丈夫，我敢说我会采纳这个计划。但吉英并不是这样想的，他不是有意为之。
But it's my desire to marry into a good family. If I had made up my mind to find a rich husband, or just any husband, I dare say I would have adopted this plan. But Jiaying didn't think so. She didn't do it intentionally.
到目前为止，他甚至还不能确定自己对他的感情有多深，也不确定这种感情是否合理。他认识他才2个星期，他在麦里屯和他跳了4次舞。
As yet, she wasn't even sure how deep her feelings for him were, or whether they were legitimate. She had known him only 2 weeks. She danced with him 4 times at Meryton.
有一天早上，他在他家里见到了他，此后又和他一起吃了4顿饭。但这还不足以让他了解他的性格，不像你说的那样。如果他只是和他一起吃饭
She met him at his home one morning and had 4 meals with him thereafter. But that wasn't enough for her to understand his character. It's not like what you said. If she just ate with him,
他可能只会发现他胃口好不好，但你必须记住，他们也在一起度过了4个晚上，4个晚上可以做很多事情。是的，
she might just find out if he had a good appetite, but you have to remember that they also spent 4 nights together, and there was a lot to do in 4 nights. Yes.
这4个晚上让他们确定了他们都更喜欢 Vinton 而不是 Commerce， 但就任何其他主要特征而言，我想并没有太多进展。好吧。
Those 4 nights established that they both preferred Vinton to Commerce, but in terms of any other major features, I guess not much progress was made. All right.
夏洛特说：“我衷心祝愿简幸福。如果她明天就嫁给他，我想她获得幸福的机会，就如同她花1年时间研究他的性格一样。婚姻幸福完全是偶然的。”
Charlotte said, I sincerely wish Jane happiness, and if she married him tomorrow, I think she would have as much chance of happiness as if she had spent a year studying his character. Marital happiness is entirely accidental.
如果双方的性格非常了解，或者之前非常相似，那对他们的幸福丝毫不会有丝毫的促进作用。他们总是在事后变得非常不同，从而产生烦恼。
If the personalities of both parties know each other very well, or have been very similar before, it will not promote their happiness in the slightest. They always turn out to be very different afterwards, causing annoyance.
你最好尽可能少地了解与你共度一生的人的缺点。你逗得我笑了，夏洛特，但这样做不合理。你知道这样做不合理，你自己也绝不会这样做。
You'd better know as little as possible about the faults of the person you spend your life with. You made me laugh, Charlotte, but it was unreasonable. You know this is unreasonable and you would never do it yourself.
伊丽莎白正专心观察着宾格莱先生对他姐姐的关注，完全没有想到他自己也成了宾格莱先生眼中一个有趣的对象。达西先生起初几乎不认为她漂亮。
Elizabeth was so intently observing Mr. Bingley's attention to her sister that she had no idea that she herself had become an object of interest in Mr. Bingley's eyes. Mr. Darcy hardly thought her beautiful at first.
在舞会上，他没有爱慕之情。当他们再次见面时，他只是用批评的眼光看着他。但是，他刚向自己和朋友们表明，他脸上的五官并不好看。
He had no feelings of admiration at the ball, and when they met again he looked at her only critically. However, he had just revealed to himself and his friends that the features on her face were not pretty. 就发现他那双黑眼睛里流露出的迷人神情显得异常聪明。除了这个发现，他又发现了其他同样令人羞愧的事情。 I found that the charming look in her dark eyes seemed extremely intelligent. In addition to this discovery, he made other equally humbling discoveries.
虽然他用挑剔的眼光发现他不止一次体态不匀称，但他不得不承认他的身材轻盈可爱，尽管他坚称他的举止不是上流社会的举止。
Although he noticed with a critical eye more than once that her figure was disproportionate, he was forced to admit that her figure was lithe and lovely, although he insisted that her manners were not those of the upper classes.
但他还是被他那轻松活泼的举止所吸引。对此他一无所知，对他来说，他只是一个在任何地方都无法讨人喜欢的男人，而且他认为他不够帅，不值得和他跳舞。
But he was attracted to her breezy demeanor. She knew nothing of it. To her he was simply a man who was nowhere to be liked, and whom she did not consider handsome enough to be worthy of dancing with her.
他开始希望更多地了解他，为了亲自与他交谈，他留意了他与他人的谈话。他的举动引起了他的注意。当时在威廉·卢卡斯爵士家，一大群人聚集在那里。
He began to wish to know more about her. In order to talk to her personally, he paid attention to her conversations with others. His actions caught her attention. It was at the house of Sir William Lucas, where a large crowd had gathered.
他问夏洛特：“达西先生听我和福斯特上校的谈话是什么意思？”这个问题只有达西先生才能回答。但如果他再这样，我一定会让他知道，我知道他在干什么。
She asked Charlotte, "What does Mr. Darcy mean by listening to my conversation with Colonel Foster?" Only Mr. Darcy can answer this question. But if he does this again, I will definitely let him know that I know what he's doing.
他有一双讽刺的眼睛，如果我自己不先无理的开始，我很快就会害怕他。几个人的恳求不久之后，他走近他们，虽然似乎没有任何说话的意图。
He had sarcastic eyes, and I would soon be afraid of him if I didn't start being rude myself. The entreaties of several. Soon after, he approached them, though there seemed to be no intention of speaking.
卢卡斯小姐却不肯向她的朋友提起这样的话题，这立刻激起了伊丽莎白的行动。她转过身来对他说：“达西先生，刚才我和福斯特上校开玩笑。”
Miss Lucas refused to mention such a topic to her friend, which immediately aroused Elizabeth to action. She turned to him and said, "Mr. Darcy, I was joking with Colonel Forster just now."
要他到麦里屯给我们办舞会，你不觉得我表达得非常好吗？精力充沛，但这个话题总是能让女士精力充沛。你对我们太严厉了，很快就轮到他被取笑了。
Don't you think I expressed it very well when I asked him to go to Meriden to hold a dance for us? Energetic, but the subject always invigorates a lady. You are too harsh on us. Soon it was her turn to be teased.
卢卡斯小姐说：“我要打开仪器，伊丽莎，你知道接下来会发生什么？你真是个奇怪的朋友，总是想让我在任何人面前弹奏和唱歌。如果我的虚荣心转向音乐
said Miss Lucas, I'm going to turn on the instrument, Eliza, and you know what's going to happen next. What a strange friend you are, always trying to get me to play and sing before anyone. If my vanity turns to music.
你就会变得无价之宝。但事实上，我真的不想坐在那些习惯于听最优秀演奏家演奏的人面前。然而，在卢卡斯小姐的坚持下，她补充道：“很好，如果必须这样。”
You become invaluable, but the truth is, I really don't want to sit in front of people who are used to hearing the best players. However, at Miss Lucas's insistence, she added, Very well, if it must be so.
那就这样吧。他严肃地看了达西先生一眼。有一句非常美妙的谚语，当然在座的每个人都很熟悉：屏住呼吸，让粥凉透。我会屏住呼吸，让歌声更加动听。
So be it. She gave Mr. Darcy a serious look and said, There is a very beautiful proverb, which of course everyone here is familiar with. Hold your breath and let the porridge cool. I will hold my breath and let the song get better. Beautiful.
他的表演令人愉悦，但绝不是一流的。唱了一两首歌之后，在他回应几个人让他在唱的恳求之前，他的姐姐玛丽就急切地接替他演奏乐器。
Her performance is enjoyable but by no means stellar. After singing a song or two, and before she could respond to several entreaties to let her sing again, her sister Mary eagerly took her place on the instrument.
玛丽是家里唯一一个相貌平平的人，她努力学习知识和成就，总是迫不及待地想要炫耀。玛丽既无天赋，又无品味，虚荣心驱使她申请，但也让她变得迂腐自负。
Mary, the only plain-looking member of the family, worked hard to acquire knowledge and achievements and was always eager to show off. Mary had neither talent nor taste. Vanity drove her to apply, but it also made her pedantic and conceited.
即使他已经达到更高的水平，这些都会损害他的优秀。伊丽莎白随和不做作，虽然弹得没有他一半好，但人们听他弹琴却更开心。玛丽在一曲长协奏曲结束时
Even if she has reached a higher level, these will undermine her excellence. Elizabeth was easygoing and unpretentious, and although she didn't play half as well as she did, people were happier listening to her play, merry at the end of a long concerto.
很高兴用苏格兰和爱尔兰的曲调赢得赞美和感激，这是他妹妹们的请求。他们和卢卡斯家的几个人以及2、3个军官在房间的一端热切地跳舞。
It was a pleasure to win praise and gratitude with Scotch and Irish tunes, which was the request of her sisters, who, with several of the Lucases and 2 or 3 officers, danced eagerly at one end of the room.
达西先生站在他们旁边，一声不吭，对他们这样度过夜晚的方式感到愤慨，拒绝任何交谈。他太专注于自己的思绪，没有注意到威廉·卢卡斯爵士是他的邻居。
Mr. Darcy stood beside them, silent, indignant at the way they spent the evening, refusing any conversation, being so absorbed in his own thoughts that he failed to notice that Sir William Lucas was his neighbor.
直到威廉爵士这样开口，达西先生，这对年轻人来说是多么迷人的娱乐呀！毕竟没有什么比跳舞更有趣了。我认为他是上流社会的第一批精致之一。当然，先生。
Until Sir William spoke thus, Mr. Darcy, what a charming entertainment this is to young men. After all, there is nothing more interesting than dancing. I regard it as one of the first refinements of good society. Of course, sir.
而且它还有一个好处，就是在世界上那些不太文明的社会里也很流行，每个野蛮人都会跳舞。威廉爵士只是微笑。你的朋友表演得非常精彩。
And it has the added benefit of being popular in less civilized societies around the world. Every savage can dance. Sir William just smiled. Your friend has performed brilliantly.
看到宾格莱也加入进来，他停顿了一下，继续说道：“达西先生，我相信你也是这门科学的专家。我想您一定在麦里屯见过我跳舞，先生。”是的，确实如此。
Seeing Bingley join in, he paused and continued, Mr. Darcy, I believe you are also an expert in this science. I believe you must have seen me dancing at Meryton, sir. Yes, indeed.
而且看到后，我感到十分高兴。你经常在圣詹姆斯教堂跳舞吗？绝不如此，先生。您不认为这对这个地方来说是一种恰当的赞美吗？如果可以避免。
And I was very happy when I saw it. Do you dance regularly at St. James Church? Not at all, sir. Don't you think that's a fitting compliment for the place? If it can be avoided.
我绝不会用这种赞美来赞美任何地方。我猜你在城里有一所房子吧？达西先生鞠躬致意。我曾经也想过自己在城里定居，因为我喜欢上流社会。
I would never use that kind of praise to praise anywhere. I suppose you have a house in the city? Mr. Darcy bowed. I once thought of settling in the city myself, because I like the upper class.
但我不太确定伦敦的气氛是否适合卢卡斯夫人。他停下来，希望得到一个答案，但他的同伴却不愿意回答。就在这时，伊丽莎白朝他们走来。
But I'm not so sure the atmosphere in London is suitable for Mrs. Lucas. He paused, hoping for an answer, but his companion would not answer. Just then Elizabeth came towards them.
他突然想到要做一件非常勇敢的事，便对她喊道：“亲爱的伊丽莎小姐，你为什么不跳舞呢？”达西先生，请允许我把这位年轻的小姐介绍给你，她是你的心仪舞伴。
It suddenly occurred to him to do something very brave, and he called to her, "Dear Miss Eliza, why don't you dance? Mr. Darcy, please allow me to introduce this young lady to you. She is your favorite dance partner."
我相信，有这么多美人在你面前，你一定不会拒绝跳舞。他拉着她的手，想把她递给达西先生。达西先生虽然非常惊讶，但还是愿意接过她的手。
I believe that with so many beauties in front of you, you will not refuse to dance. He took her hand and wanted to hand it to Mr. Darcy. Although Mr. Darcy was very surprised, he was still willing to take her hand. 可他马上缩了回去，有些不安地对威廉爵士说：“确实，先生，我一点也不想跳舞。我恳求您不要以为我这样做是为了求一个舞伴。” But she immediately drew back, and said to Sir William somewhat uneasily, "Indeed, sir, I have no desire to dance at all. I beg you, do not think that I am doing this to get a partner." 达西先生非常有礼貌地请求允许他娶她为妻，但没有成功。伊丽莎白下定了决心，威廉爵士的劝说丝毫没有动摇他的决心。伊丽莎小姐，你跳起舞来太出色了。Mr. Darcy asked very politely to be allowed to marry her, but in vain. Elizabeth was determined, and Sir William's persuasion did nothing to shake her resolve. "Miss Eliza, you dance so well." 我实在无法接受见到你的机会。虽然这位先生一般不喜欢这种娱乐活动，但我相信他不会反对陪我们跳半个小时的。达西先生非常有礼貌。I just couldn't accept the chance of meeting you. Although this gentleman generally does not like this kind of entertainment, I believe he will not object to dancing with us for half an hour. Mr. Darcy is very polite.
伊丽莎白微笑着说道：“他确实是，但是考虑到诱因，我亲爱的伊丽莎小姐，我们不应该对他的顺从感到惊讶，因为谁会反对这样的伴侣呢？”
Elizabeth said with a smile. He is indeed. But considering the inducement, my dear Miss Eliza, we should not be surprised at his submission. For who could object to such a companion?
伊丽莎白狡黠地看了一眼，转过身去。她的反抗并没有损害那位绅士的名声，她正有些得意地想着他。这时，宾格莱小姐这样对他说：“我能猜出你沉思的内容。”
Elizabeth glanced slyly and turned away. Her defiance did not harm the gentleman's reputation, and he was thinking of her with some satisfaction, when Miss Bingley said to her, "I can guess what you are musing about."
我想不是。你在想，在这样的社会里，以这种方式度过许多个夜晚是多么令人难以忍受。事实上，我完全同意你的看法。我从来没有这么恼火过。
I think not. You are thinking how unbearable it is to spend many nights in this way in a society like this. In fact, I completely agree with you. I've never been so annoyed.
这些人既乏味又吵闹，既一无是处又自负。我多么想听听你对他们的批评！我向你保证，你的猜测完全是错的。我的心思更愉快。
These people are boring and noisy, good for nothing and conceited. How I'd love to hear your criticism of them. I assure you that your guess is completely wrong. My mind is happier.
我一直在思考，一个漂亮女人脸上的一双漂亮的眼睛能给人带来多大的快乐。宾格莱小姐立刻把目光盯在她脸上，想让她告诉她。
I've been thinking about how much joy a pair of beautiful eyes on a beautiful woman's face can bring to someone. Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face, wanting him to tell her.
哪位小姐能激起这样的念头？达西先生大无畏地回答道：“伊丽莎白·班纳特小姐。”伊丽莎白·班纳特小姐。宾利小姐又说了一遍。我真是太惊讶了。
Which lady can inspire such thoughts? Mr. Darcy replied fearlessly, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Miss Bingley said again. I was so surprised.
她这么受人喜爱， 有多久了？请问我什么时候才能祝你快乐呢？这正是我预料到你会问的问题。女士的想象力非常敏捷，一瞬间她就能从仰慕跳到爱。
How long has she been so popular? When can I wish you happiness? That's exactly the question I expected you to ask. A lady's imagination is very quick. In a moment she can jump from admiration to love.
再从爱跳到婚姻，我知道你会祝我幸福。不，如果你真的这么认真，我就认为这件事已经解决了。你确实会有一位可爱的岳母，当然，他会一直和你一起在蓬勃里。
Then jump from love to marriage. I know you will wish me happiness. No, if you're really that serious, I think this matter has been settled. You do have a lovely mother-in-law who, of course, will always be with you at Pemberley. 他漠不关心地听着他说话，而他却选择以这种方式自娱自乐。当他的冷静使他确信一切都安全时，他的智慧也随之流淌。给班纳特小姐的一张便条。 He listened to her with indifference, while she chose to amuse herself in this way, and as his calmness convinced her that all was safe, so did her wisdom. A note to Miss Bennet. 第7章，班纳特先生的财产几乎全部来自每年2000英镑的遗产。不幸的是，他的女儿们没有男性继承人，这些遗产就只能由一位远房亲戚继承。Chapter 7 Mr. Bennet's fortune came almost entirely from an inheritance of £2,000 a year, which, unfortunately, as his daughters had no male heirs, had to be inherited by a distant relative. 他们母亲的财产虽然对他的生活状况来说很充足，但无法弥补父亲的不足。他父亲是麦里屯的一名律师，留给他4000英镑。他有一个姐姐。Their mother's fortune, although adequate for her living situation, could not compensate for their father's shortcomings. Her father, a solicitor in Meryton, left her £4,000. She has a sister. 嫁给了菲利普斯先生。菲利普斯先生曾是他们父亲的职员，后来继承了他的生意，还有一个兄弟在伦敦从事体面的贸易。朗波恩村离麦里屯只有1英里。Married to Mr. Phillips, who had been their father's clerk and later inherited his business, and had a brother engaged in a respectable trade in London. The village of Longbourn is only 1 mile from Meryton. 这对年轻姑娘们来说非常方便，她们通常每周要去那里3、4次，给姑妈做点事，然后去对面的一家女帽店。This was very convenient for the young girls, who usually went there 3 or 4 times a week to do some work for their aunt and then go to a millinery shop opposite.
家里最小的2个妹妹凯瑟琳和莉迪亚尤其经常去麦里屯，她们比姐姐们更没空，没有更好的事情可做时，就必须去麦里屯散步，打发早晨的时光。
The 2 youngest sisters in the family, Catherine and Lydia, especially often go to Meryton. They are even less free than their sisters. When they have nothing better to do, they have to go for a walk in Meryton to pass the time in the morning.
晚上找点话题。不管这个国家多么缺乏新闻，他们总是设法从姑妈那里打听一些。事实上，最近附近有一支民兵团，这给他们带来了很多消息和快乐。
Find something to talk about in the evening. No matter how news-starved the country was, they always managed to get some from their aunts. In fact, there had recently been a militia regiment nearby, which brought them much news and joy.
民兵团将驻扎整个冬天，总部就设在麦里屯。他们拜访菲利普斯太太，获得了最有趣的消息。他们每天都会了解到一些军官的名字和关系。
The militia regiment would be stationed throughout the winter, with its headquarters at Meryton. They visited Mrs. Phillips and received the most interesting news. They learned the names and relationships of some of the officers every day.
军官的住处很快就成了秘密，他们最后也认识了军官。菲利普斯先生拜访了他们所有人，这为他的侄女们带来了前所未有的幸福。他们只谈论军官。
The officer's residence soon became a secret, and they eventually got to know him. Mr. Phillips visited them all, which brought unprecedented happiness to his nieces. They only talk about officers.
而宾利先生的巨额财产，他们的母亲一提到他就兴奋不已，但在他们眼里，与少尉的军衔相比，简直一文不值。一天早上
As for Mr. Bingley's huge fortune, their mothers were excited when they mentioned it, but in their eyes, it was worthless compared with the rank of second lieutenant. One morning,
班纳特先生听了他们关于这个问题的滔滔不绝的谈话后，冷静地说：“从你们说话的方式来看，你们一定是这个国家最傻的女孩。我曾经怀疑过这一点。”
Mr. Bennet, after listening to their eloquent conversation on the subject, said calmly, "From the way you talk, you must be the stupidest girls in the country. I had suspected it."
但现在我确信了。凯瑟琳感到很不安，没有回答。 但莉迪亚却满不在乎，继续表达她对卡特船长的钦佩，并希望当天能见到他，因为他第二天早上就要去伦敦了。
But now I'm convinced. Catherine was disturbed and made no answer, but Lydia remained unconcerned, and continued to express her admiration for Captain Carter, and hoped to see him that day, as he was leaving for London the next morning.
亲爱的，班纳特太太说，我真奇怪，你居然这么容易就认为自己的孩子愚蠢。如果我要轻视别人的孩子，那一定不是我自己的孩子。如果我的孩子很傻。
My dear, said Mrs. Bennet, I wonder how easily you should think your children stupid. If I am going to look down on other people's children, it must not be my own. If my child is stupid,
我希望自己能够时刻意识到这一点。是的，不过事实上他们都很聪明。我自以为这是我们唯一意见不一致的地方。
I wish I could always be aware of this. Yes, but in fact they are all very smart. I thought that was the only area where we disagreed.
我原本希望我们的观点在每一个细节上都一致，但我与你的看法完全不同。我认为我们的两个小女儿非常愚蠢。亲爱的班纳特先生，
I would have liked our views to agree in every detail, but I completely disagree with you and think our two little girls are incredibly stupid. Dear Mr. Bennet,
你别指望这样的女孩子有她们父母的理智。等她们到了我们这个年纪，我敢说她们不会像我们一样想着军官。我记得自己以前很喜欢一件红色大衣，事实上。
don't expect girls like this to have the sanity of their parents. When they get to our age, I bet they won't think about officers the way we do. I remember that I used to love a red coat, in fact.
我现在心里还是喜欢的。如果一个聪明的年轻上校，年薪5、6千英镑，想要我的一个女儿，我不会拒绝他的。那天晚上
I still like it now. If a clever young colonel, with an annual salary of £5,000 or £6,000, wanted one of my daughters, I would not refuse him. That evening,
我觉得福斯特上校穿着军团制服在威廉爵士家很适合他。妈妈，莉迪亚喊道。姑妈说，福斯特上校和卡特上尉不再像刚来时那样经常去沃森小姐家了。
I thought Colonel Foster suited him well in his regimental uniform at Sir William's house. Mother, cried Lydia, my aunt says that Colonel Foster and Captain Carter no longer go to Miss Watson's as often as they did when they first came here.
现在他经常看到他们站在克拉克的书房里。班纳特太太正要回答，却被一个仆人进来了。他拿着一张便条给班纳特小姐，便条是从尼日绯花园寄来的。
Now she often saw them standing in Clark's study. Mrs. Bennet was about to reply when a servant came in with a note for Miss Bennet. The note was sent from Netherfield Gardens.
仆人正等着回信，班纳特太太的眼睛里闪烁着喜悦的光芒，她正热切地喊着：“女儿则在读。简，这是谁写的？是关于什么的？他说了什么？简，快点告诉我们，快点。”
The servant is waiting for a reply. Mrs. Bennet's eyes were shining with joy, and she was shouting fervently, while her daughter was reading, "Well, Jane, who wrote this? What is it about? What did he say? Well, Jane, come on. Tell us now, hurry up."
亲爱的，这是宾利小姐写的，简说道，然后大声读了起来。我亲爱的朋友，如果你不体谅我和路易莎今天一起吃饭，我们可能会终生互相憎恨。
Honey. This is from Miss Bingley, said Jane, and read aloud. My dear friend, if you do not consider Louisa and I to dine together today, we may spend our whole lives hating each other.
因为两个女人一整天的独处总是会以争吵收场。收到这封信后，尽快赶来。我哥哥和先生们要和军官们一起吃饭。永远的，卡罗琳·宾利。和军官们在一起。
Because a whole day alone between two women always ends in a quarrel. Come as soon as possible after receiving this letter. My brother and the gentlemen are going to dine with the officers. Forever, Caroline Bentley. With the officers.
莉迪亚喊道：“真奇怪，我姑妈没告诉我们这件事。”出去吃饭，班纳特太太说：“那太不吉利了。我可以乘马车吗？”简问：“不，亲爱的，你最好骑马去，因为天快要下雨了。”
Cried Lydia, I wonder my aunt did not tell us that. To go out to dinner, said Mrs. Bennet, that would be unlucky. Can I take the carriage? Asked Jane. No, my dear, you had better ride on, for it is going to rain.
而且你必须在这儿过夜，这将是一个好计划。伊丽莎白说：“如果你确定他们不会送她回家的话。”哦，但是先生们要乘宾利先生的马车去麦里屯。
And you have to stay here for the night. That would be a good plan, said Elizabeth, if you are sure they won't send her home. Oh, but the gentlemen are going to Meryton in Mr. Bingley's carriage.
而赫斯特家没有马，我宁愿坐马车去。但是，亲爱的，我相信你父亲肯定抽不出马来。班纳特先生，农场里需要马，对吧？乐观的预测。
And the Hursts had no horses. I'd rather go by carriage. But, dear, I'm sure your father won't be able to pull off the horse. Mr. Bennet, we need horses on the farm, right? An optimistic forecast.
农场里需要他们的次数比我能得到的次数多得多。但是如果你今天得到他们，伊丽莎白说，我母亲的愿望就实现了。最后，她终于从父亲那里得到一个确认。
They are needed on the farm much more often than I can get. But if you get them today, said Elizabeth, my mother's wish will be fulfilled. Finally, she finally got a confirmation from her father.
说马匹已经订好了，简不得不骑马前去。母亲送他到门口，兴高采烈地预言了一天的坏天气。他的希望成真了。简走后不久就下起了大雨。
The horses were said to have been ordered. Jane was obliged to ride forward, and her mother saw her to the door, cheerfully foretelling the bad weather for the day. Her wish came true. Soon after Jane left it began to rain heavily.
她的姐妹们为她感到不安，但她的母亲却很高兴。雨一直下了一整晚，没有停歇，简肯定回不来了。这真是我的妙计，班纳特太太不止一次地说道。
Her sisters were upset for her, but her mother was delighted. The rain kept falling all night without letting up. Jane would definitely not come back. What a clever idea, said Mrs. Bennet more than once.
仿佛它能下雨，全是他的功劳。然而，直到第二天早晨，他才意识到自己的妙计是多么的妙。早餐刚吃完，尼日斐花园的仆人就给伊丽莎白送来了一张纸条。
As if it was all her fault that it made it rain. It wasn't until the next morning, however, that she realized how clever her plan was. Just after breakfast, the servant at Netherfield Gardens sent Elizabeth a note.
我最亲爱的丽奇，我今天早上感觉身体很不舒服，我想这应该归咎于我昨天淋了雨。我的好朋友们不让我回家，除非我身体好转。他们还坚持让我见琼斯先生。
My dearest Lizzie, I feel very unwell this morning, and I think it is to blame that I got caught in the rain yesterday. My good friends won't let me go home until I get better. And they insist that I meet Mr. Jones.
所以如果你听说他来找过我，不要惊慌，除了喉咙痛和头痛，我没什么大问题。你的等等。 伊丽莎白大声读完纸条，班纳特先生便说道：“好吧，亲爱的。”
So if you hear he's come to see me, don't be alarmed. Other than a sore throat and headache, I don't have any major problems. Yours, Wait. After Elizabeth read the note aloud, Mr. Bennet said, "Okay, dear."
如果您的女儿真的患上重病或者死了，那您只要知道这一切都是为了追捕宾格莱先生，并且是您吩咐的，那他就安心了。哦，我一点也不怕他死。
If your daughter does become seriously ill, or dies, she will be relieved to know that this was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley, and at your command. Oh, I'm not afraid of her death at all.
人不会因为一点小感冒就死的，他会得到很好的照顾。只要他待在那里，一切都会好起来。如果我能有马车，我会去看他。伊丽莎白心里非常着急，决定去找他。
People don't die from a little cold. She will be well taken care of. As long as she stayed there, everything would be fine. If I could have a carriage, I would go and see her. Elizabeth was very anxious and decided to go find her.
尽管没有马车，而且他不会骑马，所以步行是他唯一的选择。他表明了自己的决心。你怎么这么傻？他妈妈叫道，在这么脏的地方，居然还会想这样的事情。
There was no carriage though, and she couldn't ride a horse, so walking was her only option. She showed her determination. "Why are you so stupid," her mother shouted, "that you would think of such a thing in such a dirty place?"
到那儿你可就不堪入目了。我会很高兴见到简，这就是我所希望的。利奇，这是在暗示我，让我派人去牵马吗？他父亲说道。不，确实如此。我不想逃避散步。
You'll be in disgrace when you get there. I would be delighted to see Jane, that's all I hope for. Lizzie, are you hinting to me to send someone to fetch the horse? Said her father. No, indeed. I don't want to avoid walking.
只要有目的，路程就不算什么，只有3英里。我晚餐前就会回来。我钦佩你的仁慈行为，玛丽说道。但是每一种感情的冲动都应该由理性来引导，而且在我看来
As long as there is a purpose, the distance is nothing, only 3 miles. I'll be back before dinner. I admire your act of kindness, said Mary, but every impulse of feeling should be guided by reason, and, it seems to me,
努力应该与需要成正比。我们要陪你到麦里屯去，凯瑟琳和莉迪亚说。 伊丽莎白接受了他们的邀请，3位小姐一起出发了。如果我们快点走的话
Effort should be proportional to need. We will accompany you to Meryton, said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their invitation, and the 3 ladies set off together. If we go quickly.
莉迪亚一边走一边说道：“也许我们可以在卡特船长离开之前见到他。”他们在麦里屯分手了。2个最小的女儿去了一位军官妻子的住处。
Perhaps we can see Captain Carter before he leaves, said Lydia as they walked away. They parted at Meryton. The 2 youngest daughters went to the residence of an officer's wife.
伊丽莎白则独自一人继续散步，快步穿过一片又一片田地，急不可耐地跳过栅栏，跳过水坑，最后终于到了家门口，脚踝疲惫，袜子脏兮兮的。
Elizabeth continued her walk alone, hurrying through field after field, jumping over fences and puddles impatiently, and finally arrived at the door of her house, with tired ankles and dirty socks.
脸上因为运动而容光焕发。他被领到早餐室，除了简，其他人都在那里。他的出现让大家大吃一惊。这么早，这么脏的天气，他一个人走了3英里路。
The face is radiant from exercise. She was led into the breakfast room, where all but Jane were present, and her appearance surprised them all. So early, in such dirty weather, she walked 3 miles alone.
这让赫斯特太太和宾格莱小姐几乎难以置信。伊丽莎白确信他们因此看不起她，不过他们非常有礼貌地接待了她。他们哥哥的举止比礼貌还要好。
This struck Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley almost in disbelief. Elizabeth was sure that they despised her for it. However, they received her with great courtesy. Their brother's manners were better than polite.
还有和蔼可亲和善意。达西先生很少说话，赫斯特先生则一言不发。达西先生一边羡慕他因为运动而显得容光焕发，一边又怀疑他是否有必要独自跑这么远。
And affability and kindness. Mr. Darcy spoke little, and Mr. Hurst said nothing. Mr. Darcy envied her radiance from exercise, but at the same time he doubted whether it was necessary for her to travel so far alone.
后者一心只想着他的早餐。他问起姐姐的情况，得到的答复并不好。班纳特小姐睡得不好，虽然醒了，但发烧了，身体虚弱，无法离开房间。
The latter was thinking only of his breakfast. She asked about her sister, and the answer she got was not good. Miss Bennet had not slept well, and although she woke up, she was feverish and too weak to leave the room.
伊丽莎白很高兴能立即被带到她那里。简因为害怕引起惊慌或不便，没有在信中表达她多么渴望他的来访，所以看到他的到来，她很高兴。不过
Elizabeth was delighted to be taken to her at once. Jane, who had not expressed in her letters how much she longed for her visit for fear of causing alarm or inconvenience, was delighted to see her come. But
「她不擅长多说话。当宾格莱小姐离开他们时，除了对她受到的特别好意表示感谢外，她什么也说不出。伊丽莎白默默地陪着她。药剂师来了，早餐结束后。
She's not good at talking. When Miss Bingley left them, she had nothing to say but her gratitude for the peculiar kindness she had received. Elizabeth stayed with her in silence. Here comes the pharmacist after breakfast.
姐妹俩也加入了进来。当伊丽莎白看到姐妹俩对简表现出如此深厚的感情和关怀时，她自己也开始喜欢他们了。药剂师来了，检查了病人后说：“正如人们所料。”
The sisters also joined in. When Elizabeth saw how much affection and care the sisters showed for Jane, she began to like them herself. The pharmacist came, examined the patient, and said, as one would expect,
"他得了重感冒，他们必须努力治好他。他建议他回到床上，并答应给他一些药。这个建议很快就被采纳了，因为发烧的症状加重了，他的头疼得厉害。
She has a bad cold and they have to work hard to cure it. He suggested she go back to bed and promised to give her some medicine. This advice was quickly followed, as the fever worsened and she developed a severe headache.
伊丽莎白一刻也没有离开过她的房间，其他女士也经常不在。男士们出去了，他们实际上也没什么事可做。钟敲3下时，伊丽莎白觉得她必须走了。
Elizabeth never left her room for a moment, and the other ladies were often absent. The gentlemen were out, and there was really nothing for them to do. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt that she must go.
但很不情愿地说道：“宾格莱小姐让她坐马车，她只差一点催促就接受了。简却表示很不舍得和她分开。”
But he said it reluctantly. Miss Bingley offered her a carriage ride, and she accepted it with only a little urging, but Jane expressed her reluctance to be separated from her.
宾格莱小姐只好把马车的邀请改为暂时留在尼日斐花园。 伊丽莎白非常感激地答应了，于是派了一个仆人去朗伯恩，把他住的地方通知家人。
Miss Bingley had to change the carriage invitation to stay at Netherfield Gardens temporarily. Elizabeth gratefully agreed, and sent a servant to Longbourn to inform her family of her whereabouts.
并带回一些衣服，遮盖屏风。第8章，飞鸽制作按飞鸽文学。5点钟，两位女士退去换衣服。6点半，伊丽莎白被叫去吃饭。伊丽莎白听到宾利先生的问询
And brought back some clothes. Cover the screen. Chapter 8. Flying Pigeon Production at Flying Pigeon Literature. At 5 o'clock the two ladies retired to change their clothes, and at 6:30 Elizabeth was called to dinner. Elizabeth heard Mr. Bingley's inquiry.
感到十分高兴，他无法给出令人满意的回答。简的情况丝毫没有好转。姐妹俩听到这话，3、4次重复说她们有多难过，得了重感冒有多可怕。
She was so happy that she couldn't give a satisfactory answer. Jane's condition did not improve at all. When the sisters heard this, they repeated 3 or 4 times how sad they were and how terrible it was to have a bad cold.
他们有多讨厌自己生病，然后就不再想这件事了。当简不在他们面前时，他们对简漠不关心。伊丽莎白又重新体会到了她最初的厌恶。事实上
How much they hate being sick and then never think about it again. They were indifferent to Jane when she was not in their presence, and Elizabeth re-experienced her original disgust. In fact,
他们的哥哥是这群人中唯一一个他可以放心对待的人。他对简的关心显而易见，他对简的关心也让他非常高兴。他相信其他人都关心他。
Their brother was the only one in the group she could feel comfortable dealing with. His concern for Jane was evident, and she was delighted by his concern for Jane. She believed that others cared for her.
所以他不会觉得自己是个外人。除了哥哥，其他人很少注意他。宾格莱小姐全神贯注于达西先生，她姐姐也一样。至于伊丽莎白坐在旁边的赫斯特先生
So she doesn't feel like an outsider. Except for her brother, no one else paid much attention to her. Miss Bingley was preoccupied with Mr. Darcy, as was her sister, and as for Mr. Hurst, who sat beside Elizabeth,
他是个懒惰的人，活着只是为了吃喝玩乐和打牌。当他发现他喜欢吃清淡的菜肴而不是炖肉时，他也不跟他说什么。吃完饭后，他直接回到简身边。
He was a lazy man who lived only to eat, drink, and play cards, and when he discovered that she preferred light dishes to stews, he said nothing to her. After eating, she went back to Jane directly.
她一走出房间，宾格莱小姐就开始辱骂她。她的举止确实很差，既傲慢又无礼。她没有谈吐，没有风度，没有品味，也不漂亮。赫斯特太太也这么认为。她补充说
As soon as she left the room, Miss Bingley began to abuse her. Her manners were really bad, both haughty and disrespectful. She had no conversation, no grace, no taste, and no beauty. Mrs. Hurst thought so too, adding,
简而言之，她没有什么值得称赞的地方，但她走路很出色。我永远不会忘记她今天早上的样子。她看起来真的几乎疯了。她确实来了，路易莎。
In short, there's nothing to praise about her, but she walks brilliantly. I will never forget how she looked this morning. She really looked almost crazy. She did come, Louisa.
"我简直无法保持面容。她来这里简直太荒唐了。她姐姐感冒了，她为什么要在乡下到处乱跑？她的头发那么凌乱，那么蓬乱。是的，还有她的衬裙。
I just couldn't keep a face. It's ridiculous that she's here. Her sister has a cold. Why is she running around in the countryside? Her hair is so messy and unkempt. Yes, and her petticoat.
"我希望你看到了她的衬裙。我确信她已经陷入6英寸深的泥浆中，而为了遮盖她而放下的长袍也没有发挥它的作用。路易莎，你画的可能很像。宾利说。
I hope you saw her petticoat, which, I am convinced, was sunk 6 inches deep into the mud, and the robe that was put down to cover it did not do its job. You may have drawn something like it, Louisa, said Bentley.
"但我完全没注意到。伊丽莎白·班纳特小姐今早进屋时，我觉得她气色很好。她那件脏兮兮的衬裙我完全没注意到。达西先生，我相信您已经注意到了。
But I didn't notice it at all. Miss Elizabeth Bennet looked very good to me this morning. I didn't notice her dirty petticoat at all. Mr. Darcy, I believe you have noticed." "
宾利小姐说道，我想您也不愿看到您的妹妹这样露面吧？当然不是。独自一人，独自一人，走3英里、4英里、5英里，或者不管多远，泥土都没过她的脚踝。
I don't think you'd like to see your sister like that, said Miss Bingley. Of course not. Alone, alone, 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, or however far, the dirt is up to her ankles.
他到底想干什么？在我看来，这表现出一种可恶的自负独立，一种最乡下人对礼仪的漠不关心。宾利说道，这表明他对姐姐的爱戴是令人欣慰的。达西先生
What on earth does she want to do? This seemed to me an expression of an abominable self-conceited independence, a most redneck indifference to propriety. It shows her affection for her sister, which is gratifying, Bentley said. Mr. Darcy.
宾利小姐低声说道，恐怕这次奇遇影响了你对她那双美丽眼睛的欣赏。一点也不，他回答道，他们因为这次活动而精神焕发。说完这番话后，过了一会儿
Miss Bingley whispered, I'm afraid this adventure has affected your appreciation of her beautiful eyes. Not at all, he replied, they are refreshed by the event. Finally, after a while,
赫斯特太太又开始说，我非常敬重简·班纳特，她真是个可爱的姑娘，我真心希望她能安定下来。但是有这样的父母，又有这样卑微的出身。
Mrs. Hurst resumed, I have great respect for Jane Bennet. She is such a lovely girl, and I really hope she can settle down. But with parents like that, and with such a humble beginning.
恐怕他不可能安定下来。我想我听你说过，他们的叔叔是麦里屯的一名律师。是的，他们还有另外一个人住在奇普赛德附近。那真是太好了，他姐姐补充道。
I'm afraid she won't be able to settle down. I thought I heard you say that their uncle was a solicitor in Meryton. Yes, they have another one who lives near Cheapside. That's wonderful, added her sister.
然后他们俩都开怀大笑。即使他们有足够多的叔叔，可以住满整个奇普赛德街，宾利大声说道，他们也不会因此而变得不那么和蔼可亲。
Then they both laughed heartily. Even if they had enough uncles to fill the whole of Cheapside, cried Bentley, they would not be any less amiable.
但这必定会大大减少他们嫁给世界上任何有地位的男人的机会，达西回答道。宾利没有回答他的话，但他的姐妹们却衷心表示同意。
But it must greatly lessen their chances of marrying any man of rank in the world, replied Darcy. Bingley made no reply to his words, but his sisters heartily agreed.
并拿他们亲爱的朋友的粗俗亲戚作乐了一阵子。然而， 他们离开餐厅后，又重新温情脉脉地来到他的房间，一直陪着他，直到被叫去喝咖啡。他仍然身体很虚弱。
And made fun of their dear friend's vulgar relatives for a while. However, after they left the restaurant, they returned to her room affectionately again and stayed with her until they were called for coffee. She is still very weak.
伊丽莎白根本不肯离开他，直到深夜，她看到他睡着了，心里感到很欣慰。她觉得她自己下楼是理所当然的，而不是愉快的。她走进客厅，发现大家都在喝酒。
Elizabeth refused to leave her at all until late at night, when she was so relieved to see her asleep that she felt herself going downstairs as a matter of course rather than of pleasure. She walked into the living room and found everyone drinking.
他立即被邀请加入他们，但他怀疑他们在喝酒，就拒绝了，并以姐姐为借口，说他想在楼下待一会儿，看本书自娱自乐。赫斯特先生惊讶地看着他：“你喜欢读书？”
She was immediately invited to join them, but suspecting that they were drinking, she declined, using her sister as an excuse, saying that she wanted to stay downstairs for a while and amuse herself with a book. Mr. Hurst looked at her in surprise. "You like reading?"
而不是玩纸牌吗？他说道：“这可真奇怪。”伊丽莎·班纳特小姐、宾利小姐说讨厌打牌。她很爱读书，对其他事情都不感兴趣。我既不值得这样的赞扬。
Instead of playing cards? This is really strange, he said. Miss Eliza Bennet, said Miss Bingley, hates cards. She loves reading and is not interested in anything else. I am neither worthy of such praise.
也不值得这样的责难，伊丽莎白大声说道：“我不是一个很爱读书的人，但我对很多事情都很感兴趣。”宾利说道：“我相信照顾你妹妹，你一定很高兴。我希望。”
Nor is it worthy of such censure, said Elizabeth loudly. I am not much of a reader, but I am interested in many things. I believe it will be a pleasure for you to take care of your sister, I hope, said Bentley.
看到他身体康复，你的高兴感会更大。伊丽莎白衷心感谢他，然后走向一张放着几本书的桌子。他立即提出要给他拿其他书，他的图书馆里只有这些书。
Your joy will be even greater when you see her recover. Elizabeth thanked him heartily, and went to a table on which were some books. He immediately offered to get her other books. These were the only ones in his library.
我希望我的收藏能更多一些，这对您也有好处，对我也有好处。但我是个懒惰的人， 虽然我的收藏不多，但我拥有的比我所看到的还要多。伊丽莎白向他保证。
I wish I had a bigger collection. It would be good for you and good for me. But I am a lazy person. Although my collection is not large, I have more than meets the eye. Elizabeth assured him.
他可以和房间里的这些人完美的相处。我很惊讶，宾利小姐说道，我父亲留下的藏书竟然这么少。达西先生，你在彭伯里的图书馆真是令人赏心悦目啊。
She could relate perfectly to these people in the room. I am surprised, said Miss Bingley, that my father's collection of books should be so small. What a delight your library at Pemberley is, Mr. Darcy.
这应该是件好事，他回答道，这是好几代人的成果。而且你自己也添加了很多内容，你总是在买书。我无法理解，在如今这种日子里，家庭图书馆怎么会被忽视。
That should be a good thing, he replied. This is the work of many generations. And you add a lot of content yourself. You're always buying books. I cannot understand how a home library could be neglected in a day like this.
疏忽，我相信你不会疏忽任何能为这个高贵的地方增添美感的东西。查尔斯，当你建造你的房子时，我希望它能有彭伯里一半的美丽。但愿如此。
Negligence. I am sure you will not neglect anything that would add to the beauty of this noble place. Charles, when you build your house, I hope it is half as beautiful as Pemberley. I hope so.
但我真的建议你在那个地区买房，以彭伯利为榜样。英国没有比得比郡更好的郡了。我全心全意的愿意买下彭伯里，只要达西愿意卖。我在谈论可能性，查尔斯。
But I really recommend you buy in that area and follow Pemberley's example. There is no better county in England than Derbyshire. I would wholeheartedly buy Pemberley if Darcy would sell. I'm talking about possibilities, Charles.
说实话，卡罗琳，我认为通过购买比模仿更有可能得到彭伯里。伊丽莎白被眼前发生的一切吸引住了，根本没心思看书。她很快就把书放到一边，走到牌桌旁。
To be honest, Caroline, I think you're more likely to get Pemberley by buying than imitating. Elizabeth was so attracted by what was happening in front of her that she had no intention of reading. She quickly put the book aside and walked to the card table. 坐在宾格莱先生和他大姐中间，观察这场牌局。从春天到现在，达西小姐长高了吗？
宾利小姐问道：“她会和我一样高吗？”我想她会的。
Sitting between Mr. Bingley and his eldest sister, he observed the game. "Has Miss Darcy grown since spring?" asked Miss Bingley. "Will she be as tall as me?" "I think she will."
她现在跟伊丽莎白·班纳特小姐差不多高，甚至更高。我多么想再见到她！我从来没有见过一个让我如此高兴的人，这样的面容，这样的举止。
She was now as tall as Miss Elizabeth Bennet, if not taller. How I longed to see her again. I have never met a person who made me so happy. Such a face, such behavior.
而且在他这个年纪如此有成就。他的钢琴演奏非常精湛。宾利说道：“我真惊奇，年轻的女士们怎么会有耐心，能够取得如此大的成就。”
And so accomplished at her age. Her piano playing is superb. I'm amazed how young ladies have the patience to achieve so much, said Bentley.
所有的年轻女士都很有才华。亲爱的查尔斯，你是什么意思？是的，我想，她们全都会。她们都会画桌子、盖屏风、做网兜。我几乎不知道有谁做不到这一切，我敢肯定。
All the young ladies are so talented. Dear Charles, what do you mean? Yes, I think they all do. They can all draw tables, build screens, and make net bags. I hardly know anyone who can't do all this, I'm sure.
我每次听到第一次提到一位年轻女士时，都会被告知她非常有才华。你列出的关于一般人才能的清单，达西说，太有道理了。这个词适用于很多女人。
Every time I hear a young woman mentioned for the first time, I am told that she is extremely talented. Your list of talents in general, said Darcy, makes perfect sense. This term applies to many women.
他们除了织钱包或挂屏风外，没有别的本事就配得上这个词。但我完全不同意你对女士的普遍评价。在我认识的所有女士中，
They have no other skill than weaving purses or hanging screens to deserve the word, but I totally disagree with your general assessment of ladies. Of all the ladies I know,
我认识的真正有才能的人不超过6个。我肯定也不会，宾利小姐说。那么，伊丽莎白说道，你对有才华的女人的定义一定有很多理解。是的，我理解很多道理。哦，
I know no more than half a dozen truly talented people. I certainly wouldn't, said Miss Bingley. Then, said Elizabeth, you must have a good idea of what a woman of talent is. Yes, I understand a lot of truth. Oh.
当然了，他忠实的助手喊道，如果一个人没有远远超出通常水平，那么他就不能真正被看作是一个多才多艺的人。一个女人必须对音乐、歌唱、绘画。
Of course, cried his faithful assistant. A man cannot really be regarded as a man of many talents if he does not go far beyond what is usual. A woman must be interested in music, singing, painting.
舞蹈和现代语言有透彻的了解，才能配得上这个称号。除此之外，他还必须在举止、走路方式、说话的语调、说话方式和表情上拥有某种特质。
A thorough knowledge of dance and modern languages is required to be worthy of this title. In addition to this, she must possess a certain quality in manners, way of walking, tone of voice, manner of speech and expression.
否则这个称号就只配得上一半了。这些他都必须具备，达西先生补充道。除此之外，他还必须通过大量阅读来充实自己的心智。
Otherwise, this title is only half worthy. She must possess all these, added Mr. Darcy, and besides this she must enrich her mind by reading a great deal.
我不再对你只认识6位才华横溢的女性感到惊讶，我现在更想知道你认识多少位才华横溢的女性。难道你对同性如此严厉，以至于怀疑这一切的可能性吗？
I'm no longer surprised that you only know 6 talented women. Now I'd rather know how many talented women you know. Are you so harsh on people of the same sex that you doubt the possibility of all this?
我从未见过这样的女人，我从未见过像你所描述的这样集能力、品味、努力和优雅于一身的女人。
I have never seen such a woman. I have never seen a woman with the combination of ability, taste, hard work and grace you describe.
赫斯特太太和宾格莱小姐都大声抗议他所暗示的怀疑是不公平的，并都抗议说他们认识很多符合这种描述的女人。这时，赫斯特先生叫他们安静下来。
Both Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley protested loudly at the unfairness of the suspicion she implied, and both protested that they knew many women who fit that description, when Mr. Hurst told them to quiet down.
尖刻的抱怨，他们对接下来发生的事情漠不关心。谈话就这样结束了。伊丽莎白很快就离开了房间。门关上后，宾利小姐说道：“
complaining bitterly of their indifference to what happened next. The conversation ended there, and Elizabeth quickly left the room. After the door was closed, Miss Bingley said,
伊丽莎，班纳特是那种通过贬低同性来向异性推荐自己的年轻女士。我敢说，对于许多男人来说，这种方法都成功了。但是，在我看来，这是一种低劣的手段。
Eliza Bennet is the kind of young lady who recommends herself to the opposite sex by disparaging her own sex. I would venture to say that for many men this approach has been successful. However, in my opinion, this is a poor method.
一种非常卑鄙的伎俩。毫无疑问，达西回答道，这句话主要是针对他而说的。女士们为了迷惑男人，有时不惜使用各种手段，但这些手段都是卑鄙的。
A very dirty trick. No doubt, replied Darcy, referring chiefly to him. Ladies sometimes use all kinds of means to confuse men, but these means are all despicable.
任何与狡猾有关的行为都是卑鄙的。宾利小姐对这个答复并不十分满意，因此没有继续谈这个话题。伊丽莎白又回到他们身边，只是说她姐姐病得更重了。
Anything to do with cunning is despicable. Miss Bingley was not entirely satisfied with this answer, and therefore did not pursue the subject any further. Elizabeth returned to them, saying only that her sister was more seriously ill.
他不能离开他。宾格莱催促他们立刻派人去请琼斯先生，而他的姐妹们认为乡下的建议毫无用处，建议他们赶快去城里请一位最有名望的医生。
She couldn't leave her. Bingley urged them to send for Mr. Jones at once, but his sisters, thinking that the advice from the country was useless, suggested that they rush to the city and fetch one of the most reputable doctors.
伊丽莎白不同意，但她也并不反对他们哥哥的建议。他们决定，如果班纳特小姐的病情没有明显好转，明天一早就派人去请琼斯先生。宾格莱非常不舒服。
Elizabeth disagreed, but she did not object to their brother's suggestion, and they decided that if Miss Bennet's condition did not improve significantly, they would send for Mr. Jones early tomorrow morning. Bingley was very unwell.
她的姐妹们也说她们很难受，不过她们晚饭后唱二重唱来安慰他们的悲惨。
His sisters also said they were devastated. But they consoled their misery by singing a duet after supper.
而他唯一能缓解自己情绪的办法就是吩咐管家尽可能照顾生病的女士和她的妹妹，班纳特夫人和她的2个最小的女儿。
The only way he could relieve his emotions was to instruct the housekeeper to take care of the sick lady and her sister as much as possible. Mrs. Bennet and her 2 youngest daughters.
第9章，伊丽莎白在姐姐的房间里度过了大半夜。第2天早上，她很高兴能给宾格莱先生一个女仆寄去的问询一个还算满意的答复。
Chapter 9 Elizabeth spent most of the night in her sister's room, and the next morning she was glad to give Mr. Bingley a satisfactory answer to an inquiry sent by one of his maids.
而宾格莱先生一早就派了1名女仆来询问他，过了一会儿，又派了2名侍奉他姐姐的贵妇来询问他。尽管如此，他还是要求送一封信到朗伯恩。
Mr. Bingley sent a maid early in the morning to question her, and after a while he sent 2 ladies who attended his sister to question her. Nevertheless, she asked for a letter to be sent to Longbourn.
请他母亲去看看姐，亲自了解她的处境。信马上就寄出去了，信的内容也很快送达。班纳特太太带着2个最小的女儿，在吃过早饭后不久，就到了尼日斐花园。
Ask her mother to visit Jane and understand her situation for herself. The letter was sent immediately, and the content of the letter was delivered quickly. Mrs. Bennet, with her 2 youngest daughters, arrived at Netherfield Gardens soon after breakfast.
如果班纳特太太发现简有明显的危险，她一定会非常难过。但是看到简后，她确信她的病情并不严重，并不希望她立即康复。
Mrs. Bennet would have been very sad if she had discovered that Jane was in obvious danger, but after seeing Jane, she was convinced that her condition was not serious, and had no hope of her immediate recovery.
因为康复后，他很可能会离开尼日斐花园，因此，他不听女儿提出的被抱回家的建议。大约在同一时间到达的药剂师也不认为这是明智之举。
Because after recovery she would probably leave Netherfield Gardens. Therefore, she did not listen to her daughter's suggestion to be taken home. The pharmacist, who arrived at about the same time, did not think it was a wise move.
在与简坐了一会儿之后，宾利小姐出现并邀请她母亲和3个女儿一起陪她去了早餐室。宾利迎接他们。
After sitting with Jane for a while, Miss Bingley appeared and invited her, and the mother and 3 daughters accompanied her to the breakfast room. Bentley greeted them.
希望班纳特太太发现 班纳特小姐的情况没有比她预料的更糟。是的，先生，她回答道。她病得太重了，不能搬走。琼斯先生说，我们不能再想搬走她了。
Hopefully Mrs. Bennet finds Miss Bennet no worse off than she expected. Yes, sir, she replied. She was too sick to move. Mr. Jones said we couldn't even think about moving her anymore.
我们得再耽误您一点时间了。开除！宾格莱大声喊道。千万别想这个，我姐姐肯定不愿意听到开除这个消息。夫人，请您放心，宾利小姐冷冷地说道。
We'll have to delay you a little longer. Expelled, cried Bingley. Don't think of it. My sister definitely didn't want to hear about the expulsion. Don't worry, madam, Miss Bingley said coldly.
只要班纳特小姐和我们在一起，我们一定会尽心尽力地照顾她。班纳特太太不厌其烦地致谢。我敢肯定，她补充道，要不是有这么好的朋友。
As long as Miss Bennet is with us, we will do our best to look after her. Mrs. Bennet took the trouble to thank her. I'm sure, she added, but for such a wonderful friend.
我真不知道他会怎么样，因为他病得很重，受了很多苦。尽管他有世界上最伟大的耐心，这是他一贯的性格，因为他无一例外都是我见过的最温柔的脾气。
I really don't know what will happen to her, because she is very ill and suffers a lot, even though she has the greatest patience in the world, which is always her character, because she is without exception the most beautiful person I have ever met. Gentle temper.
我经常告诉我的其他女孩，她们对她来说根本不算什么。宾利先生，你这里有一间温馨的房间，从那条碎石路望去，景色迷人。
I often tell my other girls that they are nothing to her. Mr. Bentley, you have a lovely room here with a lovely view over the gravel road.
我不知道全国还有哪个地方能与尼日斐花园相媲美。我希望你不会想着匆忙离开这里，尽管你的租约很短。我做什么事都是匆匆忙忙的，他回答道。因此
I don't know of any place in the country that rivals Netherfield Gardens. I hope you won't be tempted to leave here in a hurry, even though your lease is short. I do everything in a hurry, he replied, so.
如果我决定离开尼日斐花园，我大概5分钟就得走。不过目前，我认为我在这里已经很稳固了。我本来就应该这样认为，伊丽莎白说道。你开始理解我了，是吗？
If I decided to leave Netherfield Gardens, would have to go in about 5 minutes. But for now, I think I'm pretty solid here. I should have thought so, said Elizabeth. You are beginning to understand me, are you not?
他转身对他喊道：“哦，是的，我完全理解你。我希望我能把这当作一种赞美，但恐怕这么容易就被看穿，真是可怜。事实就是如此。深沉。”
He turned to her and shouted, "Oh, yes, I understand you completely. I wish I could take that as a compliment, but I'm afraid it's pathetic that it can be seen through so easily. That's just the way it is. Deep."
复杂的性格不一定比你这样的人更值得尊重或更不值得尊重。丽奇，妈妈喊道：“记住你在哪儿，别像在家里那样乱跑。”我以前不知道，宾利马上接着说。
A complex character is not necessarily more or less worthy of respect than someone like you. Lizzie, her mother shouted, "Remember where you are and don't run around like you are at home." I didn't know that before, Bentley went on quickly.
你是一位性格研究者，这肯定是一门很有趣的研究。是的，但复杂的人物才是最有趣的，他们至少有这个优势。乡村，达西说，一般来说，这种研究的题材很少。
You are a character researcher. This is certainly an interesting study. Yes, but complex characters are the most interesting. They at least have this advantage. The countryside, said Darcy, generally has few subjects for such study.
在乡村社区里，你会生活在一个非常封闭、千篇一律的社会里。但是人们本身改变很大，他们身上永远都有新鲜的东西可观察。是啊。
In a rural community, you live in a very closed, cookie-cutter society. But people themselves change a lot, and there's always something new to observe about them. Yes.
班纳特太太被他提到乡村邻居的方式冒犯了。我向你保证，乡下和城里一样，也有很多这样的事。大家都很惊讶。达西看了他一会儿，就默默地转过身去。
Mrs. Bennet was offended by the way he referred to his country neighbors. I assure you, there are many such things in the country as in the city. Everyone was surprised. Darcy looked at her for a while and then turned away silently.
班纳特太太以为自己完全战胜了他，继续得意洋洋地说：“在我看来，除了商店和公共场所以外，伦敦与乡村相比，没有什么太大的优势。乡村要好得多，不是吗？”
Mrs. Bennet thought she had completely defeated him, and continued to say triumphantly, "It seems to me that London has no great advantages over the countryside, except for shops and public places. The countryside is much better, isn't it?"
宾利先生，当我在乡下时，他回答道，我从来不想离开他。当我在城里时，情况也差不多。他们各有各的好处，我无论在哪一种地方都能同样快乐。是啊。
Mr. Bentley? When I'm in the country, he replied, I never want to leave it. When I'm in the city, it's much the same. They each have their own benefits, and I would be equally happy in either place. Yes.
那是因为你的性格很好。但那位先生看着达西，似乎认为这个国家根本不算什么。妈妈，您真是搞错了。伊丽莎白替他妈妈脸红了。您完全误解了达西先生。
That's because you have a good personality. But that gentleman, looking at Darcy, seems to think that this country is nothing at all. Mother, you are really mistaken. Elizabeth blushed for her mother. You have completely misunderstood Mr. Darcy.
他只是说，乡下的人不如城里的人丰富，这一点您也应该承认。当然，亲爱的，没人说有，但说到在这个街区见不到很多人，我相信很少有比这里更大的街区了。
He just said that people in the country are not as rich as people in the city, which you should also admit. Of course, my dear, no one says there are, but as for not meeting many people in this neighborhood, I believe there are few larger ones.
我知道我们和24个家庭一起吃饭。宾格莱只是关心伊丽莎白，才保持着面容。他的妹妹就没那么娇气了。他朝达西先生看了一眼。
I know we dined with 24 families. Bingley kept his face just because he cared about Elizabeth. His sister was not so squeamish. She glanced at Mr. Darcy and said,
脸上露出了意味深长的微笑。伊丽莎白想说点什么来打动母亲的心，于是便问他夏洛特：卢卡斯自从他离开后是否一直待在朗伯恩？是的。
A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Elizabeth, wishing to say something to impress her mother, asked her whether Charlotte Lucas had remained at Longbourn since her departure. Yes.
他昨天和他父亲一起来过。威廉爵士真是个和蔼可亲的人，宾格莱先生，不是吗？他真是个时尚人士，如此文雅，如此随和。他总是有话要对每个人说。
She came yesterday with her father. Sir William is such an amiable man, isn't he, Mr. Bingley? He is such a fashionista. So elegant, so easygoing. He always had something to say to everyone.
这就是我对良好教养的看法。那些自以为很重要、从不开口说话的人就大错特错了。夏洛特和你一起吃饭了吗？不，他要回家。我想他是要去吃肉馅饼吧。至于我，
This is my idea of good breeding. Those who think they are important and never speak up are sadly mistaken. Has Charlotte dined with you? No, she wants to go home. I think she was going to eat a mince pie. As for me,
宾格莱先生，我雇佣的仆人总是能做自己的事情，我的女儿们则受到不同的教育。不过每个人都要自己判断，卢卡斯家的女孩子都是很好的，我向你保证。
Mr. Bingley, my servants are always able to do their own thing. My daughters have a different education. But everyone has to judge for themselves. The Lucas girls are very good, I guarantee you.
可惜她们不漂亮，并不是因为我觉得夏洛特长相平平，而是因为她是我们特别好的朋友。她看上去是一个非常令人愉快的年轻女子，宾利说道。哦，亲爱的，是的。
It's a pity that they are not beautiful. It's not that I think Charlotte is average. It's that she's an extremely good friend of ours. She looks a very pleasant young woman, said Bentley. Oh, dear, yes.
但你必须承认她长得很丑。卢卡斯夫人自己也经常这么说，她嫉妒我剪的美貌。我不喜欢吹嘘自己的孩子，但可以肯定的是，剪。
But you have to admit she's ugly. Mrs. Lucas often said so herself, that she was jealous of my Jane's beauty. I don't like to brag about my children, but for sure, Jane.
人们并不经常看到比她更漂亮的人，每个人都这么说。我不相信自己的偏爱。当她只有15岁的时候，我哥哥加德纳家的一位绅士非常爱她。
It wasn't often that one saw someone prettier than her. Everyone says so. I don't trust my own preferences. When she was only 15 years old, a gentleman of my brother's family, the Gardners, loved her very much.
以至于我的嫂子确信他会在我们离开之前向她求婚，但是他没有。也许他认为她太年轻了。然而，他为她写了几首诗，非常漂亮。他的爱情就这样结束了。
So much so that my sister-in-law was convinced he was going to propose to her before we left. But he didn't. Maybe he thought she was too young. However, He wrote several poems for her, which were very beautiful. This is how his love ended.
伊丽莎白不耐烦地说：“我想，有很多人都是被同样的方式征服的。我想知道是谁第一个发现诗歌可以驱走爱情的功效的。我一直把诗歌视为爱情的食粮。”
said Elizabeth impatiently. I think there are many people who have been conquered in the same way. I wonder who was the first to discover that poetry can drive away love. I have always regarded poetry as the food of love.
达西说：“这可能是一种美好、坚定、健康的爱情，一切都滋养着已经强大的事物。但如果只是一种微不足道的倾向，我相信一首好的14行诗就会完全扼杀它。”
Darcy said, "It may be a good, steadfast, healthy love. Everything nourishes what is already strong. But if it is but a trivial tendency, I believe a good sonnet will kill it entirely."
达西只是笑了笑，接着大家沉默了一会儿。伊丽莎白害怕母亲又要暴露自己的身份，她很想说话，但又想不出说什么。沉默了一会儿之后
Darcy just smiled. There was a silence for a while, and Elizabeth was afraid that her mother would reveal her identity again. She wanted to talk but couldn't think of what to say. After a while of silence,
班纳特太太开始向宾格莱先生道谢，感谢他对简的关爱，并向他道歉，说丽翠的事也给他添麻烦了。宾格莱先生回答得彬彬有礼，他强迫妹妹也彬彬有礼。
Mrs. Bennet began to thank Mr. Bingley for his concern for Jane, and apologized to him for causing him trouble with Lizzie. Mr. Bingley answered politely, and he forced his sister to do the same.
说些必要的话。虽然他没有表现得非常有礼貌，但班纳特太太很满意，不久就叫了马车。听到这个信号，班纳特太太的小女儿就上前了。
Say the necessary words. Although she did not behave very politely, Mrs. Bennet was satisfied and soon called for a carriage. At this signal Mrs. Bennet's little daughter came forward.
两个女孩在整个拜访过程中一直在低声细语，结果是小女儿要责备宾格莱先生，因为他答应过第一次来这个国家时要在尼日斐花园举办舞会。
The two girls whispered to each other throughout the visit. The result was that the younger daughter had to blame Mr. Bingley because he had promised to give a ball at Netherfield Gardens on his first visit to the country.
莉迪亚是一个15岁的姑娘，身材丰满，长得挺拔，面色红润，性格开朗。她很受母亲的宠爱，母亲很爱她，所以她很小的时候就把她带到了公众面前。她生性活泼。
Lydia is a 15-year-old girl, plump, tall, rosy-cheeked, and cheerful. She was doted on by her mother, who loved her so much that she brought her to the public at a very young age. She has a lively nature.
有一种天生的自尊心，他叔叔的丰盛晚餐和他自己随和的举止使他对军官们产生了好感，军官们也对他十分欣赏，于是他就更加自信了。因此
She had a natural self-esteem, and her uncle's sumptuous dinner and her own easygoing manner endeared her to the officers, who also admired her very much, so she became more confident. Therefore,
他很愿意和宾格莱先生谈起舞会的事，并突然提醒他要遵守诺言，还说如果他不遵守诺言，那将是世界上最可耻的事情。他对这突如其来的攻击的回答
she was willing to talk to Mr. Bingley about the ball, and suddenly reminded him of his promise, and said it would be the most shameful thing in the world if he failed to keep it. His answer to this sudden attack.
让母亲听了很开心。我向你保证，我完全愿意遵守约定。当你姐姐康复后，如果你愿意的话，你可以指定舞会的具体日期。但你不想在她生病的时候跳舞吗？
My mother was very happy to hear it. I assure you that I am fully willing to keep the agreement. When your sister recovers, you can, if you wish, name a specific date for the ball. But don't you want to dance while she is ill?
莉迪亚表示满意。哦，是的，最好等剪好了再去。到那时，卡特船长很可能又回到麦里屯了。等你举办完舞会后，他补充道，我会坚持让他们也举办一次舞会。
Lydia expressed satisfaction. Oh, yes. It's best to wait until Jane is better, and Captain Carter will probably be back at Meryton by then. After you've given the ball, she added, I'll insist on them a dance is also held.
我要告诉福斯特上校，如果他不这样做，那真是太可惜了。班纳特太太和她的女儿们随后离去，伊丽莎白立即回到简身边。
I would tell Colonel Foster that it would be a shame if he didn't. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters then departed, and Elizabeth immediately returned to Jane.
他和他的亲戚们的言行举止就留给两位女士和达西先生去评论。然而，尽管宾利小姐对美丽的眼睛说了那么多俏皮话
It was left to the two ladies and Mr. Darcy to comment on the manners of herself and her relatives. But, in spite of all the witticisms Miss Bingley said about her beautiful eyes,
达西先生还是不肯同意对他进行指责。第10章这一天和前一天差不多。赫斯特太太和宾格莱小姐上午陪了病人几个小时，病人虽然恢复得比较慢。
Mr. Darcy still refused to agree to accuse her. Chapter 10 This day was pretty much the same as the day before. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley spent several hours with the patient in the morning, and although the patient's recovery was slow,
但还是在慢慢好转。晚上，伊丽莎白也和他们一起在客厅里玩。然而，那张炉牌桌并没有出现。达西先生正在写信，宾格莱小姐坐在他旁边，看着他写信。
But it's still slowly getting better. Elizabeth also played with them in the living room in the evening. However, the loo card table did not appear. Mr. Darcy was writing a letter, and Miss Bingley sat beside him and watched him write.
并反复给他姐姐写信，让他注意。赫斯特先生和宾格莱先生正在玩皮克牌，赫斯特太太在旁观看他们的游戏。伊丽莎白开始做针线活
and repeatedly wrote to his sister asking him to pay attention. Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley were playing pickle, and Mrs. Hurst was watching their game. Elizabeth began to sew.
听着达西先生和他的同伴之间说些什么，觉得很有趣。达西先生不停地称赞他的笔记，称赞他的行文整齐，称赞他的信写得长。
It was interesting to hear what was said between Mr. Darcy and his companion. Mr. Darcy kept praising his handwriting, the neatness of his prose, and the length of his letters.
而达西先生却满不在乎地接受他的称赞，这形成了一段奇妙的对话，与达西先生对达西先生和他同伴的看法完全一致。
Mr. Darcy, on the other hand, accepts her compliments nonchalantly, which makes for a wonderful dialogue that is completely consistent with Mr. Darcy's views on Mr. Darcy and his companions.
达西小姐收到这样的信一定会很高兴的。她没有回答。你写得异常快。你误会了。我写得相当慢。1年下来，你得写多少封信啊？还有商务信函。
Miss Darcy will be delighted to receive such a letter. He didn't answer. You write extremely fast. You misunderstood. I write rather slowly. How many letters do you have to write in a year? And business letters. "
我觉得他们多可恶啊！那么，很幸运，这些事落在了我的头上，而不是你的头上。请代我告诉你姐姐，我很想见到她。按照你的愿望，我已经告诉过她一次了。
How disgusting I think they are. Well, it's lucky that these things fall on my head and not yours. Please tell your sister for me that I would like to see her. As per your wish, I have already told her once.
恐怕你不喜欢你的钢笔，让我帮你修一下吧。我修钢笔的技术非常好，谢谢你，但我总是自己修补。您是怎样写的这么均匀的呢？他沉默了。告诉你姐姐。
I'm afraid you don't like your pen. Let me fix it for you. I am very good at repairing pens. Thank you, but I always patch it myself. How do you write so evenly? He was silent. Tell your sister.
我很高兴听到他在竖琴方面有了进步，请让他知道，我对他设计的这张漂亮的小桌子非常满意。我认为它比格兰特利小姐的要好得多。
I am glad to hear of her progress on the harp, and please let her know that I am very pleased with the pretty little table she has designed, which I think is much better than Miss Grantley's.
你能让我把你的狂喜推迟到下次写信时吗？目前我没有篇幅来公正地描述它们。哦，这没什么大不了的。1月份我会见到他。不过，达西先生
Will you allow me to postpone your ecstasy until the next time I write? I do not have the space at present to do them justice. Oh, it's no big deal. I will see her in January. However, Mr. Darcy.
你总是给他写这么迷人的长信吗？他们通常很长，但是否总是那么迷人，我无法决定。我的规矩是，能轻松写长信的人，写的一定不会差。卡罗琳
Do you always write her such long, charming letters? They are usually very long, but whether they are always charming, I cannot decide. My rule is that people who can write long letters easily can definitely write well. Caroline.
你这样夸达西可不行，他哥哥喊道，因为他写字不顺畅。他花了太多心思研究4个音节的单词，你不觉得吗，达西？我的写作风格与你的非常不同。哦，
It's not right for you to praise Darcy like that, cried her brother, because he can't write smoothly. He spent too much time studying 4-syllable words. Don't you think so, Darcy? My writing style is very different from yours, oh.
宾利小姐叫道：“ 查尔斯写字太粗心了，他把一半的字都删掉了，另一半的字都划掉了。我的想法流动得太快，我没有时间表达它们，因此
Miss Bingley exclaimed, Charles writes so carelessly. He strikes out half the words and crosses out the other half. My ideas flow so quickly that I have no time to express them, therefore.
我的信有时根本无法向通信者传达任何想法。伊丽莎白说道：“宾利先生，您的谦逊一定能化解我们的责备。”达西说：“没有什么比表面的谦卑更具有欺骗性了。”
My letters sometimes convey no idea at all to the correspondent. Mr. Bingley, said Elizabeth, your humility will certainly dispel our reproach. Nothing is more deceptive than apparent humility, said Darcy.
谦卑往往只是一种漠不关心的看法，有时甚至是一种间接的吹嘘。那么，您认为我最近的小小谦虚是哪一种呢？间接的夸耀。
Humility is often just an indifferent view, sometimes even an indirect boast. So, what do you think of my latest little modesty? Indirect boasting.
因为你确实为自己写作上的缺点而自豪，因为你认为这些缺点源自于你思考的急躁和写作的粗心，你认为这即使不值得称赞，至少也是非常有趣的。
Because you are indeed proud of your shortcomings in writing, and because you believe that they arise from the impatience of your thinking and the carelessness of your writing, you think this is, if not praiseworthy, at least very interesting.
做事迅速的人总是很看重这种能力，而且往往不注意做的是否完美。今天早上，你告诉班纳特太太，如果你下定决心要离开尼日斐花园。
People who do things quickly always value this ability and often don't pay attention to whether it is done perfectly. You told Mrs. Bennet this morning that if you made up your mind to leave Netherfield Gardens.
5分钟之内你就会离开。你是想说这是在赞美自己，是在夸奖自己？然而，鲁莽行事又有什么值得称赞的呢？这样做必然会把非常必要的事情弄得一团糟。
You'll be gone in 5 minutes, and you want to say it's a compliment, a pat on the back. But what's so commendable about acting recklessly? Doing so will inevitably make a mess of something very necessary.
而且对你或别人都没有真正的好处。不，宾利喊道，这太过分了。晚上还要回忆早上说过的那些蠢话。不过，我以我的名誉起誓，我相信我说的话是真的。
And there's no real benefit to you or anyone else. No, cried Bentley, it's too much. and you have to spend the night thinking about all the stupid things you said in the morning. However, I swear on my honor that I believe what I said is true.
现在我也相信，因此，至少我没有贸然行事，只是为了在女士们面前炫耀。我敢说你相信了，但我绝不相信你会这么快就走。你的行为和我认识的任何人一样。
Now I believe it too. So at least I didn't do anything rash just to show off in front of the ladies. I dare say you believe it, but I never believe you will leave so soon. You act like anyone I know.
完全取决于运气。如果你骑上马，一个朋友对你说：“宾格莱，你最好待到下周。”你很可能会照做，你可能不会走。换句话说，你可能会待1个月。你这样说只能证明
It all depends on luck. If you are on your horse and a friend says to you, Bingley, you had better stay till next week. You're probably going to do it. You're probably not going. In other words, you're probably going to stay for a month. What you say can only prove.
伊丽莎白大声说：“宾格莱先生没有按照他自己的性格行事，你现在比他自己更能暴露他了。”宾格莱说道：“我非常高兴。”
Cried Elizabeth, Mr. Bingley has not acted according to his own character. You have now exposed him more than he himself. Bingley said, I am very glad.
你把我朋友的话转化成了对我温文尔雅的赞美。不过，恐怕你这样转述并不是那位先生的本意，因为在这种情况下，如果我断然拒绝，然后尽快骑马离开。
You transformed my friend's words into a gentle compliment to me. I am afraid, however, that this is not the gentleman's intention, for in this case, if I should refuse categorically, and ride away as quickly as possible.
他肯定会对我有更好的印象。那么，达西先生会不会认为你最初打算的鲁莽可以通过你坚持到底的毅力来弥补呢？说实话，我无法准确解释这件事。
He will definitely have a better impression of me. Does Mr. Darcy think, then, that the rashness of your original intention is redeemed by your perseverance in persevering to the end? To be honest, I can't explain it accurately.
达西先生必须自己解释。你希望我解释你认为是我的看法，但我从未承认过。不过，如果按照你的说法，你必须记住，班纳特小姐，朋友本想让她回家。
Mr. Darcy must explain himself. You wanted me to explain what you thought was my opinion, but I never admitted it. But if you follow your story, you must remember, Miss Bennet, that the friend wanted him to go home.
推迟他的计划，但他只是希望他这样做，没有提出任何理由来证明这样做是正当的。轻易地接受朋友的劝说，对你来说并没有什么优点。
Postponing his plans, but he just wished he did, without offering any reason to justify doing so. It will do you no good to accept the advice of your friends easily.
没有信念的屈服，对于任何一方的理解都没有任何意义。达西先生，在我看来，你似乎不相信友谊和感情的影响。对请求者的尊重往往使人轻易答应请求。
Surrender without conviction means nothing to the understanding of either party. Mr. Darcy, it seems to me that you do not believe in the influence of friendship and affection. Respect for the requester often makes people agree to the request easily.
而不必等到别人劝说他才肯接受。我并不是专门指你所说的宾格莱先生的情况。也许我们最好等到事情发生后再讨论他是否明智。但在一般情况下
There is no need to wait for others to persuade him before he is willing to accept it. I do not mean specifically what you say about Mr. Bingley's case. Perhaps we would be better off waiting to discuss his wisdom until after the fact. But in general,
朋友之间，如果一方希望另一方改变一个无关紧要的决定，难道你会因为对方不等别人劝说就答应了对方的要求，认为他不好吗？
between friends, if one party wants the other party to change an inconsequential decision, would you think that the other party is not good because he agreed to the other party's request without waiting for others to persuade him? 在我们继续讨论这个问题之前，我们是否应该更仔细地确定一下这个请求的重要性程度以及双方之间的亲密程度？当然可以，宾格莱大声说道。 Before we go any further, should we determine more carefully how important this request is, and how intimate it is between the two parties? Of course, cried Bingley. 把细节都说出来，别忘了他们身高体型的对比，因为班纳特小姐这一点对辩论的分量比你想象的要重。我向你保证，要是达西先生不是比我高大。Get the details out, and don't forget the contrast in their heights and builds, because, Miss Bennet, that will weigh more on the argument than you think. I assure you, if Mr. Darcy were not taller than me, 我也不会对他那么恭敬。我敢说，在特定的场合、特定的地点，我找不到比达西先生更可怕的人了，尤其是在他自己家里，在星期天晚上，当他无事可做的时候。 I wouldn't be that respectful to him either. I dare say that I could not find a more formidable person on certain occasions and in certain places than Mr. Darcy, especially in his own home, on Sunday evenings, when he had nothing to do.
达西先生笑了，但伊丽莎白觉得他有点生气，于是忍住了笑。宾格莱小姐对他受到的侮辱深表愤慨，她责备哥哥说了这么多胡话。我明白你的意图，宾利。
Mr. Darcy laughed, but Elizabeth thought he was a little angry and suppressed her laughter. Miss Bingley was deeply indignant at the insult, and she reproached her brother for talking so much nonsense. I understand your intention, Bentley.
“他的朋友说道：“你不喜欢争论，想让争论平息下来。也许吧，争论太像争执了。如果你和班纳特小姐愿意等我离开房间再说，我将非常感激。”
said his friend. You don't like arguments and want them to die down. Perhaps. An argument is too much like an argument. I would be very grateful if you and Miss Bennet would wait until I have left the room.
到时候你们想说什么都可以。你所要求的，伊丽莎白说，对我来说并不算牺牲。达西先生最好把信写完。达西先生听从了他的建议，完成了信。办完这件事后
You can say whatever you want at that time. What you ask, said Elizabeth, is no sacrifice to me, and Mr. Darcy had better finish his letter. Mr. Darcy followed her advice and completed the letter. After doing this,
他向宾格莱小姐和伊丽莎白请求，请他放他一曲音乐。宾格莱小姐快步走到钢琴前，礼貌地请求伊丽莎白带路。伊丽莎白同样礼貌而又诚恳地拒绝了。
He begged Miss Bingley and Elizabeth to play him a piece of music. Miss Bingley walked quickly to the piano and politely asked Elizabeth to lead the way. Elizabeth refused equally politely and sincerely.
“然后他就坐了下来。赫斯特太太和姐姐一起唱歌。他们唱歌的时候，伊丽莎白翻看放在乐器上的乐谱，不禁注意到达西先生的眼睛时不时地盯着她看。
Then she sat down. Mrs. Hurst sang with her sister. As they sang, Elizabeth turned over the music on the instrument, and could not help noticing that Mr. Darcy's eyes were fixed on her from time to time. 她简直不敢相信他会成为如此伟大的男人的爱慕对象，但他竟然因为不喜欢他而看他，这更奇怪。然而他最后只能想象他之所以引起他的注意。She couldn't believe she could be the object of such a great man's affections, but it was even stranger that he should look at her because he didn't like her. However, in the end, she could only imagine that the reason why she attracted his attention was
是因为按照他的正义观念，他身上比在场的其他人身上都更不正常，更应受谴责。这个猜测并没有让他感到痛苦，他根本不喜欢他，所以不在乎他的赞赏。
It was because, according to his conception of justice, there was something more abnormal and more reprehensible in her than in anyone else present. The speculation did not pain her. She didn't like him at all, so she didn't care about his appreciation.
宾利小姐弹奏了几首意大利歌曲后，又用一首活泼的苏格兰曲子改变了气氛。不一会儿，达西先生走到伊丽莎白跟前，对她说：“班纳特小姐。”
After Miss Bentley played a few Italian songs, she changed the atmosphere with a lively Scottish tune. After a while, Mr. Darcy walked up to Elizabeth and said to her, "Miss Bennet."
你难道不想抓住这个机会跳一曲莱昂纳多舞吗？他微笑了一下，但没有回答。他又问了一遍，对他的沉默有些惊讶。哦，他说，我以前就听过你的话。
Wouldn't you like to take this opportunity to dance a Leonardo? She smiled but made no answer. He asked again, somewhat surprised at her silence. "Oh," she said, "I've heard what you said before."
但我一时不知道该怎么回答。我知道，你想让我说是这样，你就可以鄙视我的品味了。但我总是喜欢推翻这种阴谋，欺骗别人，让他们放弃他们蓄意的蔑视。
But I didn't know how to answer for a while. I know, you want me to say, yes, so you can despise my taste. But I always enjoy overturning the conspiracy and tricking others into giving up their deliberate contempt.
因此，我下定决心告诉你，我根本不想跳离儿舞。现在，如果你敢的话，就鄙视我吧。我实在不敢。伊丽莎白本来以为会惹他生气。
I therefore make up my mind to tell you that I have no desire to dance the Leal. Now, despise me if you dare. I really don't dare. Elizabeth expected to make him angry.
但没想到他的殷勤却让他大吃一惊。不过，他举止中既有温柔又有狡黠，很难惹人生气。达西从来没有像他这样被任何女人迷住过。他真的相信。
But she didn't expect his attentiveness to surprise her. Still, there was a mixture of gentleness and cunning in her manner that made it difficult to offend. Darcy had never been so enchanted by any woman. He really believes.
要不是他出身低微，他肯定会有危险的。宾利小姐看到或怀疑到足以让她妒忌，她非常渴望她的好友简的康复。
If she hadn't come from a humble background, he would have been in danger. Miss Bingley saw or suspected enough to make her jealous. She longed desperately for the recovery of her friend Jane.
而他想摆脱伊丽莎白的愿望，也在一定程度上助长了这种渴望。他经常谈论他们所谓的婚姻，并计划达西在这样的结合中会得到幸福。
This desire was partly fueled by her desire to be free of Elizabeth. She often talked about their so-called marriage and planned that Darcy would be happy in such a union.
以此激起达西对他的客人的厌恶。我希望第二天，当他们一起在灌木丛中散步时，他说：“当这件令人向往的事情发生时，你能给你婆婆一些提示。”
This provokes Darcy's disgust towards her guest. "I hope," she said the next day, as they walked together in the bush, "that you will give your mother-in-law some hint when this desirable thing happens."
告诉他管好自己的嘴有多好。如果你能做到，就让那些年轻的姑娘们不要再追逐军官了。如果我可以提这么敏感的话题。
Tell her how good she is to keep her mouth shut, and if you can help it, tell those young girls to stop chasing the officers. If I can bring up such a sensitive topic.
那就努力遏制你夫人身上那种近乎自负和无理的小毛病吧。不，待在那儿。为了我的家庭幸福，你还有什么建议吗？哦，好的。
Then try to curb the little vices in your wife that border on conceitedness and rudeness. No, stay there. Do you have any other suggestions for the happiness of my family? Oh well.
请把你的叔父和神母菲利普斯的肖像挂在蓬波里的画廊里，把它们挂在你叔祖父法官的旁边。你知道，他们从事同样的职业，只是行业不同。
Please have the portraits of your uncle and Aunt Phillips hung in the gallery at Pemberley. Hang them next to your great-uncle the judge. You know, they're in the same profession, just in different industries.
至于你伊丽莎白的画像，你千万不要试图让人把它拍下来，因为哪个画家能把那双美丽的眼睛画得恰到好处呢？确实，要捕捉他们的表情并不容易。
As for your portrait of Elizabeth, you must not try to have it photographed, for what painter can paint those beautiful eyes just right? Indeed, it is not easy to capture their expressions.
但它们的颜色和形状以及非常漂亮的睫毛是可以模仿的。就在这时，赫斯特夫人和伊丽莎白从另一条路上遇见了他们。我不知道你打算散步。
But their color and shape, as well as their very beautiful eyelashes, can be imitated. Just then Mrs. Hurst and Elizabeth met them from the other way. I didn't know you meant to take a walk.
宾利小姐有些慌乱地说道，生怕被人听到。你太恶劣地对待我们了，赫斯特太太回答道。你跑掉时也不告诉我们你要出来。然后她挽着达西先生的胳膊。
Miss Bingley said in a panic, for fear of being overheard. You treated us so badly, replied Mrs. Hurst, that you ran away without telling us that you were coming out. Then she took Mr. Darcy's arm and,
让伊丽莎白一个人走。这条小路只能容下3个人。达西先生觉得他们很无理，就立刻说道：“这条路不够宽，我们一行人走不了。我们最好还是走大道吧。”
Let Elizabeth go alone. This path can only accommodate 3 people. Mr. Darcy thought they were rude, and said immediately, "The road is not wide enough for all of us. We had better take the high road."
但伊丽莎白一点也不想和他们待在一起，她笑着回答说：“不，就待在原地。你们的阵容很迷人，而且看起来非常出色。如果再来第4个人……
But Elizabeth didn't want to stay with them at all. She smiled and replied, "No, just stay where you are. Your lineup is charming and looks very good. If there is a 4th person……
就会破坏这如画的风景。再见。”然后他兴高采烈地跑开了，一边走一边高兴地四处游荡，希望1、2天后就能回家。简已经恢复得很好。
It will destroy this picturesque scenery. Goodbye. Then she ran away cheerfully, wandering about happily as she went, hoping to be home in a day or 2. Jane was recovering well.
打算那天晚上离开房间几个小时，火势越来越旺。第11章晚餐后，女士们离开，伊丽莎白跑到姐姐身边，看到她做好了防寒准备，便陪她进了客厅。
Plan to leave the room for a few hours that night. The fire is getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 11. After dinner, the ladies left, and Elizabeth ran to her sister, and seeing that she was ready for the cold, she accompanied her into the drawing room.
2位朋友热情地欢迎他，并表示很高兴。伊丽莎白从未见过他们像那2位先生到来前那1小时那样和蔼可亲。他们的谈吐能力很强，
The two friends welcomed her with cordiality and pleasure, and Elizabeth had never seen them so agreeable as they had been in the hour preceding the arrival of the two gentlemen. They have strong conversation skills.
他们能准确地描述一场盛宴，幽默地讲述一则趣闻，并兴致勃勃地嘲笑他们的相识。但当两位先生进来时，简不再是第一个目标。
They can accurately describe a feast, tell an anecdote with humor, and laugh at their acquaintances with gusto. But when the two gentlemen came in, Jane was no longer the first target.
宾格莱小姐的目光立刻转向达西，她还没走几步，他就有话要对她说。他直接向班纳特小姐致意，礼貌地向她道了贺。赫斯特先生也向他微微鞠躬，说他。
Miss Bingley's eyes immediately turned to Darcy, and he had not gone a few steps before she had something to say to him. He addressed Miss Bennet directly and congratulated her politely. Mr. Hurst also bowed slightly to her, saying that he
非常高兴，但是宾格莱的问候仍然显得那么热情洋溢。他满怀喜悦，专心致志，头半个小时都在生火，以免他因为换房间而感到不快。他按照他的要求
Very glad. But Bingley's greeting was still so warm and hearty. He was full of joy and concentration. He spent the first half-hour lighting a fire so that she might not be displeased by the change of rooms. She obeyed his request.
移到了壁炉的另一边，离门远一点。然后他坐在他旁边，几乎不和别人说话。伊丽莎白在对面的角落里干活，非常高兴地看着这一切。喝完茶
Moved to the other side of the fireplace, further away from the door. Then he sat next to her and barely spoke to anyone else. Elizabeth was at work in the opposite corner, watching all this with great pleasure. After drinking tea,
「赫斯特先生提醒嫂子要打牌，但徒劳无功。他私下得到消息说，达西先生不想打牌。赫斯特先生很快发现，他公开的请求也被拒绝了。他向他保证，没有人想打牌。
Mr. Hurst reminded his sister-in-law of the card game, but in vain. She received private information that Mr. Darcy did not want to play cards, and Mr. Hester soon discovered that his public requests had also been refused. She assured him that no one wanted to play cards.
而整个聚会对此事的沉默似乎证明了他有理。因此，赫斯特先生无事可做，只能躺在沙发上睡觉。达西拿起一本书，宾格莱小姐也拿起一本书。
and the silence of the entire party on the matter seemed to vindicate her. So Mr. Hurst had nothing to do but lie down on the sofa and sleep. Darcy picked up a book. Miss Bingley also picked up a book.
赫斯特太太主要在玩她的手镯和戒指，不时加入她哥哥和班纳特小姐的谈话。宾格莱小姐的注意力不仅集中在看她自己的书上。
Mrs. Hurst played chiefly with her bracelets and rings, and now and then joined in the conversation between her brother and Miss Bennet. Miss Bingley's attention was not only occupied with reading her own book.
还集中在看达西先生的书上。他不停地问着什么问题，或者看着他的书页。然而，他无法和他交谈。他只是回答了他的问题，继续读下去。最后
Also focused on reading Mr. Darcy's books. She kept asking questions or looking at the pages of his book. However, she couldn't talk to him. He just answered her question and read on. At last,
他因为想看自己的书而筋疲力尽。他之所以选择看自己的书，只是因为这是达西先生的第二卷。于是他打了个大哈欠，说：“这样度过一个晚上真是太愉快了。”
she was exhausted from wanting to read her own book, which she had chosen to read only because it was the second volume of Mr. Darcy, and she yawned loudly and said, "What a pleasant way to spend an evening." Got it.
我敢说，毕竟没有什么比读书更让人享受的了。对任何东西的厌倦都比对一本书的厌倦快得多。当我有了自己的房子，如果我没有一个很棒的图书馆，
I dare say, after all, there is nothing more enjoyable than reading. You get bored of anything much faster than you get bored of a book. When I got my own house, if I didn't have a great library,
我就会很痛苦。没人回答。他又打了个哈欠，把书扔到一边，环顾四周，想找点乐子。这时，他听到哥哥向班纳特小姐提起舞会，突然转过身来对他说，顺便说一句
I will be in pain. No one answered. She yawned again, threw the book aside, and looked around for some fun. Then she heard her brother mention the ball to Miss Bennet, and suddenly turned to him and said, "By the way."
查尔斯，你真的想去尼日斐花园参加舞会吗？我建议你在决定之前，先征求一下在场的人们的意见。
Charles, do you really want to go to the ball at Netherfield Gardens? I suggest that you seek the opinions of those present before making a decision.
如果我们当中没有一些人认为舞会是一种惩罚而不是一种乐趣，那我就大错特错了。如果你指的是达西先生，他哥哥大声说道，那么
If there aren't some of us who think prom is a punishment rather than a pleasure, then I'm sadly mistaken. If you mean Mr. Darcy, cried her brother, then.
他可以在舞会开始前上床睡觉，如果他愿意的话。至于舞会，已经是板上钉钉的事了。尼克尔斯一做好白汤，我就把卡片发给大家。如果换一种方式
He could go to bed before the dance started, if he wanted to. As for the dance, it was already a certainty, and as soon as Nichols made the white soup, I sent out the cards to everyone. If we change the way.
我会更喜欢舞会，他回答道，但这种聚会通常有一些令人难以忍受的乏味。如果当天的活动内容是交谈而不是跳舞，那肯定会更加合理。我敢说，亲爱的卡罗琳。
I would prefer a ball, she replied, but there is usually something unbearably boring about such parties. It would certainly make more sense if the day consisted of talking rather than dancing. I dare say, dear Caroline.
这要合理得多，但它不像球那么近。宾格莱小姐没有回答，不久就站起来，在房间里走来走去。她身材优雅，步态优雅。
This is much more reasonable, but it's not as close as the ball. Miss Bingley made no answer, and presently stood up and walked about the room. She was a graceful figure and a graceful gait.
但是他所针对的达西先生却仍然一心一意地勤奋好学。在绝望的心情下，他决定再试一次。于是他转过身对伊丽莎白说：“伊丽莎·班纳特小姐，我劝你学学我。”
But Mr. Darcy, whom she targeted, remained single-mindedly diligent and studious. In despair she determined to try again. Then, turning to Elizabeth, she said, "Miss Eliza Bennet, I advise you to follow my example."
在房间里转一圈。我向你保证，在保持一种姿势做了这么久之后，转一圈会让你神清气爽。伊丽莎白很吃惊，但马上就答应了。
Go around the room. I promise you, taking a turn will be refreshing after sitting in one position for so long. Elizabeth was surprised, but immediately agreed.
宾格莱小姐的礼貌之举也达到了她真正想要达到的目的。达西先生抬起了头，他和伊丽莎白一样，对那边新奇的关注十分敏感，下意识地合上了书。
Miss Bingley's polite gesture achieved what she really wanted. Mr. Darcy raised his head. Like Elizabeth, He was very sensitive to the novel attention there and closed the book subconsciously.
他们直接邀请他加入他们的行列，但他拒绝了，说他想不出他们选择一起在房间里走来走去有2个动机，而他加入他们会妨碍这2个动机。他是什么意思呢？
They invited him outright to join them, but he declined, saying that he could not think of 2 motives for them to choose to walk around the room together, and that by joining them, he would interfere with both motives. What does he mean?
他迫切想知道他的意思，并问伊丽莎白是否能听懂他的话。一点也不，他回答道。但是你放心吧，他肯定想对我们很严厉。
She was eager to know what he meant, and asked Elizabeth if she could understand him. Not at all, she replied, but don't worry, he will definitely want to be very hard on us.
而让他失望的最可靠办法就是什么也不问。然而，宾利小姐无论如何都不能令达西先生失望，因此坚持要求他解释他的2个动机。我一点也不反对解释。
And the surest way to disappoint him is to ask nothing. Miss Bingley, however, who could not disappoint Mr. Darcy on any account, insisted upon an explanation of both of his motives. I am not at all averse to explanations.
他一允许他说话，他就说道：“你选择这样度过夜晚，要么是因为你们彼此信任，有秘密的事情要讨论，要么是因为你意识到你的身材在散步时显得最有优势。”
He said as soon as she allowed him to speak. You choose to spend your evenings this way, either because you trust each other and have secret matters to discuss, or because you realize that your figure looks best during a walk.
如果是前者，我会完全挡住你的路；如果是后者，我坐在炉火边就能更好地欣赏你了。哦，太令人震惊了！宾利小姐惊呼道：“我从来没听过这么可恶的话。”
If it's the former, I'll be completely in your way. If it's the latter, I'll be able to appreciate you better sitting by the fire. Oh, that's shocking, exclaimed Miss Bingley. I never heard anything so abominable.
我们要怎样惩罚他才能说出这样的话呢？只要你愿意，就没有什么事情是那么容易的。伊丽莎白说：“我们都可以互相折磨和惩罚，取笑他，嘲笑他。”
How do we punish him for saying something like this? Nothing is easy if you let it, said Elizabeth. We can all torture and punish each other. Make fun of him, laugh at him.
你们关系那么亲密， 你一定知道该怎么做。但我以名誉起誓，我不会。我向你保证，我的亲密关系还没有教会我这一点。开玩笑时要保持冷静和镇定。不。
You guys are so close, you must know what to do. But I swear on my honor, I won't. I assure you, my close relationships have not taught me this. Stay calm and collected when joking. No, no.
我觉得他可能会在这一点上挑衅我们。至于笑，如果你愿意的话，我们不会因为无缘无故的大笑而暴露自己。达西先生可以拥抱自己。达西先生是不可取笑的。
I think he might provoke us at this point. As for laughter, we don't give ourselves away by laughing for no reason, if you will. Mr. Darcy can embrace himself. Mr. Darcy is not to be laughed at.
伊丽莎白大声说道：“这是个难得的优点，我希望这种难得的优点能一直延续下去。因为如果我认识这么多这样的朋友，那对我来说就是一大损失。我很喜欢笑。”
Elizabeth exclaimed. It's a rare advantage, and I hope this rare advantage continues, because if I had so many friends like this, it would be a big loss for me. I love to laugh.
他说：“宾格莱小姐对我的信任可谓无以复加。最聪明、最优秀的人，不，他们最聪明、最优秀的行为，也可能被一个以开玩笑为人生第一目标的人嘲笑。当然
He said, Miss Bingley's trust in me cannot be greater. The smartest and best people, no, their smartest and best behavior, can also be laughed at by a person whose first goal in life is to make fun of him. Of course.
伊丽莎白回答道：“有这样的人，但我希望我不是其中之一。我希望我永远不会嘲笑明智或善良。我承认，愚蠢和胡闹、异想天开和前后矛盾确实让我感到有趣。”
Elizabeth replied, There are such people, but I hope I am not one of them. I hope I never laugh at the wise or the good. I admit that folly and nonsense, whimsy and inconsistency do amuse me.
我一有机会就会嘲笑他们，但我想，这些正是你所没有的。也许对任何人来说，这都是不可能的。但我一生都在研究如何避免那些弱点。
I laugh at them every chance I get. But I guess that's what you don't have. Maybe that's impossible for anyone. But I've spent my life studying how to avoid those weaknesses.
因为这些弱点往往会让深刻的理解遭受嘲笑，比如虚荣和骄傲。是的， 虚荣心确实是一种弱点，但是骄傲，当一个人的心灵真正优越时，
For these weaknesses often expose profound understanding to ridicule, such as vanity and pride. Yes, vanity is indeed a weakness. But pride when a man's soul is truly superior.
骄傲总是会受到良好的控制。伊丽莎白扭过头去，掩饰自己的笑容。我想你对达西先生的审讯已经结束了，宾利小姐说道。请问结果如何？
Pride is always well controlled. Elizabeth turned her head to hide her smile. I think your interrogation of Mr. Darcy is over, Miss Bingley said. What was the result?
我完全相信达西先生没有缺点，他自己承认这一点，毫不掩饰。不，达西说，我可没这么自以为是。我有很多缺点，但我希望这些缺点不是我理解力的问题。
I fully believe that Mr. Darcy has no faults. He admits this himself, making no secret of it. No, said Darcy, I am not so conceited. I have many shortcomings, but I hope they are not a problem with my understanding.
我不敢保证我的脾气是好的。我认为我的脾气太难变通了，当然，太难变通了，不利于世界。我不能像我应该的那样，很快忘记别人的愚蠢和恶习。
I can't guarantee that my temper is good. I think my temper is too hard to work around, certainly too hard to work around for the world's good. I am not as quick as I should be to forget the follies and vices of others.
也不能忘记他们对我的冒犯。我的感情不会因为每次试图感动他们而膨胀起来。我的脾气也许会被称为怨恨。我的好感一旦失去，就永远失去了。
Nor can I forget the offense they have done me. My feelings don't swell with every attempt to move them. My temper might be called resentment. Once my favor is lost, it is lost forever.
这确实是个缺点，伊丽莎白叫道。无法平息的怨恨是性格中的一个方面，但你选择自己的缺点是明智的。我真的笑不出来。你不会受到我的伤害，我相信。
This is indeed a disadvantage, cried Elizabeth. Unquenchable resentment is an aspect of character. But you are wise to choose your flaws. I really can't laugh. You will not be harmed by me. I believe.
每个人的性格中都存在着某种特殊的邪恶倾向，这是一种天生的缺陷，即使是最好的教育也无法克服。 而你的缺点就是倾向于憎恨所有人。他笑着回答道。
There is some special evil tendency in every person's character, a natural flaw that even the best education cannot overcome. And your fault is your tendency to hate everyone. He smiled and replied.
而你却故意误解他们。让我们放点音乐吧，宾格莱小姐喊道。她厌倦了这场没有她参与的谈话。路易莎，你不会介意我吵醒了赫斯特先生吧？姐姐没有丝毫反对。
And you deliberately misunderstood them. Let us play some music, cried Miss Bingley, who was tired of this conversation without her participation. Louisa, you don't mind if I wake Mr. Hurst? My sister didn't object at all.
钢琴就打开了。达西先生回过神来，并不为此感到难过。他开始意识到对伊丽莎白过分关注会带来危险。第12章，由于姐妹俩达成了协议。
The piano opens. Mr. Darcy came to his senses and was not sorry about this. He begins to realize the dangers of paying too much attention to Elizabeth. Chapter 12 Because the sisters reached an agreement.
伊丽莎白第2天早上给母亲写信，恳求她母亲当天就派马车来接他们。但是班纳特太太原本打算女儿们在尼日斐花园待到下星期2。
Elizabeth wrote to her mother the next morning, imploring her mother to send a carriage for them that day. But Mrs. Bennet had intended for the girls to stay at Netherfield Gardens until next Tuesday.
而那时简的1周正好就结束了，所以不便提前接待他们。因此，他的答复并不吉利，至少不符合伊丽莎白的愿望，因为她急着想回家。班纳特太太捎信给他们说
Jane's week happened to be over at that time, so it was inconvenient to receive them in advance. Her reply was therefore inauspicious, at least not in keeping with Elizabeth's wishes, as she was anxious to get home. Mrs. Bennet sent them a message saying,
星期2之前不可能有马车，并且在敷言中补充说，如果宾格莱先生和他妹妹催促他们多待一会儿，他完全可以让他们留下来。然而
There was no possibility of a carriage before Tuesday, and in a postscript it was added that if Mr. Bingley and his sister urged them to stay a little longer, she could quite well let them stay. However,
伊丽莎白坚决不肯多待一会儿，她也没多想他们会这么要求。相反，她又担心别人会认为他们无谓地打扰她太久，于是便催促简立刻向宾格莱先生借马车。
Elizabeth was determined not to stay any longer. She did not think much of what they would ask for. On the contrary, She was afraid that others would think they were disturbing her unnecessarily for too long, so she urged Jane to borrow Mr. Bingley's carriage at once.
最后，大家商量好，告诉简他们原先打算那天早上离开尼日斐花园的计划，并提出了这个请求。这封信引起了许多人的关切。
At last it was agreed upon that they should inform Jane of their original plan to leave Netherfield Gardens that morning, and make this request. This letter caused concern to many people.
他们说希望他们至少能留到第二天来照顾简，于是他们的出发时间被推迟到了第二天。宾格莱小姐当时很后悔自己提出推迟出发。
They said they hoped they could stay at least until the next day to take care of Jane, so their departure was postponed until the next day. Miss Bingley regretted her proposal to postpone her departure.
因为她对其中一个姐妹的嫉妒和厌恶远远超过了对另一个姐妹的爱。家里的男主人听说他们这么快就要走了，非常难过，并反复劝说班纳特小姐。
Because her jealousy and disgust for one sister far outweighed her love for the other. The man of the house was very sad to hear that they were leaving so soon, and repeatedly persuaded Miss Bennet.
这样对他不安全，因为他的恢复还不够好。但简坚持认为自己是对的。达西先生听到这个消息，心里很高兴。伊丽莎白在尼日斐花园已经待了很久了。
It wasn't safe for her, her recovery wasn't good enough, but Jane insisted she was right. Mr. Darcy was very happy when he heard the news. Elizabeth had been at Netherfield Gardens for a long time.
他对他的吸引力超出了他的想象，而宾格莱小姐对他又不礼貌，对他比平时更爱开玩笑。他明智地决定要特别小心，不要让他露出任何爱慕的迹象。
She was more attractive to him than he imagined, and Miss Bingley was rude to her and more playful than usual with him. He wisely decided to be extra careful not to let her show any signs of affection.
不要让他抬头，希望以此影响他的幸福。他意识到，如果他真的有这样的想法，那么他昨天的表现一定会起到很大的作用，要么证实，要么打消这个念头。
Don't let her look up in the hope of affecting his happiness. He realized that if she really had such an idea, then his performance yesterday would definitely play a big role in either confirming or dispelling the idea. 他下定决心，整个星期六，他几乎没跟他说过10句话。虽然有一次他们单独在一起待了半个小时，
但他还是一心一意地看书，连看都不看他一眼。星期天
He made up his mind, and he scarcely spoke 10 words to her all Saturday. Although once they were alone together for half an hour, he was still absorbed in reading without even looking at her. Sunday.
晨祷过后，大家便欢喜地告别了。宾格莱小姐对伊丽莎白的礼节终于迅速升温，对简的感情也与日俱增。临别时，宾格莱小姐向伊丽莎白保证
After morning prayers, everyone said goodbye happily. Miss Bingley's courtesy to Elizabeth finally warmed up quickly, and her feelings for Jane also grew day by day. As parting, Miss Bingley assured Elizabeth,
他很高兴在朗伯恩或尼日斐花园见到他，并热情地拥抱了他，甚至还和伊丽莎白握了握手。伊丽莎白兴致勃勃地向大家告别。
she was delighted to see her at Longbourn or Netherfield Gardens, and embraced her warmly, even shaking Elizabeth's hand. Elizabeth said goodbye to everyone cheerfully.
他们的母亲并没有热情地欢迎他们回家。班纳特太太对他们的到来感到奇怪，认为他们不应该给简带来这么多麻烦，而且她确信简又会感冒。不过
Their mother did not welcome them home warmly. Mrs. Bennet was surprised by their arrival, thinking that they should not cause Jane so much trouble, and she was sure that Jane would catch another cold. But,
他们的父亲虽然没有表达出高兴的心情，但实际上很高兴见到他们。他已经感受到他们在家庭圈子里的重要性。当大家聚在一起时，
their father, although he did not express any joy, was actually delighted to see them. He already felt their importance in the family circle. When everyone gets together,
晚上的谈话失去了许多活力，而且几乎失去了意义，因为简和伊丽莎白不在。他们发现玛丽像往常一样，正在深入研究深奥的低音和人性。
the evening conversation lost much of its energy, and almost its meaning, in Jane and Elizabeth's absence. They found Mary, as usual, delving into deep bass and human nature.
他有一些新的摘录值得欣赏，还有一些关于陈腐道德的新观察值得倾听。凯瑟琳和莉迪亚则有不同类型的信息。自上周三以来，团里做了很多事，说了很多话。
She has some new excerpts to enjoy and some new observations about well-worn morality to listen to. Catherine and Lydia have different types of information. Much has been done and said in the regiment since last Wednesday.
最近有几位军官和他们的叔叔一起吃饭，一名士兵被鞭打了。实际上有消息暗示福斯特上校要结婚了。第13章，第二天早上吃早餐时，班纳特先生对妻子说
Several officers had recently dined with their uncle. A soldier had been flogged, and it had actually been suggested that Colonel Foster was getting married. Chapter 13. At breakfast the next morning, Mr. Bennet said to his wife,
亲爱的，我希望你今天订了丰盛的晚餐，因为我有理由期待我们家能再添新成员。亲爱的，你指的是谁？我确信没有人会来，除非夏洛特·卢卡斯碰巧来访。
Honey, I hope you ordered a nice dinner today, because I have reason to look forward to the addition of a new member to our family. My dear, who are you referring to? I am sure no one will come, unless Charlotte Lucas happens to call.
我希望我的晚餐对他来说足够好。我不相信他经常在家里看到这样的晚餐。我谈话的这位先生是一位陌生人。班纳特太太的眼睛亮了起来。一位先生。
I hope my dinner is good enough for her. I don't believe she often sees dinners like this at home. The gentleman I am talking to is a stranger. Mrs. Bennet's eyes lit up. A gentleman.
而且还是陌生人，我敢肯定是宾格莱先生。简，你一句话也没说，你这个狡猾的家伙。好吧，我肯定很高兴见到宾格莱先生，但是老天啊，真倒霉。
And he's a stranger. Mr. Bingley, I am sure. Jane, you haven't said a word, you cunning fellow. Well, I'm sure glad to see Mr. Bingley. But, oh my God! What bad luck!
今天一条鱼都钓不到。莉迪亚，亲爱的，按铃吧。我现在必须和希尔谈谈。这不是宾利先生，她的丈夫说，我一生中从未见过这个人。这引起了大家的惊讶。
Not a single fish was caught today. Lydia, my dear, ring the bell. I have to talk to Hill now. This is not Mr. Bingley, said her husband. I have never seen such a man in my life. This caused everyone's surprise.
他很高兴能同时被他的妻子和5个女儿热切地询问。在满足了他们的好奇心一段时间后，他这样解释道：“大约1个月前，我收到这封信。”
He was delighted to be eagerly questioned by his wife and 5 daughters at the same time. After satisfying their curiosity for some time, he explained, I received this letter about a month ago.
大约2周前，我回复了他，因为我认为这是一件非常棘手的事情，需要尽早处理。这是我表哥柯林斯先生写的。我死后，他可以随时把你们都赶出这所房子。哦。
I responded to it about 2 weeks ago, because I thought it was a very tricky matter that needed to be dealt with sooner rather than later. This is from my cousin Mr. Collins, who can kick you all out of the house any time after I die. Oh.
亲爱的，他的妻子喊道，我实在受不了听到你提起这件事。求求你别提那个可恶的男人。我确实认为你的财产被剥夺了你的子女的继承权。
Honey, his wife cried, I just can't bear to hear you mention this. Please don't mention that hateful man. I do think that your property is being disinherited by your children.
这是世界上最难受的事情。我敢肯定，如果我是你，我早就想办法解决这件事了。简和伊丽莎白试图向他解释限定继承权的性质，他们以前也经常尝试解释。
It's the most uncomfortable thing in the world. I'm sure if I were you I would have figured out how to deal with it. Jane and Elizabeth tried to explain to her the nature of qualified inheritance. They had tried to explain it often before.
但班纳特太太对此却无法理解。她继续痛斥将遗产从一家5个女儿手中夺走，而交给一个无人关心的男人，这是多么残忍的行为。
But Mrs. Bennet couldn't understand it. She went on to rail against how cruel it was to take the inheritance away from a family of 5 daughters and give it to a man who no one cared about.
这确实是一件极其不公平的事，班纳特先生说道。柯林斯先生继承了朗伯恩庄园，这事儿无论如何也洗刷不掉。不过，如果你听听他的信，
It is indeed a gross injustice, said Mr. Bennet. Mr. Collins has inherited Longbourn Manor, and this matter cannot be undone by any means. But if you listen to his letter,
也许他的表达方式会让你的心软一点。不，我肯定不会的。我觉得他给你写信太无理了，太虚伪了。我讨厌这种虚伪的朋友。
maybe the way he expresses it will make you soften a little. No, I certainly won't. I think it's so rude and hypocritical of him to write to you. I hate such hypocritical friends.
他为什么不能像他父亲那样一直跟你吵架呢？事实上，正如你将听到的，他似乎确实在这方面有一些孝心上的顾虑。肯特郡维斯特勒姆附近的亨斯福德。
Why can't he keep arguing with you like his father? In fact, as you will hear, He does seem to have some filial concerns in this regard. Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent.
10月15日，尊敬的先生，您和我已故的父亲之间存在的分歧，总是让我感到不安。自从我不幸失去他以来，我经常希望弥合分歧，但是有一段时间。
October 15th, dear sir, the differences which existed between you and my late father have always troubled me, and since I had the misfortune of losing him I have often wished to bridge them, but, for a time,
我被自己的疑虑所困扰，担心如果我与他一直不和的人保持良好关系，这会显得对他的记忆不敬。好了，班纳特太太。不过，我现在已经下定决心了。
I was plagued by my own doubts that it would appear disrespectful to his memory if I remained on good terms with people with whom he had been feuding. Well, Mrs. Bennet. However, I have now made up my mind.
因为我在复活节接受了圣职，所以非常幸运地得到了路易斯·德鲍尔爵士的遗孀，尊敬的凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人的庇护。
As I was ordained at Easter, I had the good fortune of being sheltered by the Reverend Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh.
他的慷慨和仁慈使我获得了这个教区的宝贵教区职位，我将竭诚努力以感激之心尊敬他，并随时准备履行英国国教教会制定的那些仪式和典礼。此外，
Her generosity and kindness have secured for me the valuable parish office of this diocese, and I shall endeavor with all my strength to honor her with gratitude, and to be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies instituted by the Anglican Church. Also,
作为一名牧师，我感到自己有责任在我影响范围内的所有家庭中促进和建立和平的祝福。基于这些理由，我认为我现在的善意表示是值得高度赞扬的。
As a minister, I feel it my duty to promote and establish the blessing of peace among all the families within my sphere of influence, and on these grounds I consider my present gesture of kindness to be highly commendable. 而我成为朗伯恩庄园的下一个继承人这一情况，您方面将善意的忽略，不会导致你们拒绝伸出的橄榄枝。我担心自己伤害了您可爱的女儿们。And the fact that I am the next heir to Longbourn Hall will be kindly ignored on your part and will not lead you to refuse the extended olive branch. I'm afraid I've hurt your lovely daughters. 请允许我为此道歉，并向您保证，我愿意尽一切可能弥补他们的过失，但以后再说。如果您不反对，我到您家做客。 Please allow me to apologize for this and assure you that I am willing to do everything possible to make up for their mistakes, but that will come later. If you don't object to me visiting your home.
我愿意在11月18日星期一下午4点钟拜访您和您的家人，并且可能会打扰您招待您，直到下个星期六晚上。这对我来说没有任何不便。
I would like to call on you and your family on Monday, November 18th, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and may I disturb you and entertain you until the following Saturday evening, without any inconvenience to me.
因为凯瑟琳夫人并不反对我偶尔在星期天不在，只要有其他牧师来做当天的工作。亲爱的先生，我仅向您的夫人和女儿们致以最崇高的敬意。
For Lady Catherine had no objection to my occasional absence on Sundays, as long as some other minister was available to do the day's work. Dear Sir, I would like to express my highest respect to your wife and daughters.
他们是您的祝福者和朋友，威廉·柯林斯。所以4点钟的时候，我们就可以等到这位和事佬了。班纳特先生一边说，一边把信折起来。说实话
They are your well-wishers and friends, William Collins. So, at 4 o'clock we can expect the peacemaker, said Mr. Bennet, folding up the letter. To be honest.
他看上去是个非常认真、有礼貌的年轻人。我相信他会是一个很有价值的朋友，尤其是如果凯瑟琳夫人能宽容地让他再来我们这里的话。不过
He seems to be a very serious and polite young man. I believe he will be a valuable friend, especially if Lady Catherine will have the grace to allow him to come to us again. But
他对这2个女孩说的话还是有道理的。如果他愿意为她们做出任何补偿，我不会阻止他。尽管很难猜测他想用什么方式来给我们应得的补偿，简说道。
What he said about the 2 girls still made sense. If he was willing to make any amends to them, I wouldn't stop him. Although it's hard to guess how he wants to give us the compensation we deserve, Jane said. 但这个愿望无疑是值得称赞的。令伊丽莎白最感动的是，他对凯瑟琳夫人格外的尊重，以及他为教区居民在必要时举行洗礼、婚礼和埋葬的善意。我想 But this desire is undoubtedly laudable. What moved Elizabeth most was his exceptional respect for Lady Catherine, and his kindness in performing baptisms, weddings, and burials when necessary for his parishioners. I thought. 他一定是个怪人，他说，我搞不懂他。
他的言谈举止有些浮夸。他为自己是下一个继承人而道歉，这是什么意思？即使他能做到，我们也不认为他会忍。先生。
He must be a weirdo, she said. I can't understand him. There was something grandiose about his mannerisms. What does he mean by apologizing for being next in line? Even if he could do it, we don't think he would endure it. Gentlemen.
他是个理智的人吗？不，亲爱的，我想不是。我非常希望他完全相反。他的信里流露出一种卑躬屈膝和自负的神情，这预示着他会做得很好。
Is he a sane person? No, dear, I think not. I desperately wanted him to be the complete opposite. There was an air of servility and self-importance in his letter that foreshadowed a good job.
我迫不及待地想见到他。从文笔上看，玛丽说，这封信似乎没什么缺陷。橄榄枝的概念也许并不新颖，但我认为表达得很好。对凯瑟琳和莉迪亚来说
I can't wait to meet him. Judging from the writing, said Mary, the letter seems to have no flaws. The concept of the olive branch may not be new, but I think it's well expressed. For Catherine and Lydia.
这封信和写信的人都毫无兴趣。他们的表弟穿着猩红色的外套来访，这几乎是不可能的。而且他们已经有好几个星期没有和穿其他颜色衣服的男人相处了。
Neither the letter nor the writer was interested. It was almost impossible that their cousin was visiting in a scarlet coat, and it had been weeks since they had been around a man wearing any other color.
至于他们的母亲，柯林斯先生的信消除了他对她的许多不满。她正准备以平静的态度去见他，这让她的丈夫和女儿们都感到惊讶。柯林斯先生准时到达。
As for their mother, Mr. Collins's letter had relieved her of many resentments against her, and she was preparing to meet him with a calmness which astonished both her husband and her daughters. Mr. Collins arrived on time.
全家人都彬彬有礼地接待了他。班纳特先生确实没说多少话，但女士们都很乐意说话。柯林斯先生似乎既不需要鼓励，自己也不想沉默。他是一个身材高大。
The whole family received him politely. Mr. Bennet did not say much indeed, but the ladies were all ready to talk, and Mr. Collins seemed neither to need encouragement nor to want to be silenced himself. He is a tall,
体态魁梧的年轻人，25岁。他神态庄重，举止非常正式。他刚坐下不久， 就夸班纳特太太家有这么一群好女儿，说他听说过很多关于她们美貌的传言。
A burly young man, 25 years old. He had a solemn demeanor and a very formal manner. Soon after he sat down, he praised Mrs. Bennet for having such a good group of daughters, saying that he had heard many rumors about their beauty.
但这一次名声不如实，他还补充说，他不怀疑他会看到他们到时候都能嫁个好人。这种殷勤的举动有些不合听众的口味，但班纳特太太不喜欢这些恭维的话。
But this time the reputation was not what it was. He added that he had no doubt that she would see that they would both marry well in time. This gallant behavior was somewhat unpalatable to the audience, but Mrs. Bennet did not like the compliments.
他爽快地回答道：“我相信您真是太好了，先生。我真心希望事情会这样发展，不然他们就够穷困潦倒的了。事情解决得这么奇怪。”
She answered readily, "I believe it is very kind of you, sir. I really wish things had turned out this way, otherwise they would have been destitute enough. Things have turned out so strangely."
你也许指的是这块地产的继承权。啊，先生，我确实很担心。你必须承认，这对我可怜的女儿们来说是一件痛苦的事情。我并不是想找你的麻烦，因为我知道。
You may be referring to the inheritance of the property. Ah, sir, I am indeed worried. You have to admit, this is a painful thing for my poor daughters. I don't mean to cause trouble for you, because I know.
世上这种事情都是偶然的，一旦财产被继承，谁也不知道会变成什么样子。夫人，我非常理解我的表妹们的艰辛，我可以就这个问题多说几句，但我要小心谨慎。
This kind of thing in the world is accidental. Once the property is inherited, no one knows what will become of it. Madam, I understand very well the hardships of my cousins. I could say a few more words on this issue, but I have to be careful.
避免显得鲁莽冒失，但我可以向小姐们保证，我是有心理准备来欣赏她们的。现在我不想多说，但也许等我们更熟悉了，有人叫他吃饭，打断了他的话。
Avoid appearing reckless. But I can assure the ladies that I am mentally prepared to appreciate them. I don't want to say more now, but maybe when we get more familiar. Someone called him to eat, interrupting him.
姑娘们相视一笑。柯林斯先生赞赏的对象不止他们，门厅、餐厅和所有家具都受到称赞。班纳特太太 本应为柯林斯先生的称赞而心生怜悯。
The girls looked at each other and smiled. They were not the only ones Mr. Collins admired. The foyer, dining room and all furnishings are complimented. Mrs. Bennet should have felt pity for Mr. Collins's praise.
但班纳特太太却羞愧地认为，柯林斯先生把这一切都视为自己未来的财产。晚餐也受到了高度赞赏。柯林斯先生想知道。
But Mrs. Bennet was ashamed to think that Mr. Collins regarded all this as his future property. The dinner was also highly appreciated. Mr. Collins wanted to know.
这顿饭的烹饪技艺是哪位表妹的杰作？但班纳特太太却在这时纠正了他，她有些严厉地向柯林斯先生保证，他们完全可以聘请到一位好厨师。
Which cousin is responsible for the cooking skills of this meal? But Mrs. Bennet corrected him at this point. She assured Mr. Collins somewhat sternly that they could definitely hire a good cook.
他的女儿们不用在厨房里干活。柯林斯先生为惹他不快而请求原谅。班纳特太太用柔和的语气表示自己一点也不生气，但她还是继续道歉了大约1刻钟。
Her daughters don't have to work in the kitchen. Mr. Collins begged forgiveness for upsetting her. Mrs. Bennet said in a soft tone that she was not angry at all. But he continued to apologize for about a quarter of an hour.
第14章吃饭的时候，班纳特先生几乎不怎么说话。等仆人们都退下后，他觉得该跟客人聊聊天了，于是就挑起了一个他希望他能大放异彩的话题。
Chapter 14 Mr. Bennet said little during the meal. When the servants had retired, he thought it was time to chat with his guest, and he broached a topic on which he hoped he would shine.
说他似乎很幸运能有这位女恩主。凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人对他的愿望和舒适生活的关心显得非常了不起。班纳特先生的选择再好不过了。
Said he seemed lucky to have this female benefactor. Lady Catherine de Bourgh's concern for his wishes and comfort was remarkable. Mr. Bennet could not have chosen better.
柯林斯先生对他赞不绝口，这个话题让他变得比平时严肃得多。他非常郑重地表示，他这辈子从来没有见过一个有地位的人有这样的举止。
Mr. Collins was full of praise for her. The subject made him more serious than usual. He said very solemnly that he had never seen a person of high status behave like this in his life.
像凯瑟琳夫人那样和蔼可亲、谦恭有礼。凯瑟琳夫人非常高兴地赞同他之前有幸在他面前讲到的2次，他还2次邀请他到罗辛斯吃饭，就在上个星期六。
As gracious and courteous as Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine was most pleased to endorse the 2 previous occasions on which he had had the honor of preaching in her presence. She also invited him to Rosings for dinner twice, just last Saturday.
他还派人去请他来，让他晚上玩4人台球。他知道，许多人都认为凯瑟琳夫人傲慢自大，但他从来没在她身上看到过除了和蔼可亲之外的任何东西。
She also sent someone to invite him to play billiards for 4 in the evening. He knew that many people considered Lady Catherine to be arrogant, but he had never seen anything in her other than affable.
他总是像对待其他绅士一样对待他。他丝毫不反对他加入邻里的社交活动，也不反对他偶尔离开教区1-2个星期去拜访亲戚。他甚至屈尊劝他尽快结婚。
She always treated him as she treated any other gentleman. She had no objection at all to his joining in the social activities of the neighborhood, nor to his occasional absence from the parish for a week or 2 to visit relatives. She even deigned to persuade him to get married as soon as possible.
只要他能慎重选择。有一次，他还到他简陋的牧师住宅里拜访过他，他完全赞同他所做的所有改动，甚至还亲自提出一些建议，在楼上的壁橱里加几个架子。
As long as he chose carefully, she once visited him in his humble parsonage, and she approved of all the changes he made, and even made some of her own suggestions for adding some shelves to the upstairs closet.
我相信，这一切都非常得体，非常有礼貌。班纳特太太说：“我敢说，她是一位非常和蔼可亲的女人。可惜一般贵妇人都不像她。她住在您附近吗，先生？”
It was all very decent and courteous, I believe, said Mrs. Bennet, and I dare say she was a very amiable woman. It's a pity that most ladies are not like her. Does she live near you, sir?
我的寒舍所在的花园与夫人的住所罗辛斯公园仅隔着一条小路。我想您说过她是个寡妇，先生。她有家人吗？她只有一个女儿，是罗辛斯的继承人。
The garden in which my humble abode is situated is separated only by a lane from Rosings Park, my lady's residence. I thought you said she was a widow, sir. Does she have a family? She has only one daughter, the heiress of Rosings.
拥有大量财产。啊，班纳特太太摇着头说道：“那她比很多姑娘都好。” 她是什么样的姑娘？她漂亮吗？她确实是一位非常迷人的年轻小姐。凯瑟琳夫人自己也说
Own a lot of property. Ah, said Mrs. Bennet, shaking her head, then she is better than many girls. What kind of girl is she? Is she pretty? She is indeed a very charming young lady. Lady Catherine herself said.
就美貌而言，德鲍尔小姐比她那个时代最漂亮的女人要优秀得多，因为她的五官中有一种出身高贵的标志。不幸的是，她体质虚弱。
In terms of beauty, Mademoiselle de Bourgh was far superior to the prettiest women of her age, for there was in her features the marks of a noble birth. Unfortunately, she was frail.
这使她在许多方面无法取得进步，而这些进步是她本可以做到的。这是那位负责她教育的女士告诉我的。她现在仍然和他们住在一起，但她非常和蔼可亲。
This prevented her from making progress in many areas that she might have made, the woman in charge of her education who still lives with them told me. But she was very amiable.
经常屈尊驾着他的小马车和小马从我寒舍经过。他被介绍过吗？我不记得宫廷里的女士中有人叫她的名字。不幸的是，她身体状况不佳，无法进城。
Often deigned to drive her little carriage and pony past my humble home. Has she been introduced? I don't remember any of the ladies at court calling her by her name. Unfortunately, she was not in good health and couldn't go into town. 正如我有一天亲口告诉凯瑟琳夫人的，这样一来，英国宫廷就失去了最耀眼的装饰。夫人似乎对这个想法很满意。你可以想象。As I myself told Lady Catherine one day, the English court was thus deprived of its most dazzling ornament. Madame seemed pleased with the idea. You can imagine. 我很乐意在每一个场合都说些女士们总是会接受的微妙的恭维话。我曾不止一次地对凯瑟琳夫人说，她那迷人的女儿似乎天生就是公爵夫人。I'm happy to add subtle compliments to every occasion that women always accept. I have more than once remarked to Lady Catherine that her charming daughter seemed born to be a duchess. 而且最高贵的头衔不但不会给她带来地位，反而会为她增光添彩。这些小事让夫人很高兴。我认为自己特别应该给予这种关注。你判断得很正确。And instead of giving her status, the noblest title would add to her glory. These little things pleased Madame, and I thought myself especially entitled to such attention. You are right.
班纳特先生说：“你真幸运，你拥有这种巧妙奉承的才能。请问，这些讨人喜欢的殷勤是一时冲动，还是事先研究的结果？它们主要源于当时发生的事情。”
You are lucky, said Mr. Bennet, that you possess this gift of artful flattery. Are these flattering attentivenesses the impulse of the moment, or are they the result of prior study? They spring chiefly from what happened at the time.
尽管我有时会自娱自乐地提出和安排一些适合普通场合的优雅的小恭维，但我总是希望给他们一种尽可能不做作的气氛。班纳特先生的期望完全实现了。
Although I sometimes amuse myself in proposing and arranging elegant little compliments suitable for ordinary occasions, I always wish to give them an air of as little artificiality as possible. Mr. Bennet's expectations were fully realized.
他的堂妹果然和他所期望的一样荒唐可笑。他听着堂妹讲故事，听得津津有味，脸上却始终保持着镇定自若的神情，除了偶尔瞥一眼伊丽莎白外。
His cousin was indeed as ridiculous as he expected. He listened to her cousin's stories with great interest, but always maintained a calm expression on his face, except for the occasional glance at Elizabeth.
他不需要别人来分享他的快乐。然而，到了喝茶的时间，药量已经够了。班纳特先生很高兴再次把客人带进客厅。喝完茶后，很高兴邀请他抗议他从不读小说。
He doesn't need others to share his happiness. When it came time for tea, however, the dose had been sufficient, and Mr. Bennet was delighted to usher his guest into the drawing-room again, and after tea was delighted to invite him to protest that he never reads novels.
H.T. 1994年2月大声朗读给女士们听。柯林斯先生欣然同意，然后拿了一本书来，但一看到他，因为一切都表明他是从流动图书馆借来的。
H.T. February 1994 Read aloud to the ladies. Mr. Collins readily agreed, and brought a book, but on seeing it, for everything showed that it had been borrowed from the traveling library.
他吓了一跳，并请求原谅，便称他从不读小说。凯蒂盯着他看，莉迪亚惊呼道：“又拿了其他书来。”经过一番深思熟虑后，他选择了福代斯布道。他打开书时
He was shocked and begged for forgiveness, arguing that he never read novels. Lydia exclaimed as Katie stared at him. Other books were brought, and after much deliberation he selected Forditha's sermons. When he opened the book,
莉迪亚目瞪口呆，在他以非常单调的严肃态度读完3页之前，他打断了他：“妈妈，你知道吗？ 我叔叔菲利普斯说要拒绝理查德。如果他真的拒绝了。
Lydia was stunned. Before he had read 3 pages with very monotonous seriousness, she interrupted him. Do you know, Mother, that my Uncle Philip said to refuse Richard? If he did refuse, yes.
福斯特上校就会雇佣他。我姑妈星期六亲自告诉我的。明天我要去麦里屯打听更多情况，问问丹尼先生什么时候从城里回来。莉迪亚的2个姐姐都劝他闭嘴。
Colonel Foster would hire him. My aunt told me this herself on Saturday. I'm going to Meriden tomorrow to find out more about the situation, and to ask when Mr. Danny will be back from the city. Lydia's 2 sisters both told her to shut up.
但柯林斯先生却非常生气，放下书，说道：“我经常发现年轻女士们对严肃书籍的兴趣不大，尽管这些书完全是为她们写的。我承认，这让我很惊讶。”
But Mr. Collins got very angry, put down the book, and said, I often find that young ladies take little interest in serious books, though they are written entirely for them. This, I confess, surprises me.
因为对他们来说，没有什么比教育更有益的了。但我不会再纠缠我年轻的表妹了。然后他转向班纳特先生，主动提出要和他玩双陆棋。班纳特先生接受了挑战。
Because for them, nothing is more beneficial than education. But I won't pester my young cousin any more. He then turned to Mr. Bennet and offered to play backgammon with him. Mr. Bennet accepted the challenge.
认为他让女孩们玩他们自己无聊的消遣是非常明智的。班纳特太太和他的女儿们非常有礼貌地为莉迪亚的打扰道歉，并保证如果她继续读书。
Thought he was being very wise in letting the girls pursue their own boring pastimes. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters apologized very politely for Lydia's interruption, and promised that if he continued his studies,
「就不会再发生这种事了。」但柯林斯先生向他们保证，他对这位年轻的表妹没有恶意，永远不会把她的行为当作一种侮辱。
It would never happen again, but Mr. Collins assured them that he had no ill will towards the young cousin, and would never regard her conduct as an insult.
然后和班纳特先生坐在另一张桌子旁，准备玩双陆棋。第15章，柯林斯先生不是个通情达理的人，他天性的缺陷从教育和社会中得不到多少帮助。
Then sat down at another table with Mr. Bennet, ready to play backgammon. Chapter 15 Mr. Collins is not a reasonable man, and his natural flaws receive little help from education and society.
他一生中的大部分时间都是在目不识丁、吝啬的父亲的指导下度过的。虽然他进入了一所大学，但他只读了必要的课程，并没有结交任何有用的朋友。
He spent most of his life under the tutelage of his illiterate and stingy father. Although he entered a university, he only took the necessary courses and did not make any useful friends.
他父亲对他的培养使他最初非常谦逊，但现在由于头脑不灵光、生活隐居、早年意外发财的自负，这种谦逊被大大抵消了。汉斯福德的牧师职位空缺时
His father's upbringing left him initially very humble. But now this humility was greatly offset by the conceit of a dull mind, a reclusive life, and an early unexpected fortune. When the chaplaincy at Hansford became vacant,
一个幸运的机会使他被凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人相中。他对凯瑟琳的高贵地位和对她的崇敬，以及对她作为他的赞助人的崇敬。
a lucky chance led him to be spotted by Lady Catherine de Bourgh. His high regard for Catherine and his reverence for her as his patron.
加上对自己作为牧师的权威和教区长职位的良好评价，使他成为一个既骄傲又卑躬屈膝，既自大又谦卑的人。现在他有了一所好房子，收入也非常丰厚。
This, coupled with a favorable opinion of his authority as a priest and his position as a rectory, made him a man both proud and groveling, arrogant and humble. Now he has a good house and a very generous income.
他打算结婚，他想和朗伯恩一家和好，他想找个妻子，因为他打算从他们的女儿中挑一个，如果他觉得她们和大家说的一样漂亮可爱的话。
He plans to get married. He wanted to make peace with the Longbourns, and he wanted to find a wife, for he intended to He plans to get married. He wanted to make peace with the Longbourns, and he wanted to find a wife, for he intended to choose one of their daughters if he thought they were as pretty and lovely as everyone said. 这是他为继承父亲的遗产而制定的补偿计划、赎罪计划。他认为这个计划非常好，完全符合条件，而且他自己也非常慷慨和无私。看到他们之后 This was his compensation plan for inheriting his father's inheritance, the atonement plan. He considered this plan to be very good and fully qualified, and he himself was very generous and selfless. After seeing them,
他的计划并没有改变。班纳特小姐的可爱面容 使他更加坚定了自己的想法，也使他对于资历的严格要求更加坚定了。第一天晚上
His plans haven't changed. Miss Bennet's lovely face strengthened his idea and his strict requirements for qualifications. On the first night,
班纳特小姐就是他心目中的首选。然而第二天早上，他改变了主意。早餐前，班纳特小姐和他单独聊了1刻钟，话题从他的牧师住宅开始。
Miss Bennet was his first choice. The next morning, however, he changed his mind. Miss Bennet chatted with him alone for a quarter of an hour before breakfast, beginning with the subject of his parsonage.
自然而然的就转向了对牧师住宅的坦白。他希望在朗伯恩找到一位情妇。班纳特小姐在亲切的微笑和鼓励中警告他不要选择他所看重的简。
This naturally turned to the confession of the vicarage, where he hoped to find a mistress at Longbourn. Miss Bennet, with her kind smile and encouragement, warned him not to choose the Jane he liked. 至于他的小女儿，他不敢说，他不能肯定地回答，但他不知道他对简有什么偏见。他必须提一下他的大女儿，他觉得他有责任暗示一下，他可能很快就要订婚了。As to her younger daughter, she dared not say. She could not answer with certainty, but she did not know what prejudice she had against Jane. She must mention her eldest daughter. She felt it her duty to hint, she may be getting engaged soon. 柯林斯先生只需将简的名字改为伊丽莎白，很快就完成了。就在班纳特太太忙着生活的时候，伊丽莎白在出身和美貌上都与简不相上下。Mr. Collins had only to change Jane's name to Elizabeth, which was quickly done, while Mrs. Bennet was busy lighting the fire. Elizabeth was equal to Jane in birth and beauty. 因此，他自然而然地接替了简。班纳特太太十分珍惜这个暗示，相信他很快就会有2个女儿结婚，而前一天他不忍提起的那个男人，现在却深得他的欢心。So she was the natural successor to Jane. Mrs. Bennet cherished this hint, and believed that 2 of her daughters would soon be married. And the man whom she could not bear to mention the day before was now very much in her favor. 莉迪亚打算步行去麦里屯，大家没有忘记。除了玛丽，其他姐妹都同意和她一起去。班纳特先生要求柯林斯先生也陪他们去。班纳特先生急于摆脱柯林斯先生。Lydia planned to walk to Meryton, which was not forgotten. All the sisters except Mary agreed to go with her. Mr. Bennet asked Mr. Collins to accompany them. Mr. Bennet was anxious to get rid of Mr. Collins.
独享他的藏书。柯林斯先生吃过早饭后，就跟着他去了麦里屯。他在那里继续前行，名义上是看藏书最多的一本对开本。
Exclusive use of his book collection. Mr. Collins, after breakfast, followed him to Meryton, where he continued his journey, nominally looking at one of the largest folios in the collection.
实际上却在和班纳特先生滔滔不绝地谈论他在汉斯福德的房子和花园。这种行为让班纳特先生非常不安。在藏书室里，他总是能得到闲暇和安宁。
Instead, he was talking endlessly to Mr. Bennet about his house and garden at Hansford. This behavior greatly disturbed Mr. Bennet. In the library, he always found leisure and peace.
虽然他告诉伊丽莎白，他准备在房子的其他房间里遇到愚蠢和自负，但他习惯在藏书室里摆脱这些。因此
Although he told Elizabeth that he was prepared to encounter folly and conceit in the other rooms of the house, he was accustomed to escape from these in the library. Therefore,
他彬彬有礼地立即邀请柯林斯先生和他女儿们一起散步。事实上，柯林斯先生更适合散步，而不是读书。他非常高兴地合上他的大书，走了过去。
he politely and immediately invited Mr. Collins to walk with his daughters. Mr. Collins, who was actually better suited for a walk than a book, closed his big book with great pleasure and walked over.
在他那边的浮夸之语和他堂兄弟们的彬彬有礼的赞同中，他们度过了一段美好的时光，直到他们进入麦里屯。这时，他再也无法引起年轻人的注意了。
Amid the grandiose words on his side and the courteous approval of his cousins, they passed a good time till they entered Meryton. At this time, he could no longer attract the young man's attention.
他们的目光立刻转向街上寻找军官，除非看到一顶非常漂亮的帽子，或者看到橱窗里一件崭新的平纹细布衣服，否则什么也吸引不了他们。但是很快
Their eyes immediately turned to the street in search of the officer, and nothing could attract them except a very handsome hat, or a new muslin suit in the window. But soon,
每位女士的注意力就被一位年轻男子吸引了。他们以前从未见过这位年轻男子，他看上去非常绅士，和一位军官一起走在路的另一边。
each lady's attention was drawn to a young man, whom they had never seen before, who seemed to be a very gentleman, walking with an officer on the other side of the road.
这位军官正是莉迪亚从伦敦回来时要打听的丹尼先生。他们经过时，丹尼先生鞠了一躬。所有人都被这位陌生人的神态所震惊，所有人都想知道他是谁。
This officer was Mr. Denny, whom Lydia wanted to inquire about when she returned from London, and Mr. Denny bowed as they passed. Everyone was struck by the look of the stranger, and everyone wanted to know who he was.
基蒂和莉迪亚决心要找到答案，就假装在对面的一家商店里找东西，带头穿过街道。幸运的是，他们刚走到人行道上，两位绅士就转身回到了同一个地方。
Kitty and Lydia, determined to find out, pretended to be looking for something in a shop opposite, and led the way across the street, and luckily they had no sooner reached the pavement than the two gentlemen turned back to the same place.
丹尼先生直接向他们打招呼，请求允许介绍他的朋友威克姆先生。威克姆先生是前一天和他一起从城里回来的。他很高兴地说，他接受了他们军团的任命。
Mr. Denny greeted them directly, and asked permission to introduce his friend Mr. Wickham, who had returned with him from the city the day before, and who, he was pleased to say, accepted an appointment to their regiment.
这完全是应该的，因为这个年轻人只需要一身军装就能让他完全迷人。他的外表对他大有好处，他拥有美人的一切优点，面容俊秀，身材匀称，谈吐优雅。
This is entirely as it should be, for the young man only needs a military uniform to make him completely charming. His appearance served him well. He had all the virtues of beauty, a handsome face, a well-proportioned figure, and an elegant manner of speech.
自我介绍之后，他便兴致勃勃地与人交谈，既得体又不张扬。大家还站着，谈笑风生。这时，马声引起了他们的注意。达西和宾格莱骑马从街上经过。
After introducing himself, he started chatting with people cheerfully and politely without being ostentatious. Everyone was still standing, talking and laughing, when the sound of horses attracted their attention, and Darcy and Bingley rode through the street.
两位先生一辨认出两位女士，便径直向他们走来，开始例行的礼节。宾格莱是主要发言人，班纳特小姐是主要对象。他说，他当时正要去朗伯恩打听他的情况。
As soon as the two gentlemen recognized the two ladies, they made a beeline for them and began the usual formalities. Bingley was the chief spokesman, and Miss Bennet the chief subject. He said he was on his way to Longbourn to inquire about her.
达西先生鞠了一躬，表示同意，正打算不去看伊丽莎白，这时陌生人的身影突然吸引了他们的注意。伊丽莎白碰巧看到他们两人对视时的脸色。
Mr. Darcy bowed in agreement, and was about to look away from Elizabeth, when the figure of a stranger suddenly attracted their attention. Elizabeth happened to see the expressions on their faces as they looked at each other.
对这一幕大为惊讶，两人的脸色都变了，一个脸色苍白，另一个脸色通红。过了一会儿，威克姆先生碰了碰帽子，达西先生也屈尊回敬了一声。这是什么意思呢？
Very surprised by this scene, the faces of both of them changed. One turned pale and the other turned red. After a moment Mr. Wickham touched his hat and Mr. Darcy condescended to return it. What does it mean?
我难以想象，我也不禁想知道。又过了1分钟，宾利先生好像没有注意到发生了什么，就告辞和他的朋友一起骑马走了。
I can't imagine it. I can't help but wonder. After another minute, Mr. Bingley seemed not to notice what happened, but took his leave and rode away with his friend.
丹尼先生和威克姆先生陪2位年轻女士走到菲利普斯先生家门口，然后鞠躬行礼，尽管莉迪亚小姐恳求他们进来。
Mr. Denny and Mr. Wickham accompanied the 2 young ladies to the door of Mr. Phillip's house, and bowed, although Miss Lydia begged them to come in.
甚至尽管菲利普斯夫人打开了客厅的窗户，大声表示赞同他们的邀请，菲利普斯太太总是很高兴见到她的侄女们，尤其是2个大女儿，最近不在家。
Even though Mrs. Phillips opened the drawing-room window and loudly approved of their invitation, Mrs. Phillips was always happy to see her nieces, especially the 2 eldest daughters, who had been away recently.
他特别欢迎他们回家，他急切地表达了对他们突然回家的惊讶。他们没有用自己的马车来接他们，要不是他在街上碰巧看见琼斯先生的店员。
She gave them a special welcome home. She eagerly expressed her surprise at their sudden homecoming, which had not been met in their own carriage, and had she not happened to see Mr. Jones's clerk in the street.
他根本不会知道这件事。店员告诉他，他们不会再往尼日斐花园送酒了，因为班纳特小姐们都走了。这时，简介绍柯林斯先生来，他便向他表示了礼貌。
She had no way of knowing about it. The clerk told her that they would no longer deliver wine to Netherfield Gardens because the Miss Bennets were gone. Jane then introduced Mr. Collins, and she paid him her courtesy.
他非常有礼貌地接待了他，柯林斯也非常有礼貌地回敬了他，为自己的闯入道歉，因为他之前并不认识他，他不禁自以为是。不过
She received him very politely, and Collins returned the greeting very politely, apologizing for his intrusion, which he could not help but flatter himself upon, as he had not known her before.
从他和介绍他给他的那2位年轻女士的关系来看，这可能是理所当然的。菲利普斯太太对这种过分的良好教养感到十分敬畏。她刚想着一个陌生人。
Judging from his relationship with the 2 young ladies who introduced him to her, this was probably par for the course. Mrs. Phillips was awed by this excess of good breeding. She was just thinking of a stranger.
就被另一个陌生人的惊呼和询问打断了。不过，关于另一个陌生人，他只能告诉2个侄女们他们已经知道的事情。丹尼先生把他从伦敦带过来。
He was interrupted by another stranger's exclamation and question. Of the other stranger, however, she could tell her 2 nieces only what they already knew, that Mr. Denny had brought him from London.
他将在某某郡获得中尉的军衔。他说，他走在街上，他已经观察了他1个小时了。要是威克姆先生出现了，凯蒂和莉迪亚肯定会继续观察的。
He will attain the rank of lieutenant in such and such county. She said she had been watching him for an hour as he walked down the street. Had Mr. Wickham appeared, Kitty and Lydia would have continued to watch.
可惜现在除了几个军官，再没有人从窗户经过。和那个陌生人相比，他们成了愚蠢、讨厌的家伙。他们中的一些人第2天要和菲利普斯一家人一起吃饭。
Unfortunately, except for a few officers, no one passed by the window now. Compared with the stranger, they became stupid, annoying guys. Some of them were going to have dinner with the Phillips family the next day.
他们的姨妈答应让她丈夫去拜访威克姆先生，并邀请他一起去，如果晚上朗伯恩那家人来的话。菲利普斯太太答应了，说他们要舒服地玩一局热闹的彩票。
Their aunt promised to let her husband pay a visit to Mr. Wickham, and invited him to come with her, if the Longbourn family came in the evening. Mrs. Phillips agreed, saying they would play the lottery in comfort.
然后再吃一顿热腾腾的晚餐。想到这些欢乐的场面，大家心情都十分愉悦，便兴高采烈地告别了。柯林斯先生在离开房间时再次表示歉意。
Then have a hot dinner. Thinking of these happy scenes, everyone felt very happy and said goodbye happily. Mr. Collins apologized again as he left the room.
而柯林斯先生则以不厌其烦的礼貌向大家保证，他们完全没有必要这样做。在他们回家的路上，伊丽莎白向简讲述了她所看到的两位绅士之间发生的事情。
Mr. Collins, with unfailing politeness, assured them all that there was no need for them to do so. On their way home, Elizabeth related to Jane what she had seen happening between the two gentlemen.
但是，如果他们看起来是错的，简会为其中一位或两人辩护，但他无法像他的姐姐一样解释这种行为。柯林斯先生回来后
However, if they appear to be in the wrong, Jane will defend one or both of them, but she cannot explain the behavior like her sister can. When Mr. Collins returned,
对菲利普斯太太的举止和礼貌大加赞赏，班纳特太太十分满意。她说，除了凯瑟琳夫人和她的女儿，她从未见过比她更优雅的女人。
Mrs. Bennet was very pleased with Mrs. Phillips's manners. He said that, excepting Lady Catherine and her daughter, he had never seen a more elegant woman.
因为他不仅极其礼貌地接待了他，甚至还特意邀请他参加第二天晚上的聚会，尽管他之前对此一无所知。他想，这或许与他和他们的关系有关。
Because not only did she receive him with the utmost courtesy, she even invited him to the party the next night, even though she knew nothing about it before. He thought that this might have something to do with his relationship with them.
但他一生中从未受到过如此多的关注。第16章，由于没有一个人反对这几个年轻人和姑妈订婚，柯林斯先生在姨妈家做客时，想留班纳特先生和太太一晚。
But he had never received so much attention in his life. Chapter 16 As no one objected to the engagement of the young men to their aunt, Mr. Collins, while visiting his aunt's house, wished to keep Mr. and Mrs. Bennet one night.
但遭到了姨妈的坚决反对，于是马车准时将他和5个表兄弟送到了麦里屯。姑娘们一走进客厅，就高兴地听说威克姆先生接受了姨妈的邀请。
However, his aunt strongly opposed it, so the carriage took him and his 5 cousins to Meryton on time. As soon as the girls entered the drawing room, they were delighted to hear that Mr. Wickham had accepted her aunt's invitation.
现在正在他们家。听到这些消息后，大家都落座了。柯林斯先生有空四处张望，欣赏着。这套房间的大小和家具令他惊叹不已。
Currently at their home, After hearing this, everyone was seated, and Mr. Collins had time to look about and admire. He was amazed by the size and furnishings of the room.
他说自己几乎以为自己身处罗辛斯的夏季小早餐室。这个比喻起初并没有让菲利普斯太太感到满意。
He said he almost thought he was in a small summer breakfast room in Rosings. This metaphor did not satisfy Mrs. Phillips at first. 但当菲利普斯太太听了他描述凯瑟琳夫人的一间客厅，发现仅壁炉架就价值800英镑时，他就从他那里了解到罗辛斯是什么地方，它的主人是谁。 But when Mrs. Phillips heard him describe one of Lady Catherine's drawing rooms, and found that the mantelpiece alone was worth £800, she learned from him what Rosings was, and who owned it. 于是他感受到了这句赞美之词的巨大力量，几乎不会反感将其与管家的房间进行比较。他向他描述凯瑟琳夫人和她的宅邸的富丽堂皇。 She then felt the immense power of the compliment, and could hardly object to the comparison with the housekeeper's room. He described to her the splendor of Lady Catherine and her house. 偶尔还离题赞美一下自己的寒舍和正在修缮的房屋。他一直讲得津津有味，直到那2位绅士来到他们中间。他发现菲利普斯太太非常专心地听他讲。 Occasionally, he would digress and praise his humble abode and the house he was repairing. He continued talking with great interest until the 2 gentlemen came among them. He found Mrs. Phillips listening to him very attentively. 越听越觉得他有身份，并决定一有机会就把这些话告诉邻居们。那2位姑娘听不进堂兄的话，除了想要一把乐器。The more I heard, the more I felt that he had some identity, and I decided to tell the neighbors these words as soon as I got the chance. The 2 girls couldn't listen to what their cousin said. In addition to wanting a musical instrument, 看看壁炉架上自己那些毫无表情的仿制瓷器外，别无他法，因此他们等了很久。不过时间终于过去了，那2位绅士走了过来。当威克姆先生走进房间时， There was nothing to do but look at their expressionless imitation china on the mantelpiece, so they waited a long time. However, time finally passed. The 2 gentlemen came over. When Mr. Wickham entered the room, 伊丽莎白觉得她以前见过他，后来想起他，都没有丝毫不合情理的钦佩之情。郡里的官员一般都是很体面、很有绅士风度的人。 It seemed to Elizabeth that she had seen him before, and thought of him afterwards without the least unreasonable admiration. County officials are generally very decent and gentlemanly people.
在场的都是他们当中最优秀的人，但是威克姆先生的体格、面容、神态和步态都比他们所有人高出一筹，就像他们也比跟着他们进了房间的那个宽脸、古板。
Those present were the best among them. But Mr. Wickham's build, countenance, air, and gait were superior to them all, just as they were superior to the broad-faced, stiff-faced man who had followed them into the room.
呼吸着红葡萄酒的菲利普斯叔叔高出一筹一样。郡的官员威克姆先生是个幸福的男人，几乎所有女人的目光都转向他，而伊丽莎白是个幸福的女人。
Uncle Phillips, breathing red wine, was like a cut above. County official Mr. Wickham is a happy man. Almost all women's eyes turn to him, and Elizabeth is a happy woman.
他终于在他身旁坐下，尽管那天晚上下着雨，而且很可能是雨季，但他却立刻以令人愉快的态度开始交谈，这让伊丽莎白觉得，即使是最普通、最枯燥。
At last he sat down beside her, and although it was raining that night, and probably the rainy season, he at once began the conversation with a pleasantness which made Elizabeth feel that even the most ordinary, dull, and
最陈腐的话题，只要说话者有技巧，也能变得有趣起来。在威克姆先生和军官们这样争夺美人芳心的竞争对手面前，柯林斯先生似乎变得无足轻重了。
The most banal of topics can be made interesting if the speaker has skill. Mr. Collins seemed to be of little importance before such rivals as Mr. Wickham and the officers for the beauty. 在年轻女士们眼中，他当然什么也不是。不过，菲利普斯太太不时还是会善意地倾听他的倾诉，而且在菲利普斯太太的关照下。Of course he was nothing in the eyes of the young ladies, but from time to time Mrs. Phillips listened kindly to what he had to say, and, under Mrs. Phillips's attention,
他总是能得到充足的咖啡和松饼。当牌桌摆好后，他有机会坐下来玩惠斯特牌来回报他。我目前对这项运动了解不多，他说道，但我很乐意提高自己。
He always had plenty of coffee and muffins. When the card table was set, he had the opportunity to repay her by sitting down and playing whist. I don't know much about the sport at the moment, he said, but I'd love to improve. 因为在我的处境下，菲利普斯夫人
非常感谢他的顺从，但等不及他解释原因了。威克姆先生不玩惠斯特牌。
Because in my situation, Mrs. Phillips was very grateful for his compliance, but could not wait for him to explain why. Mr. Wickham did not play whist.
所以他被迎进伊丽莎白和莉迪亚之间的另一张桌子，非常高兴。起初，他觉得莉迪亚会完全吸引他的注意，因为她是个话多的不可开交的人。
So he was welcomed into another table between Elizabeth and Lydia, and was very happy. At first, he thought that Lydia would completely attract his attention because she was a talkative person.
但是莉迪亚又特别喜欢彩票，所以她很快就对彩票产生了浓厚的兴趣，下注和中奖后大呼小叫，以至于没有时间注意任何人。考虑到赌局的一般要求，
But Lydia especially liked lottery tickets, so she soon became very interested in lottery tickets. She made a lot of noise after placing bets and winning prizes, so she had no time to pay attention to anyone. Taking into account the general requirements of gambling.
威克姆先生有空和伊丽莎白聊天，他也很乐意听她说话，虽然他最想听的也就是他和达西先生相识的故事，他却不敢提。他甚至不敢提达西先生。然而
Mr. Wickham had time to chat with Elizabeth, and she was happy to listen to him. Although what she wanted to hear most was the story of his acquaintance with Mr. Darcy, she dared not mention it. She dared not even mention Mr. Darcy. However,
他的好奇心却出乎意料地得到了满足。威克姆先生自己开口了，他问尼日斐花园离麦里屯有多远。听了他的回答后，
her curiosity was unexpectedly satisfied. Mr. Wickham himself spoke. He asked how far Netherfield Gardens was from Meryton, and after hearing her answer,
他吞吞吐吐地问达西先生在那儿住了多久。大约1个月，伊丽莎白说。然后他不愿放弃这个话题，又补充道：“据我所知，他是德比郡一个拥有大笔财产的人。”是的。
He asked hesitantly how long Mr. Darcy had lived there. About a month, said Elizabeth, and then, unwilling to drop the subject, added, as far as I know, he is a man of considerable property in Derbyshire. Yes.
维汉回答，他家的财产可不少，每年足足有1万英镑。关于这方面，你再也找不到比我更能告诉你实情的人了，因为我从小就和他家有特殊的联系。
Wickham replied, his family has a lot of property, which amounts to £10,000 a year. You can't find anyone who can tell you the truth better than me in this regard because I have been related to his family since I was a child. A special connection.
伊丽莎白不禁露出惊讶的表情。班纳特小姐，你看到我们昨天见面时态度冷淡，你肯定会对这种说法感到吃惊的。你跟达西先生很熟吗？我非常愿意。
Elizabeth couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Miss Bennet, you will no doubt be surprised at the coldness of our attitude when we met yesterday. Are you familiar with Mr. Darcy? I would very much like to.
伊丽莎白激动地喊道：“我和他在同一栋房子里待了4天，我觉得他非常讨厌。我没有权利发表我的意见。”维汉说道。“至于他是否和蔼可亲，我没有资格发表意见。”
cried Elizabeth excitedly. I was in the same house with him for 4 days and I found him absolutely annoying. I have no right to give my opinion, Wickham said, as to whether he was affable or not. I have no right to give an opinion.
我认识他太久了，太熟悉了，无法公正地评判他。我不可能不偏不倚，但我相信你对他的评价一般会让人吃惊。也许你在别的地方不会这么强烈地表达出来。
I've known him too long and too well to judge him fairly. I can't be impartial. But I believe your assessment of him is generally surprising. Perhaps you wouldn't express it so strongly elsewhere.
你现在就在自己家里。说实话，我在这里说的话不会比在附近任何一所房子里说的多，除了尼日斐花园。他在赫特福德郡一点儿也不受欢迎。
You are at home now. To tell the truth, I could say no more here than at any house in the neighborhood, except Netherfield Gardens. He was not at all popular in Hertfordshire.
每个人都讨厌他的傲慢，你不会发现任何人对他有更好的评价。维汉停顿了一会儿，说道：“我并不觉得遗憾，因为他或其他人没有得到应有的评价。”
Everyone hates his arrogance. You won't find anyone saying anything better about him. Wickham paused for a moment, then said, I feel no pity that he or anyone else has not been given the due credit he or she deserves.
不过，我相信他很少得到应有的评价。世人要么被他的财富和地位蒙蔽了双眼，要么被他高傲的气派吓坏了，只能看到他希望别人看到的样子。
But I believe he rarely gets the credit he deserves. The world was either blinded by his wealth and status, or frightened by his arrogance, and could only see what he wanted others to see.
即使我并不认识他，我也会认为他是一个脾气暴躁的人。威克姆只是摇了摇头。我不知道，他一有机会开口说话就说道，他是否还会在这个国家待很长时间。
Even though I didn't know him personally, I would have thought he was a grumpy guy. Wickham just shook his head. I don't know, he said, as soon as he had an opportunity to speak, whether he will be in this country for a long time.
我一点儿也不知道，不过我在尼日斐花园的时候没有听说他要离开。我希望你对某某郡的计划不会因为他住在附近而受到影响。哦，不，达西先生不能赶我走。
I had no idea, but when I was at Netherfield I heard nothing of his departure. I hope your plans for County X are not affected by the fact that he lives nearby. Oh, no, Mr. Darcy can't turn me away.
如果他不想见我，他就得走。我们关系并不好，见到他总是让我难过，但我没有理由躲着他，除非我可以向全世界宣布，我感到受到了极大的虐待。
If he doesn't want to see me, he has to go. We were not on good terms and it always made me sad to see him, but I had no reason to avoid him unless I could tell the world that I felt terribly abused.
对他的这种行为深感痛心。他的父亲班纳特小姐已故的达西先生是世上最好的人之一，也是我最真诚的朋友。我亦和这位达西先生在一起。
I am deeply saddened by his behavior. His father, Miss Bennet, the late Mr. Darcy, was one of the nicest men in the world and my truest friend. As soon as I was with this Mr. Darcy,
就会不禁想起千百遍的温柔往事，心里感到痛心。他对我的态度令人震惊，但我相信我可以原谅他的一切，而不是让他辜负我的希望，玷污他父亲的名声。
you can't help but think of the tender past thousands of times, and feel sad in your heart. His treatment of me was appalling, but I believed I could forgive him for everything rather than let him live up to my hopes and tarnish his father's name.
伊丽莎白发现这个话题越来越有趣，便全心全意地听着，但这个话题过于敏感，不便进一步探究。威克姆先生开始讲一些比较笼统的话题，比如麦里屯。
Elizabeth found the subject increasingly interesting and listened with all her heart, but the subject was too sensitive to pursue further. Mr. Wickham began to talk about more general topics, such as Meryton.
附近地区、社会等，他似乎对自己所见所闻感到非常满意，尤其谈到社会时，语气温和，但十分热情。我之所以进入某郡，主要原因是因为那里有稳定的社交关系。
He seemed to be very satisfied with what he saw and heard about the neighborhood, society, etc., especially when talking about society. His tone was gentle but very enthusiastic. The main reason why I entered a certain county was because there were stable social relationships there.
而且是很好的社交关系。他补充道：“我知道那是一支非常体面、令人愉快的队伍。我的朋友丹尼向我介绍了他们现在的驻地。”
And it was a great social connection, he added. I knew it was a very decent, enjoyable team. My friend Danny introduced me to their current location.
以及麦里屯对他们的极大关注和极好的交情，这进一步诱惑了我。我承认，社交对我来说是必不可少的。我是一个失意的人，我的灵魂无法忍受孤独。
And the great attention and excellent friendship Meriton paid to them further tempted me. I admit, social interaction is essential for me. I am a frustrated man and my soul cannot stand the loneliness.
我必须有工作和社交。军人生活不是我想要的，但现在情况使我有资格这样做。教堂本应是我的职业，我是为教堂长大的。
I have to have a job and socialize. Military life was not what I wanted, but circumstances now qualified me to do so. The church was supposed to be my vocation. I was raised for the church.
如果这能让刚才我们谈到的那位先生高兴的话，我当时应该拥有一份非常有价值的生活。的确，是的。已故的达西先生将他最好的牧师职位留给了我。
If it would have pleased the gentleman of whom we have just spoken, should have had a very worthwhile life. Indeed. Yes, the late Mr. Darcy left to me the best part of his ministry.
他是我的教父，对我非常依恋。我无法充分表达他的仁慈。他本想为我提供丰厚的报酬，并认为他已经做到了，但是牧师职位没了，他就给了别人。天啊！
He was my godfather and very attached to me. I cannot express enough how gracious he was. He had intended to offer me a good reward, and thought he had done so, but the priesthood was gone, and he gave it to someone else. Oh my God!
伊丽莎白大叫道：“但那怎么可能呢？他的遗嘱怎么能被忽视呢？你为什么不寻求法律补救呢？遗赠条款非常不正式，法律无法解决我的任何问题。”
Elizabeth exclaimed, "But how is that possible? How could his will be ignored? Why don't you seek legal redress? The terms of the bequest are so informal that the law doesn't solve any of my problems."
一个正直的人是不会怀疑他的意图的，但达西先生却偏偏怀疑，或者说他只是把它当作一个有条件的推荐信，并声称我因为挥霍无度、轻率，总之什么原因。
No honest man would doubt his intentions, but Mr. Darcy did, or rather he regarded him as a conditional recommendation, and claimed that I was guilty of profligacy, indiscretion, whatever.
什么原因而丧失了对遗赠权？可以肯定的是，2年前，就在我到了可以继承遗赠的年龄时，遗赠的职位空缺了，而且他把它给了另一个人。同样可以肯定的是
For what reason the right to bequeath was lost? It is certain that 2 years ago, just when I was old enough to inherit the bequest, the post became vacant, and that he gave it to another. It is equally certain that
我不能指责自己做了什么事，以至于应该失去遗赠。我脾气暴躁，有时我可能太直率地表达我对他的看法，也太直率地向他表达看法。
I cannot accuse myself of having done anything to deserve the loss of my bequest. I have a short temper, and sometimes I can be too forthright in my opinions about him and too outspoken in my opinions to him. 我记不起比这更糟糕的事情了，但事实上，我们是非常不同的人。他讨厌我，这太令人震惊了。他应该被公众羞辱，迟早他会的，但不会是我。I can't remember anything worse. But the truth is, we are very different people and he hates me. This is so shocking. He should be publicly shamed. Sooner or later he will, but it won't be me. 除非我能忘记他的父亲，否则我绝不会违抗或揭发他。伊丽莎白很敬佩他的这种感情，并认为他表达这种感情时比以往任何时候都更英俊。但是 I would never disobey or expose him unless I could forget his father. Elizabeth admired him for this sentiment, and thought him more handsome than ever in expressing it. But
他停顿了一下后说道：“他的动机是什么？是什么促使他做出如此残忍的行为？对我有一种彻底的、坚决的厌恶，我不得不把这种厌恶归咎于某种程度的嫉妒。”
She paused and said, "What was his motive? What prompted him to commit such a cruel act?" There was a complete, unwavering disgust for me, a disgust that I have to attribute to something degree of jealousy.
如果已故的达西先生不那么喜欢我，他的儿子可能会对我容忍一些，但我相信，他父亲对我异常的依恋，在他很小的时候就让他恼火了。
Had the late Mr. Darcy been less fond of me, his son might have tolerated me somewhat, but I believe his father's unusual attachment to me annoyed him at an early age.
他没有那种脾气去忍受我们之间的那种竞争，那种经常给予我的偏爱。我本来不认为达西先生这么坏，尽管我从来没有喜欢过他，也没有觉得他这么坏。
He had not the temperament to endure the kind of rivalry between us, that kind of favoritism which was so often given to me. I did not think Mr. Darcy was so bad, although I never liked him, nor thought him so bad.
我原以为他一般都鄙视他的同胞，但没想到他会堕落到如此恶毒的报复，如此不公正，如此不人道。然而，经过几分钟的思考后，他继续说道：“我记得有一天
I had expected him to generally despise his fellow men, but had no idea he would stoop to such vicious revenge, so unjust, so inhumane. However, after a few minutes of reflection, she continued, I remember one day.
在尼日斐花园，他夸耀自己无法平息的怨恨，他脾气暴躁，他的脾气一定很可怕。在这件事上，我不敢相信自己为汉达道，我对他很不公平。
At Netherfield he boasted of his unquenchable resentments and his temper was violent. His temper must be terrible. I cannot trust myself in this matter, replied Wickham. I have been very unfair to him.
伊丽莎白又陷入了沉思。过了一会儿，她惊呼道：“他竟然这样对待教子、朋友、父亲的宠。”他本想补充说：“像你这样的年轻人。”
Elizabeth was lost in thought again, and after a while she exclaimed, How should he treat his godson, his friend, his father's favorite? She would have added, a young man like you.
从他的面容上就可以看出你很和蔼可亲，但他只说了一句，而且你很可能从小就是他的玩伴。我想，正如你所说，我们之间的关系非常亲密。
You can tell from his face that you are very affable. But she only said one sentence. Moreover, you have probably been his playmate since childhood. I think, as you said, the relationship between us is very close.
我们出生在同一个教区，同一个公园里，我们一起度过了大部分的青春岁月，住在同一所房子里，分享同样的娱乐活动，享受同样的父母般的关爱。
We were born in the same parish, in the same park. We spent most of our youth together, living in the same house, sharing the same amusements, enjoying the same parental care.
我父亲从事的职业， 你的叔叔菲利普斯先生似乎为之做出了很大的贡献，但他放弃了一切，为已故的达西先生服务。
My father followed a profession to which your uncle Mr. Phillips seems to have done much, but he gave it all up to serve the late Mr. Darcy.
把所有的时间都花在了照料彭伯里的财产上。他深受达西先生的敬重，达西先生是我最亲密、最信赖的朋友。达西先生经常承认
spending all his time looking after the Pemberley property. He was deeply respected by Mr. Darcy, my closest and most trusted friend. Mr. Darcy often admitted,
他对我父亲的积极照料深表感激。在我父亲去世前不久，达西先生主动答应要供养我。我相信，他既觉得这是对我的感激，也觉得这是对我的感情。真奇怪。
He was deeply indebted to my father for his active care, and Mr. Darcy, shortly before my father's death, had voluntarily agreed to support me, and I believe he felt it as much as a feeling of gratitude as of my affection. Really weird.
伊丽莎白叫道：“真可恶！我很奇怪，达西先生的骄傲竟然没有让你宽容。如果不是出于更好的动机，他本不应该太骄傲而不诚实。我必须称之为不诚实。”
cried Elizabeth. How abominable! I wonder that Mr. Darcy's pride should not have led you to indulge. He should not have been too proud to be dishonest. I must call it dishonest, had it not been for better motives.
这真是奇怪，维汉回答道，因为他几乎所有的行为都与骄傲有关，而骄傲往往是他最好的朋友。骄傲比任何其他感情都更能使他与美德联系在一起。
This is strange, replied Wickham, for almost all his actions are connected with pride, and pride is often his best friend. Pride, more than any other emotion, connects him with virtue.
但我们都不是始终如一的，而他对我的行为中冲动甚至比骄傲更强烈。他这种可恶的傲慢能给他带来好处吗？是的，这常常使他变得慷慨大方、慷慨解囊。
But neither of us is consistent, and in his behavior toward me, impulse was even stronger than pride. Can this hateful arrogance of his do him any good? Yes, it often made him generous and generous.
热情好客，帮助佃户，救济穷人。家庭自豪感和孝道自豪感使他如此，因为他为父亲感到骄傲，不想让家人蒙羞，不想背离大众的品德。
Show hospitality, help tenants, and relieve the poor. Family pride and filial pride made him so, for he was proud of his father. I don't want to bring shame to my family, and I don't want to deviate from the public's moral character.
不想失去彭伯里家的影响力，这是一个强大的动机。他也有兄弟般的自豪感，这种自豪感加上兄弟般的感情，使他成为妹妹非常善良和细心的监护人。
Not wanting to lose the influence of the Pemberleys was a powerful motive. He also had a brotherly pride, which, combined with brotherly affection, made him a very kind and attentive guardian to his sister.
你会听到人们普遍称赞他是最细心、最好的兄弟。达西小姐是个什么样的女孩？她摇摇头。我希望我能说她和蔼可亲。说达西家的人坏话让我很难受。
You will hear people generally praise him as the most attentive and nicest brother. What kind of girl is Miss Darcy? He shook his head. I wish I could say she was affable. It hurts me to speak ill of the Darcys.
但他太像他哥哥了，非常非常骄傲。小时候，他很亲切，讨人喜欢，非常喜欢我。我花了很多时间陪他玩。但现在，他对我什么都不是了。她是个漂亮的姑娘。
But she was so much like her brother, very, very proud. As a child, she was sweet, lovable, and very fond of me. I spent a lot of time playing with her. But now she means nothing to me. She is a beautiful girl.
大约15、16岁，据我所知，她很有才华。自从他父亲去世后，他就住在伦敦，有一位女士和他住在一起，负责他的教育。经过多次停顿，又尝试了其他话题之后
She was about 15 or 16, and from what I heard, she was very talented. Since her father's death she had lived in London, with a lady who lived with her and was responsible for her education. After many pauses and attempts at other topics,
伊丽莎白忍不住又回到了第一个话题。她说道：“他和宾格莱先生的亲密让我很惊讶。宾格莱先生看上去脾气很好，而且我相信他真的很和蔼可亲。”
Elizabeth could not help returning to the first topic, and said, I was surprised at his intimacy with Mr. Bingley. Mr. Bingley seemed to be of good temper, and I believe he was really amiable.
他怎么会和这样一个人交朋友呢？他们怎么会合得来？你认识宾格莱先生吗？一点也不。他是一个性情温和、和蔼可亲、魅力十足的人。
How could he be friends with such a person? How could they get along? Do you know Mr. Bingley? Not at all. He was a mild-mannered, affable and charming man.
他不可能知道达西先生是什么样的人，可能不是，但达西先生可以随心所欲地取悦别人。他不需要能力，只要他认为值得，他可以成为一个健谈的伙伴。
He could not possibly know what Mr. Darcy was like. Probably not, but Mr. Darcy can please people as he pleases. He doesn't need ability. He can be a chatty companion for as long as he thinks it's worth it.
在地位与他相当的人面前，他与在没那么富裕的人面前完全不同。他从不骄傲自大，但和有钱人在一起时，他思想开明、公正、真诚、理性、正直，也许还很随和。
He looked completely different to people of his own status than to people who were less wealthy. He was never arrogant, but with wealthy people, he was open-minded, fair, sincere, rational, upright, and perhaps easygoing.
虽然他看重财富和体面，晦涩牌局很快就结束了。赌客们都围在另一张桌子旁，柯林斯先生坐在表妹伊丽莎白和菲利普斯太太之间。
Although he values wealth and respectability. The game of whist was soon over, and the players gathered round another table, with Mr. Collins seated between his cousin Elizabeth and Mrs. Phillips.
菲利普斯太太照例询问他赢了多少。他赢的不多，每一分都输了。但当菲利普斯太太开始表达她的担忧时，他非常认真地向她保证，这没什么大不了的。
Mrs. Phillips asked him, as usual, how much he had won. He didn't win much, he lost every point. But when Mrs. Phillips began to express her concerns, he assured her very seriously that it was no big deal.
他认为钱只是小事一桩，恳求他不要让自己感到不安。我很清楚，夫人，他说，人们坐在牌桌旁时必须碰碰运气。幸运的是，我并不介意五先令。毫无疑问。
He considered money a trivial matter and begged her not to let herself be insecure. I know very well, ma'am, said he, that one has to try his luck when he sits at the card table, and fortunately I don't mind 5 shillings. No doubt about it.
很多人不会这么说，但是多亏了凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人，我不再需要关心这些小事了。这引起了威克姆先生的注意，他观察了柯林斯先生片刻之后。
Many people would not say this, but, thanks to Lady Catherine de Bourgh, I no longer have to worry about such little things. This attracted the attention of Mr. Wickham, who, after observing Mr. Collins for a moment,
低声问伊丽莎白，她的亲戚是否和德鲍尔一家人很熟悉。凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人，她回答道：“ 最近给了他一份俸禄。
Elizabeth was asked in a low voice if any of her relatives were familiar with the de Bowers. Mrs. Catherine de Bourgh, she answered, has recently given him a stipend.
"我几乎不知道柯林斯先生是怎么被他注意到的，但他认识他肯定没多久。您当然知道凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人和安妮·达西夫人是姐妹。
I have little idea how Mr. Collins came to her attention, but he must have known her only a short time. You know, of course, that Lady Catherine de Bourgh and Lady Anne Darcy are sisters.
" 所以她就是现在的达西先生的姑母。不，我确实不知道。我对凯瑟琳夫人的亲属一无所知。直到前天才听说有她的存在。
So she is now Mr. Darcy's aunt. No, I really don't know. I know nothing of Lady Catherine's relations. I had never heard of her existence until the day before yesterday.
"他的女儿德鲍尔小姐将拥有一大笔财产，而且人们相信她和她的表妹将合并这2处财产。伊丽莎白一想到可怜的宾格莱小姐，不禁笑了起来。
Her daughter, Mademoiselle de Bourgh, would own a large estate, and it was believed that she and her cousin would combine the 2 properties. Elizabeth laughed as she thought of poor Miss Bingley.
"如果她已经注定要嫁给别人，那么她对她的所有关心，对她妹妹的感情和对她的赞美都是徒劳无益的。她说道。
If he was already destined to marry someone else, all her concern for him, her affection for his sister, and her praise of him would be in vain. She said.
"柯林斯先生对凯瑟琳夫人和他的女儿评价很高。但是从他讲述的夫人的一些细节来看，我怀疑他的感激之情被误导了，尽管夫人是他的恩人。
Mr. Collins thought very highly of Lady Catherine and her daughter, but from some of the details he related of Lady, I suspect that his gratitude was misguided, although Lady was his benefactor.
" 但她却是一个傲慢自负的女人。我相信她在很大程度上是这2种人。维汉答道：“我多年没见过她了，但我清楚地记得，我从来都不喜欢她。”
But she is an arrogant and conceited woman. I believe she is to a great extent both of these things, replied Wickham. I have not seen her for many years, but I well remember that I never liked her.
她的行为举止专横傲慢，她以通情达理、聪明伶俐著称，但我认为她之所以能干，一部分来自她的地位和财富，一部分来自她专横跋扈的作风。
She behaves in a bossy and arrogant manner. She is known for being reasonable and smart, but I think part of her ability comes from her status and wealth, and part of it comes from her domineering style.
另一部分来自他侄子的骄傲，他侄子希望身边的每个人都有一流的知识。伊丽莎白觉得他对此的解释非常有道理，于是他们继续聊得非常开心，直到晚饭后。
Another part came from the pride of her nephew, who wanted everyone around him to have first-rate knowledge. Elizabeth thought his explanation of this very reasonable, and they continued to talk happily until after supper.
牌局结束，其他女士也都得到了威克姆先生的热情款待。在菲利普斯太太的晚宴上，大家都没法交谈，但是他的举止却让每个人都喜欢他。
The game of cards was over, and the other ladies were warmly entertained by Mr. Wickham. At Mrs. Phillips's dinner party, no one could talk, but his behavior endeared him to everyone.
他说的话都说得很好，做什么事都做得很优雅。伊丽莎白走的时候，脑子里想的都是他。一路上，他只想着威克姆先生和他对他说的话。
He said everything he said well and did everything elegantly. Elizabeth could only think of him when she left. All the way she thought only of Mr. Wickham and what he had said to her.
但是，一路上他甚至没有时间提到他的名字，因为莉迪亚和柯林斯先生都在不停地说话。莉迪亚滔滔不绝地讲着彩票，讲着他输掉的鱼和赢的鱼。
But along the way she didn't even have time to mention his name, for both Lydia and Mr. Collins were talking incessantly. Lydia talked endlessly about the lottery, about the fish she had lost and the fish she had won.
柯林斯先生在描述菲利普斯夫妇的彬彬有礼时，便称他一点也不介意自己在惠斯特牌戏上的损失，列举了晚餐的所有菜肴，并多次担心自己会挤到表兄弟。
Describing the courtesy of Mr. and Mrs. Phillips, Mr. Collins argued that he did not mind at all his loss at whist, enumerated all the dishes at dinner, and repeatedly feared that he would crowd out his cousins. 在马车停在朗伯恩宫之前，他有太多话要说，以至于无法全部说完。很高兴再次见到他们亲爱的朋友。第17章第2天。He had so much to say that he could not say them all before the carriage stopped at Longbourn House. It was great to see their dear friend again. Chapter 17 The next day. 伊丽莎白把她和威克姆先生之间发生的事情告诉了简。简听得又惊又怕，她真不敢相信达西先生
竟然如此不配宾利先生的尊重。
Elizabeth tells Jane what happened between her and Mr. Wickham. Jane was shocked and frightened. She couldn't believe that Mr. Darcy was so unworthy of Mr. Bingley's respect.
但他又不相信像威克姆这样和蔼可亲的年轻人会说真话。想到他真的遭受了这种不友好的对待，他就心生怜悯。因此，他只好对他们两人都怀有好感。
But she didn't believe that an amiable young man like Wickham would tell the truth. She felt pity at the thought that he had really been treated so unkindly. Therefore, she had no choice but to have a favorable impression of both of them.
为他们的行为辩护，凡是不能用其他方式解释的事情，就认为是意外或失误。我敢说，他们俩都受了欺骗。他说，我们对此一无所知。
To justify their actions, anything that cannot be explained otherwise was deemed an accident or mistake. I dare say they were both deceived, she said, and we knew nothing about it.
也许有利益关系的人对彼此都曲解了。简而言之，我们无法推测出导致他们疏远的原因或情况，否则双方都应承担实际责任。确实如此。现在，我亲爱的简，
Perhaps those with interests misunderstood each other. In short, there is no way to speculate on the causes or circumstances that led to their estrangement without actual responsibility on both sides. Indeed. Now, my dear Jane.
你对那些可能与此事有关的利害关系人有什么话要说吗？也请他们澄清，否则我们不得不对某人产生不好的印象。你想笑就笑吧，但你笑不出来我的看法。
Do you have anything to say to those who may be interested in this matter? Also ask them to clarify, otherwise we have to create a bad impression on someone. You can laugh if you want, but you can't express my opinion.
我最亲爱的丽翠，你想想看，达西先生这样对待他父亲最宠爱的人，真是丢脸。他父亲曾答应过要供养他，这不可能。任何一个有普通人情味的人。
My dearest Lizzie, think of it, how disgraceful it is for Mr. Darcy to treat in this way the favorite of his father, whom he had promised to support. This is impossible. Any person with ordinary humanity,
「任何一个有品格的人都不会这样做。他最亲密的朋友怎么会对他这么欺骗呢？哦，不，我更相信宾格莱先生是被骗的。
No person with character would do this. How could his closest friend be so deceitful to him? Oh no. I am more convinced that Mr. Bingley was deceived.
而不是维汉先生昨晚编造的关于他自己的故事。他讲的都是他的名字，事实什么都直言不讳。如果不是这样，就让达西先生反驳吧。再说，他的外表也说得通。
Instead of the story Mr. Wickham made up about himself last night, he told his name, his facts, everything. If not, let Mr. Darcy retort. Besides, his appearance makes sense.
这确实很困难，令人苦恼。人们不知道该想些什么。请您原谅，每个人都知道该怎么想。但是简只能肯定一点，那就是宾利先生如果被人陷害。
It's really difficult, distressing. People didn't know what to think. I beg your pardon, everyone knows what to think. But Jane can only be sure of one thing, that is, if Mr. Bingley is framed.
那么当这件事公开后，他就会遭受很大的损失。两位年轻小姐在灌木丛里谈话，他们刚才谈论的几个人来了，把他们叫了出来。
Then when this becomes public, he will suffer a great loss. 2 young ladies were talking in the bushes, when some of the men they had been talking about came and called them out.
宾格莱先生和他的姐妹们亲自邀请他们参加下周二在尼日斐花园举行的期待已久的舞会。两位女士很高兴再次见到他们亲爱的朋友。
Mr. Bingley and his sisters personally invited them to a long-awaited ball at Netherfield Gardens next Tuesday. The 2 ladies were delighted to see their dear friend again.
说他们已经很久没见面了，并反复询问他自从他们分开后都过得怎么样。他们很少理会家里的其他人，尽量避开班纳特太太，很少和伊丽莎白说话。
Said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and repeatedly asked her how she was doing since they separated. They paid little attention to the rest of the family, avoided Mrs. Bennet as much as possible, and rarely spoke to Elizabeth.
对其他人则一言不发。他们很快就走了，从座位上站起来，动作让他们的哥哥措手不及。然后他们匆匆离去，仿佛急于逃避班纳特太太的礼遇。
To others nothing was said. They were gone quickly, rising from their seats with a movement that caught their brother off guard, and then they hurried off as if anxious to escape Mrs. Bennet's courtesy. 尼日斐花园舞会的前景令班纳特太太十分高兴。班纳特太太认为这是对大女儿的恭维，她尤其高兴收到宾利先生的亲自邀请，而不是一张正式的贺卡。 The prospect of a ball at Netherfield delighted Mrs. Bennet. Mrs. Bennet took this as a compliment to her eldest daughter, and she was especially pleased to receive a personal invitation from Mr. Bingley rather than a formal card.
简想象着与两位朋友共度一个愉快的夜晚，并得到他们哥哥的热情款待。伊丽莎白则很高兴能与威克姆先生跳很多舞。
Jane imagined a pleasant evening with her two friends and the warm hospitality of their brother. Elizabeth was delighted to have many dances with Mr. Wickham.
从达西先生的神态和举止中看出一切迹象。凯瑟琳和莉迪亚所期待的幸福，并不取决于任何单一事件或某个人，因为虽然他们和伊丽莎白一样。
There was every indication in Mr. Darcy's look and manner. The happiness that Catherine and Lydia desired did not depend on any single event or person, for although they, like Elizabeth,
都打算与威克姆先生共舞半个晚上，但他绝不是唯一能满足他们的舞伴。舞会毕竟是舞会，就连玛丽也可以向家人保证，她并不反对参加舞会。
They all plan to dance with Mr. Wickham for half the night, but he is by no means the only partner who can satisfy them. The ball is a ball after all. Even Mary could assure her family that she had no objection to attending the ball.
只要我早上可以独处，他说，这就足够了。我觉得偶尔参加晚间活动也没什么不妥。社交活动对我们每个人都有要求。
As long as I can be alone in the morning, she said, that's enough. I don't think there's anything wrong with attending an evening event once in a while. Social events make demands on each of us.
我承认自己是那种认为每个人都需要休息和娱乐的人。伊丽莎白此时兴致高昂，虽然她通常不怎么跟柯林斯先生说闲话。
I admit to being one of those people who believes that everyone needs rest and entertainment. Elizabeth was in high spirits, and although she did not usually talk much to Mr. Collins,
但他还是忍不住问他是否愿意接受宾格莱先生的邀请。如果愿意，他是否愿意参加晚上的娱乐活动？令他颇感惊奇的是，他对此毫无顾忌。
But she could not help asking him if he would accept Mr. Bingley's invitation, and if so, if he would take part in the evening's entertainment. To her surprise, he had no qualms about it. 也不怕大主教或凯瑟琳德鲍尔夫人的斥责，就冒险去跳舞。我向你保证，他说道，我绝不认为。Nor, fearing the rebuke of the Archbishop or Lady Catherine de Bourgh, did he venture to dance. I assure you, he said, I don't think so.
一个品行端正的年轻人为体面人举办的这种舞会会有什么不良影响？我自己也绝不反对跳舞。我希望在晚上能得到我所有漂亮表妹的青睐。
What ill effects could there be in a ball of this kind given by a young man of good character to respectable people? I myself was by no means averse to dancing, and I hope to be favored by all my pretty cousins in the evening.
我借此机会邀请你，伊丽莎白小姐，特别邀请你跳前2支舞。我相信我的表妹简会认为这是出于正当理由，而不是对她的不敬。伊丽莎白觉得自己完全被骗了。
I take this opportunity of inviting you, Miss Elizabeth, especially to the first 2 dances. I am sure my cousin Jane will consider this to be for good cause and not as a disrespect to her. Elizabeth felt completely cheated.
他本来是想让维汉邀请他参加这些舞会的，结果却邀请了柯林斯先生。他从来没有觉得时机不对，然而他没有办法。
She had expected Wickham to invite her to these balls, but instead he invited Mr. Collins. She never felt the timing was wrong. However, there was nothing she could do.
维汉先生和他的幸福不得不推迟了一段时间。柯林斯先生的提议，他尽量欣然接受了。他对他的殷勤并不满意，因为他觉得这暗示着更多的事情。
Mr. Wickham's and her happiness had to be postponed for some time, and Mr. Collins' offer was accepted with as much cheerfulness as she could. She was not satisfied with his attentiveness because she felt it hinted at something more.
现在她才意识到，她从她的姐妹中被选中，有资格成为汉斯福德牧师住宅的女主人，在没有其他合适的客人的情况下，可以协助在罗辛斯组织4人舞会。
Only now did she realize that she had been chosen from among her sisters to become mistress of Hansford Parsonage and to assist in the organization of a foursome ball at Rosings when there were no other suitable guests. 当他看到他对他越来越客气，听到他经常试图称赞他的机智和活泼时，这个想法很快就成真了。 This idea soon came true when she saw him becoming more and more civil to her, and heard him frequently trying to compliment her wit and vivacity. 虽然他自己对她的魅力所产生的这种效果感到惊讶而不是满意，但不久他母亲就告诉他，他们结婚的可能性对他来说是非常有利的。然而 Although she herself was surprised rather than satisfied by this effect of her charms, it was not long before her mother informed her that the possibility of their marriage would be very favorable to her. However, 伊丽莎白并没有选择接受这个暗示，
因为他很清楚，任何答复都必定会引起一场严重的争吵。柯林斯先生可能永远不会提出这个提议，而且
Elizabeth did not choose to take the hint, knowing full well that any reply would surely lead to a serious quarrel. Mr. Collins may never make the offer, and
在他提出这个提议之前，为他争吵是毫无意义的。要不是要为尼日斐花园的舞会做准备，要不是要谈论班纳特家的小小姐们此时的处境，可就惨了。
There was no point in fighting over him until he made the offer. Had it not been for the preparation for the ball at Netherfield Gardens, had it not been for the discussion, the little girls of the Bennet family would have been in a miserable state.
因为从收到邀请到舞会那天一直下着大雨，他们连去麦里屯的路程都耽误了。他们找不到姑母，找不到军官，也找不到消息。
Because it rained heavily from the time they received the invitation to the day of the dance, their journey to Meryton was delayed. They couldn't find their aunt, they couldn't find the officer, they couldn't find any news.
连去尼日斐花园的礼物都是别人送的，连伊丽莎白也觉得天气太冷，无法与威克姆先生继续交往，这让他的耐心受到了考验。对基蒂和莉迪亚来说
Even the gift of going to Netherfield Gardens was given by someone else. Even Elizabeth finds it too cold to continue her association with Mr. Wickham, and her patience is tested. For Kitty and Lydia.
只有星期二的舞会才能让星期五、星期六、星期天和星期一的舞会更愉快。第18章，伊丽莎白走进尼日斐花园的客厅。
Only Tuesday's dance can make Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday's dances more enjoyable. Chapter 18 Elizabeth enters the drawing room in Netherfield Gardens.
在一群穿红衣服的人中间徒劳地寻找威克姆先生，他从来没怀疑过他是否在场。他心里本来有些担心，但这些担心并没有打消他一定会见到他的想法。
Searching in vain for Mr. Wickham among the red-coated crowd, she never doubted his presence. She had some worries in her heart, but these worries did not dispel the idea that she would definitely see him.
他比平时打扮得更加讲究，精神抖擞，准备征服他那颗尚未征服的心，相信今晚就能征服他。可是他马上又生出一个可怕的疑虑。
She was dressed more elegantly than usual and was in high spirits, ready to conquer his unconquered heart. She believed she could conquer him tonight. However, she immediately had a terrible doubt.
怀疑是达西先生故意不带他去宾利家，让他去请军官。虽然事实并非如此，但莉迪亚急切地向他求助。他的朋友丹尼先生说出了他缺席的确切事实。
It is suspected that Mr. Darcy deliberately did not take him to Bingley's house and asked him to fetch the officer. Although this was not the case, Lydia eagerly turned to him for help, and his friend Mr. Danny revealed the exact facts of his absence.
丹尼先生告诉他们，威克姆前一天不得不到城里办事，到现在还没回来。他带着意味深长的微笑补充说，如果他不是想避开这里的某位先生。
Mr. Denny told them that Wickham had to go to town on business the day before and had not yet returned. She added with a meaningful smile, "If he is not trying to avoid a certain gentleman here."
我想他现在不会因为公事而离开。莉迪亚没有听见他讲的这部分情况，伊丽莎白却听见了。她确信维汉不在家的责任不亚于他最初的猜测达西先生的责任。
I don't think he's leaving now on official business. Lydia did not hear this part of his story, but Elizabeth did. She was convinced that Wickham's absence was no less responsible than she had first suspected, that Mr. Darcy was to blame.
伊丽莎白一听，心里就更加不高兴了。达西先生随后又上前来问他一些礼貌的问题，伊丽莎白简直无法礼貌地回答。对达西先生的关心、忍耐和耐心。
When Elizabeth heard this, she became even more unhappy. Mr. Darcy then came up to ask her some polite questions, which Elizabeth could hardly answer politely. For your care, patience with Mr. Darcy.
对维汉来说都是坏事。他下定决心，不想跟他说话，转身就走，甚至连跟宾格莱先生说话，他都忍不住不高兴。宾格莱先生的盲目偏爱让他很生气。
All bad for Wickham. She made up her mind that she did not want to speak to him, turned away, and could not help being unhappy even with Mr. Bingley, whose blind preference made her angry.
但伊丽莎白生来就不是脾气暴躁的人，虽然那天晚上她自己的一切前途都毁于一旦，但她的心情却没有久久难过。
But Elizabeth was not by nature a bad-tempered person, and although all her own prospects were ruined that night, she did not remain in a bad mood.
他把所有的悲伤都告诉了夏洛特。卢卡斯，他已经1个星期没见过他了。很快，他就能够主动把话题转到他堂兄的怪癖上，并特别向他指出他。然而
She confided all her sorrows to Charlotte Lucas, whom she had not seen for a week, and was soon able to turn the conversation of her own accord to her cousin's eccentricities, and to point him out especially to her. However,
前两支舞却让他苦恼不已，他们是令人羞愧的舞蹈。柯林斯先生笨拙而严肃，不去参加舞会，而是道歉，而且经常在不知情的情况下走错舞步。
The first 2 dances troubled her. They were shameful dances. Mr. Collins is awkward and stern, apologizing instead of going to dances and often unknowingly doing the wrong dance steps.
这让他感到羞愧和痛苦，因为在两支舞中遇到一个不愉快的舞伴，会让他感到难过和痛苦。从他身边解脱出来的那一刻，他欣喜若狂。
This made her feel ashamed and miserable, as it would have been to have an unpleasant partner in 2 dances. The moment she was freed from him, she was ecstatic.
接下来，他和一个军官跳舞，弹起威克姆。听说他深受大家喜爱，他感到很开心。跳完舞后，他回到夏洛特·卢卡斯身边，正和他聊天，突然发现达西先生向他求婚。
Next she danced with an officer, and spoke of Wickham, and was glad to hear that he was well liked by all. After dancing, she returned to Charlotte Lucas and was chatting with her when she suddenly discovered that Mr. Darcy proposed to her.
令他大吃一惊，他不知道自己在做什么，就答应了。他马上又走开了，他只好为自己缺乏镇定而烦恼。夏洛特试图安慰他：“我敢说，你会发现他非常和蔼可亲。”
To her surprise, not knowing what she was doing, she agreed. He immediately walked away again, and she was left to fret over her lack of composure. Charlotte tries to comfort her. I dare say you will find him very affable.
但愿不会，那将是最大的不幸。找到一个令人愉快的人，却被人恨之入骨。别希望我遭遇这样的不幸。可是，当舞会重新开始，达西先生走过来向他求婚时
Hope not. That would be the greatest misfortune. Find a pleasant person, only to be hated by them all. Don't wish such misfortune on me. However, when the ball resumed and Mr. Darcy came over to propose to her,
夏洛特忍不住低声警告他，不要做个傻瓜，不要让他幻想维汉会让他在一个比他更重要的男人眼里显得不愉快。伊丽莎白没有回答，而是在舞会上就坐。
Charlotte could not help but warn her in a low voice not to be a fool and not allow her to imagine that Wickham would make her look unpleasant in the eyes of a man more important than himself. Elizabeth made no answer, but took her seat at the ball.
他惊讶地发现，自己竟然能与达西先生面对面站着，竟能如此尊贵。从他邻座的人们的表情中，也看出他们看到这一幕时同样惊讶不已。他们站了好一会儿。
She was surprised to find that she could stand face to face with Mr. Darcy and be so dignified. From the expressions of the people sitting next to her, it could be seen that they were equally surprised when they saw this scene. They stood for a long time.
一句话也没说。他开始想象他们要一直保持沉默，跳完2支舞。起初，他决定不打破沉默。后来，他突然想到，如果强迫他的舞伴说话，那将是对他更大的惩罚。
Not a word was spoken. She began to imagine that they would remain silent for 2 dances, and at first she decided not to break the silence. Then it suddenly occurred to her that it would be a greater punishment for her partner if he were forced to speak.
于是他对舞蹈做了一些小评论。他回答说：“又沉默了。”几分钟后，他第2次对他说：“现在轮到你说点什么了，达西先生。我谈到了舞会，你应该对舞厅的大小。”
So she made a little comment about the dance. He replied, and fell silent again. A few minutes later, she said to him a second time, "Now it is your turn to say something, Mr. Darcy. I spoke of the ball, and you should tell me about the size of the ballroom."
或者舞伴的数量发表一些评论。他微笑着向他保证，他想说什么他就说什么。很好，现在就这么回答吧。也许过一段时间。
Or make some comments about the number of dance partners. He smiled and assured her that he would say whatever she wanted. Very well, that's the answer now. Maybe, after a while.
我会发现私人舞会比公共舞会有趣得多，但现在我们可以保持沉默了。那么，你们跳舞的时候说话要遵守规则吗？有时是的。你知道，一个人必须说点话。
I would find private dances much more interesting than public ones, but for now we can remain silent. So, do you have to follow the rules when talking while dancing? Sometimes yes. You know, one has to say something.
半个小时的沉默会显得很奇怪，然而，为了某些人的利益，谈话应该安排的尽可能少，这样他们就不必费心说话了。在当前这件事上，你是在考虑你自己的感受。
Half an hour's silence will seem strange. However, it is in some people's interest that the conversation should be kept to a minimum so that they do not have to bother talking. In this matter, you are considering your own feelings.
还是你以为你是在满足我的感受？都是， 伊丽莎白狡黠地回答，因为我一直觉得我们俩的思维方式很相似。我们俩性格孤僻，沉默寡言，不愿意说话。
Or do you think you are satisfying my feelings? Yes, replied Elizabeth slyly, because I have always felt that we both think in a similar way. We are both withdrawn, taciturn and unwilling to speak.
除非我们想说些让全场惊叹的话，并像谚语一样流传后世。我敢肯定，这和你的性格并不十分相似。他说，我不敢说他和我的性格有多相似。毫无疑问。
Unless we want to say something that will wow the crowd and be passed down to posterity like a proverb. I'm sure it's not very similar to your character, he said. I can't say how similar it is to mine, no doubt.
你认为这是一幅忠实的画像？我不能决定自己的表现。他没有回答。他们又沉默了，直到他们跳完舞，他才问他和姐妹们是不是经常去麦里屯散步。
You think this is a faithful portrait? I can't decide my own performance. He made no answer. They were silent again until they had finished dancing, and then he asked her if she and her sisters often went for walks in Meryton.
他回答说是的。他无法抗拒这种诱惑，又补充道，那天你在那里遇见我们的时候，我们刚刚认识了一位新朋友。这话立即起了作用，他脸上露出了更深的傲慢。
She replied yes. Unable to resist the temptation, she added, When you met us there that day, we had just made a new friend. The effect was immediate. There was a deeper arrogance on his face.
但他一句话也没说。伊丽莎白虽然责怪自己软弱，但还是说不下去了。最后，达西开口了，他很勉强地说：“威克姆先生举止得体，一定能交到朋友。”
But he didn't say a word. Although Elizabeth blamed herself for being weak, she could not continue. Finally, Darcy spoke, and he said reluctantly, Mr. Wickham's manners will surely make friends.
至于他能否留住朋友，就不一定了。他太不幸了，失去了你的友谊，伊丽莎白强调道，而且他可能一辈子都会因此受苦。达西先生没有回答，似乎想换个话题。
As for whether he can keep his friends, that's not certain. It is unlucky for him to lose your friendship, Elizabeth emphasized, and he will probably suffer for it all his life. Mr. Darcy did not answer, as if he wanted to change the subject.
这时，威廉·卢卡斯爵士出现在他们身边，打算穿过舞池到房间的另一边去。但是他一看见达西先生， 便停下来，以高人一等的礼节鞠躬，称赞他的舞技和舞伴。
At this moment Sir William Lucas appeared beside them, intending to cross the dance floor to the other side of the room. But as soon as he caught sight of Mr. Darcy, he stopped, bowed with patronizing courtesy, and complimented his skill and his partner.
我非常高兴，亲爱的先生，这样高超的舞技并不常见。显然，您属于上流社会。不过，请允许我说，您那美丽的舞伴不会让您丢脸。我希望您能经常得到这种乐趣。
I am very happy, dear sir. Such superb dancing skills are not often seen. Clearly, you belong to the upper class. However, let me say that your beautiful partner will not disgrace you, and I hope you will often have this pleasure.
尤其是当某件令人高兴的事发生时，亲爱的伊丽莎小姐瞥了她姐姐和宾利一眼，那时会有多么祝贺您啊！我恳求达西先生，不过，先生，让我不要打断您的话。
Especially when something happy happens, dear Miss Eliza, glancing at her sister and Bingley, what congratulations there will be. I beg Mr. Darcy, but, sir, let me not interrupt you.
您不会感谢我，让您不与那位年轻小姐进行迷人的交谈。她那明亮的眼睛也在责备我。如此高超的舞蹈，经常看到。达西先生的话后半句几乎没有听进去。
You will not thank me for depriving you of a charming conversation with that young lady, whose bright eyes reproach me. Such superb dancing is often seen. Mr. Darcy hardly heard the second half of what he said.
但威廉爵士提到他的朋友，却似乎深深地打动了他。他一脸严肃地望着正在跳舞的宾格莱和简。不过，他很快就恢复了镇定，转过身来对着他的舞伴说
But Sir William's mention of his friends seemed to move him deeply, and he looked seriously at Bingley and Jane who were dancing. However, he quickly regained his composure, turned to his partner and said,
威廉爵士的打断让我忘记了我们在谈论什么。我觉得我们根本没在说话。威廉爵士不可能打断房间里任何两个没什么话说的人的谈话。
Sir William's interruption made me forget what we were talking about. I feel like we're not talking at all. Sir William could not interrupt a conversation between any two people in the room who had nothing to say.
我们已经尝试了2、3个话题，但没有成功。我想象不出我们接下来要谈什么。你觉得书怎么样？他微笑着问道。书籍？哦不，我确信我们读过的书从来都不一样。
We've tried 2 or 3 topics without success and I can't imagine what we're going to talk about next. What do you think of the book? He asked, smiling. Books? Oh no. I am sure that the books we have never read are the same.
或者不会带着相同的感受。我很遗憾你这样想，但如果是这样的话，至少不会缺少话题。我们可以比较一下我们之间的不同意见。不，我不能在舞厅里谈论书籍。
Or not with the same feelings. I'm sorry you think so, but if that's the case, at least there won't be a shortage of topics. We can compare our differences. No, I can't talk about books in the ballroom.
"我的脑子里总是充满了别的东西。在这样的场景中，你总是想着现在的事，是吗？"他带着怀疑的神色问道。"是的，总是这样。"他回答道，但他不知道自己说了什么。
My mind is always filled with something else. In a scene like this, you're always thinking about the present, right? He asked suspiciously. Yes, always, she replied, but she didn't know what she said.
"因为他的思绪已经跑偏了。不久之后，他突然喊道："我记得有一次你说过，达西先生，你几乎从不宽恕别人，你的怨恨一旦产生，就无法平息。"我想。
For her thoughts had strayed, and soon afterward she suddenly exclaimed, I remember you once saying, Mr. Darcy, that you almost never forgive. Your resentment, once it arises, cannot be appeased. I think.
"你对这种怨恨的产生很谨慎吧？""是的，"他坚定地说道。"永远不要让自己被偏见蒙蔽了双眼。""我希望不是。对于那些从不改变自己观点的人来说。
Are you cautious about this kind of resentment? Yes, he said firmly. Never let yourself be blinded by prejudice? I hope not. For those who never change their views.
"尤其需要确保一开始就做出正确的判断。请问这些问题的重点是什么？""只是为了说明一下你的性格。"他努力摆脱严肃的神情说道。"我正在努力弄清楚。"
You especially need to make sure you make the right decisions from the start. What is the point of these questions? Just to illustrate your character, she said, trying to shake off her serious look. I'm trying to figure it out.
"那么你的成功是什么？"他摇摇头。"我完全不明白。我听到关于你的各种说法，让我非常困惑。"他严肃地回答道。"我完全相信关于我的传闻可能大相径庭。"
So what is your success? She shook her head. I don't understand it at all. I hear all kinds of things said about you that really confuse me. He replied seriously, I fully believe that the rumors about me may be very different.
班纳特小姐，我希望你现在不要描述我的性格，因为我有理由担心我的表现不会给双方带来任何荣誉。但如果我现在不取你的肖像
Miss Bennet, I wish you would not describe my character now, for I have reason to fear that my performance will bring no credit to either party. But if I don't take your likeness now,
我可能永远不会再有机会了。我绝不会阻止你的任何乐趣，他冷冷地回答。他不再说话，他们又跳了另一支舞，默默地分开了。双方都很不满意，尽管程度不同。
I may never get another chance. I would never prevent any of your pleasure, he replied coldly. She said no more, and they danced another dance and parted in silence. Both were dissatisfied, though in varying degrees.
因为达西心里对他怀有相当强烈的感情，这很快使他得到了宽恕，并把他所有的愤怒都发泄在了另一个人身上。他们刚分开不久，宾利小姐就朝他走来。
For Darcy had a rather strong feeling for her in his heart, which soon led to her forgiveness, and vented all his anger on another person. They had scarcely separated when Miss Bingley came towards her.
带着一种礼貌的蔑视表情，对他说：“那么，伊丽莎小姐，我听说你很喜欢乔治·威克姆。你姐姐一直在跟我谈论他，问了我很多问题。我发现，除了其他的谈话之外，”
With an expression of polite contempt, he said to her, Well, Miss Eliza, I heard you were very fond of George Wickham. Your sister has been talking to me about him, and asking me many questions. I find, among other conversations,
“这个年轻人忘了告诉你，他是老威克姆的儿子。老威克姆是已故达西先生的管家。不过，作为朋友，我劝你不要完全相信他的话，因为达西先生虐待他。”
The young man forgot to tell you that he was the son of old Wickham, who was steward to the late Mr. Darcy. However, as a friend, I advise you not to completely believe his words. Because Mr. Darcy abused him.
这完全是胡说八道。相反，达西先生一直对他非常好，尽管乔治·威克姆对待达西先生的方式非常可耻。我不知道具体情况，但我很清楚。
This is complete nonsense. On the contrary, Mr. Darcy has always been very kind to him, although the way George Wickham treats Mr. Darcy is very shameful. I don't know the specific situation, but I know very well.
达西先生一点儿也不该受责备，他不能忍受听到乔治·威克姆被提起。虽然我哥哥认为在邀请军官时不能不邀请他，但他很高兴他避开了。
Mr. Darcy is not at all to blame. He could not bear to hear George Wickham mentioned. Although my brother thought he could not be invited without inviting him, he was glad he avoided it.
他来到这个国家是一件非常无理的事情，我很奇怪他怎么敢这么做。伊丽莎小姐，我很同情你，因为你发现了你最爱的人的罪行，但说实话，考虑到他的血统。
It was a very disrespectful thing for him to do coming to this country, and I wonder how he dared to do it. Miss Eliza, I sympathize with you for discovering the crime of the man you love best. But truth be told, considering his pedigree,
「我们不可能指望他做得更好了。按照你的说法，他的罪行和他的出身似乎是一回事。”伊丽莎白生气地说道。
We couldn't have expected him to do any better. His crime and his parentage seem to be one and the same, according to you, said Elizabeth angrily.
因为我听到你指控他最严重的罪名就是他是达西先生管家的儿子，而且我可以向你保证，这件事是他亲自告诉我的。请您原谅。
For the most serious accusation I heard you accuse him of was that he was the son of Mr. Darcy's steward, and, I assure you, he told me this himself. Please forgive.
宾格莱小姐冷笑着转过身去，回答道：“请原谅我的打扰，我本是好心的。”无理的姑娘，伊丽莎白自言自语道：“你以为这样无足轻重的攻击就能影响我？”
Miss Bingley turned away with a sneer and replied, "Please forgive me for interrupting, I mean well." Insolent girl. Elizabeth said to herself. You think such a trivial attack can affect me?
你就大错特错了。在我看来，你这样做除了故意无知和达西先生的恶意之外，什么也没有。于是他去找大姐，大姐也打算向宾格莱打听这件事。
You could not be more wrong. It seems to me that you have done nothing but willful ignorance and Mr. Darcy's malice in doing so. So she went to find her eldest sister, who also planned to ask Bingley about this matter. 简对他露出了甜美而得意的微笑，脸上洋溢着幸福的笑容，足以说明他对今晚发生的事情非常满意。伊丽莎白立刻就看出了他的感情。在那一刻， Jane smiled sweetly and proudly at her, a happy smile on her face, which was enough to show that she was very satisfied with what happened tonight. Elizabeth recognized her feelings at once. At that moment,
对威克姆的关心，对他的敌人的怨恨，以及其他一切，都让位于简能获得幸福的希望。我想知道，他脸上的笑容不亚于他姐姐。你对威克姆先生了解多少了？
concern for Wickham, resentment of his enemies, and everything else give way to Jane's hope of happiness. I wonder, she said, smiling as much as her sister, how much you know Mr. Wickham.
也许你太高兴了，没有心思考虑第三者，那样的话，我一定会原谅你的。没有，简回答说，我没有忘记他，只是没有什么好说的。宾格莱先生不知道他的全部经历。
Maybe you are too happy to think about a third party. In that case, I will definitely forgive you. No, replied Jane, I have not forgotten him, but I have nothing to say. Mr. Bingley did not know his whole story.
也不知道达西先生为什么得罪他，但他可以保证他的朋友品行端正、诚实正直，而且他深信达西先生对维汉先生的关心比他现在得到的要少得多。
It was not known why Mr. Darcy had offended him, but he could assure himself that his friend was of good character, honest and upright, and he was convinced that Mr. Darcy cared for Mr. Wickham far less than he now received.
我很遗憾地说，从他和他姐姐的说法来看，维汉先生绝不是一个值得尊敬的年轻人。我担心他太鲁莽了，应该失去达西先生的尊重。
I regret to say that from what he and his sister have said, Mr. Wickham is anything but a respectable young man. I fear that he has been too reckless and should lose Mr. Darcy's respect.
宾利先生不认识威克姆先生本人，没有，直到那天早上他在麦里屯才见到他。那么这就是达西先生告诉他的。我非常满意，但是他对生活有什么看法呢？
Mr. Bingley did not know Mr. Wickham personally. No, I didn't see him until that morning in Meryton. Then that's what Mr. Darcy told him. I'm very satisfied. But what does he think about life?
他虽然从达西先生那儿听说过不止一次，但他记不清当时的具体情况了。不过他相信这件事只是有条件的留给他的。我一点也不怀疑宾格莱先生的诚意。
Although he had heard it from Mr. Darcy more than once, he could not remember the exact circumstances, but he believed that the matter was left to him only conditionally. I have not the least doubt of Mr. Bingley's sincerity. "
伊丽莎白热情地说道，不过请您原谅，我并不是只听信他的保证就信服他。我敢说，宾格莱先生为他的朋友辩护得非常出色。不过
But I beg your pardon, said Elizabeth warmly. I am not convinced by his assurances alone. Mr. Bingley, I dare say, defended his friend very well, but—
由于他不了解事情的某些部分，其余部分都是从他的朋友那里得知的，所以我还是冒险对这两位先生的看法和以前一样。然后他又换了一个话题。
As he was ignorant of certain parts of the matter, and learned the rest from his friends, I venture to form the same opinion of both gentlemen as before. Then she changed the topic again.
让两人都觉得更开心，而且两人对这个话题的看法也没有什么不同。伊丽莎白听见对宾格莱的关心抱有美好的希望，虽然希望不大，但她很高兴。
It made both of them happier, and their views on the topic were no different. Elizabeth heard that Jane had good hopes for Bingley's concern. Although the hope was not great, she was very happy.
于是他就尽量多说一些话来增强简对宾格莱的信心。宾格莱先生也来了，伊丽莎白就退到卢卡斯小姐那里。卢卡斯小姐问她上一个舞伴过得如何。
So she tried to say as many words as possible to enhance Jane's confidence in Bingley. Mr. Bingley also arrived, and Elizabeth retired to Miss Lucas. Miss Lucas asked how her last dance partner was doing.
他刚一回答，柯林斯先生就走了过来，兴高采烈地告诉简，他刚刚有幸发现了一件非常重要的事。我偶然发现，他说，现在房间里有一位我女赞助人的近亲。
As soon as she answered, Mr. Collins came over and told Jane cheerfully that he had just been fortunate enough to discover something very important. I discovered by chance, he said, that there was now in the room a close relative of my patroness.
我碰巧听到这位先生向这位来此做客的年轻女士提到了他的表妹德鲍尔小姐和他的母亲凯瑟琳夫人的名字。这种事情发生得多么奇妙啊！
I happened to hear this gentleman mention to the young lady who was here as a visitor the names of his cousin, Mademoiselle de Bourgh, and her mother, Lady Catherine. How wonderful it is that this happens. 谁会想到我会在这个聚会上遇到凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人的侄子？我非常感谢及时发现，让我可以向他表示敬意。我现在就去拜访他。Who would have thought that I would meet Lady Catherine de Bourgh's nephew at this party? I am very grateful for the timely discovery that allowed me to pay my respects to him, and I am going to visit him now.
相信他会原谅我之前没有这样做。我对他们之间的联系一无所知，必须为此道歉。你不打算向达西先生介绍你自己吗？确实如此。
I believe he will forgive me for not doing this before. I knew nothing about their connection and must apologize for that. Aren't you going to introduce yourself to Mr. Darcy? Indeed.
我会请求他原谅我之前没有这么做。我相信他是凯瑟琳夫人的侄子。我可以向他保证，凯瑟琳夫人昨天晚上身体很好。伊丽莎白极力劝阻他不要这样做。
I would ask him to forgive me for not doing this before. I believe he is Lady Catherine's nephew. I can assure him that Lady Catherine was in good health last night. Elizabeth tried her best to dissuade him from doing so.
他向他保证，达西先生会认为他不经介绍就主动跟他打招呼是一种无礼的举动，而不是对他姑妈的恭维。他还说，双方根本不需要引起注意，如果要引起注意。
She assured him that Mr. Darcy would consider his greeting without introduction an act of rudeness rather than a compliment to his aunt. She also said that both parties do not need to attract attention at all. If they want to attract attention.
那也只有地位更高的达西先生才能开始认识他们。柯林斯先生听着他的话，一副要按照自己的意愿做事的坚定神态。等他讲完，他便这样回答道
Only Mr. Darcy, who has a higher status, can begin to know them. Mr. Collins listened to her with an air of determination to do what he wanted, and when she had finished he answered thus.
亲爱的伊丽莎白小姐，我对你在所有你能理解的事情上都表现出的卓越判断力深表赞赏，但请允许我说
Dear Miss Elizabeth, I deeply appreciate your excellent judgment in all matters within your comprehension, but allow me to say,
在俗人之间既定的礼仪形式与教士之间肯定有很大区别，因为，请允许我指出，我认为教士的职位在尊严方面与王国中的最高职位是同等的。
There must be a great difference between the established forms of liturgy among the laity and among the clergy, for, let me say, I consider the clergy's office to be equal in dignity to the highest office in the kingdom.
只要同时保持适当的谦卑行为。因此，这一次你必须允许我遵从我良心的指示，这使我履行我认为是职责的事情。请原谅我没有听从你的建议。
Just maintain an appropriate amount of humility at the same time. Therefore, this time you must allow me to follow the dictates of my conscience, which leads me to do what I consider to be my duty. Please forgive me for not following your advice.
在其他所有问题上，你的建议都是我永远的指导。不过在我们面前的这件事上，我认为自己比你这样的年轻小姐更适合做正确的决定，因为我受过教育。
In all other matters your advice is my everlasting guide, but in this matter before us I consider myself better equipped than a young lady like yourself to make the right decision, for I have been educated.
习惯性的学习，他深深鞠了一躬，离开了他，去向达西先生求爱。他热切地看着他如何接受他的求爱，听到这样的称呼，他显然非常惊讶。堂兄先庄重地鞠了一躬。
Learn by habit, he bowed deeply, and left her to woo Mr. Darcy. She watched eagerly how he received his advances, and was evidently much surprised to hear such a title. Cousin first bowed solemnly.
虽然他听不清他的话，但他觉得自己好像全都听见了。从他嘴唇的动作中，他看出他要说道歉。汉斯福德和凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人。
Although she could not hear his words clearly, she felt as if she heard them all, and from the movement of his lips she saw that he was going to say, apology, Hansford, and Lady Catherine de Bourgh.
看到他向这样一个人袒露自己，他很生气。达西先生满脸惊奇地看着他。当柯林斯先生终于让他说话时，他以一种冷漠的礼貌态度回答道：“然而
She was angry to see him exposing himself to such a person. Mr. Darcy looked at him with astonishment, and when Mr. Collins finally allowed him to speak, he answered with a cold courtesy. However,
柯林斯先生并没有气馁，继续说话。达西先生似乎随着他第二句话的长篇大论而更加轻蔑。说完后，他只是微微鞠了一躬，就朝另一边走去。
Mr. Collins, undeterred, continued to speak, and Mr. Darcy seemed to grow more contemptuous with the tirade of his second sentence. When he had finished, he merely bowed slightly, and passed on to the other side.
柯林斯先生这才回到伊丽莎白身边。我向你保证，他说，我没有理由对我受到的接待不满意。达西先生似乎对这种礼遇很满意，他以极其礼貌的态度回答了我。
Mr. Collins then returned to Elizabeth. I assure you, said he, that I have no reason to be dissatisfied with the reception I have received. Mr. Darcy seemed well pleased with the courtesy. He answered me with the utmost courtesy.
甚至还夸奖我说，他非常相信凯瑟琳夫人的眼光，相信她绝不会不体面的施恩。 这真是一个非常好的想法。总而言之，我对他很满意。
He even praised me and said that he had great faith in Lady Catherine's vision and believed that she would never show kindness in a dishonorable way. This is a really good idea. All in all, I'm very satisfied with him.
伊丽莎白不再关心自己的事，于是几乎把注意力全部放在姐姐和宾格莱先生身上。她观察后产生的一系列愉快的想法，也许使她和简一样幸福。
Elizabeth no longer cared about her own affairs, and turned her attention almost entirely to her sister and Mr. Bingley. The series of pleasant thoughts which followed her observations may have made her as happy as Jane.
她想象着简就住在那所房子里，享受着真爱婚姻所能带来的一切幸福。在这种情况下，他觉得自己甚至可以努力去喜欢宾格莱的两个姐姐。他清楚地看到
She imagined Jane living in that house, enjoying all the happiness that a true love marriage could bring. In this case, she felt that she could even try to like Bingley's two sisters. She saw clearly.
母亲的想法也是一样的，她决定不冒险靠近母亲，以免听到太多。因此，当他们坐下来吃晚饭时，她认为把他们放在一起是一种最不幸的反常行为。
The mother had the same idea and decided not to risk getting close to her in case she heard too much. So, when they sat down to supper, she thought it a most unfortunate aberration to keep them together.
她非常恼火地发现，母亲正和那个人卢卡斯夫人无拘无束地交谈，只说着她希望简很快嫁给宾格莱先生。这是一个令人振奋的话题。
She was very annoyed to find that her mother was talking freely to that person, Mrs. Lucas, saying nothing but her hope that Jane would soon marry Mr. Bingley. This is an exciting topic.
班纳特太太似乎不厌其烦地列举着这门亲事的好处。他是一个如此迷人的年轻人，如此富有，而且住的地方离他们只有3英里，这是他首先感到高兴的地方。
Mrs. Bennet seemed never tired of enumerating the advantages of the marriage. He was such a charming young man, so wealthy, and lived only 3 miles from them, which was the first thing that pleased her. 然后想到两姐妹多么喜欢简，并确信她们一定和她一样渴望这门亲事，她感到十分欣慰。此外，这对她的小女儿来说也是一件大好事。Then she felt comforted by the thought of how much the two sisters liked Jane, and the certainty that they must desire the match as much as she did. Plus, it's a great thing for her little girl.
因为简的嫁妆必然会把他们推向其他有钱人的怀抱，最后，在他这个年纪，能把未婚的女儿托付给他们的姐姐照顾。
Because Jane's dowry will inevitably push them into the arms of other wealthy people. Finally, at her age, she can entrust her unmarried daughters to the care of their sisters.
这样，他就不必非要出去参加他喜欢的聚会，这真是太令人高兴了。他必须把这件事当成一件乐事，因为在这种场合这是礼仪。但是，在他一生中的任何时期，
It's so nice that she doesn't have to go out to her favorite parties. She must regard it as a pleasure, for it was etiquette on such occasions. But, at any period of her life,
没有人比班纳特太太更不愿意待在家里。最后，他满怀美好的祝愿，希望卢卡斯夫人很快也能如此幸运，尽管他显然得意地认为这是不可能的。
no one was more reluctant to stay at home than Mrs. Bennet. She concluded with her best wishes that Mrs. Lucas might soon be so lucky, although she evidently thought with pride that this was impossible.
伊丽莎白竭力阻止母亲说话的速度，也劝她用小声点的声音描述她的幸福，但都徒劳无功，因为她发现坐在他们对面的达西先生偷听到了大部分话。
Elizabeth tried in vain to slow down her mother's speech, and to persuade her to describe her happiness in a lower voice. Because she discovered that Mr. Darcy, who was sitting opposite them, had overheard most of what was said.
他感到无比恼火，母亲只是责骂他胡言乱语。请问，达西先生跟我有什么关系？我为什么要怕他？我相信我们也不欠他什么礼节，我们不必说他不喜欢听的话。
She was extremely annoyed. Her mother just scolded her for talking nonsense. Excuse me, what does Mr. Darcy have to do with me? Why should I be afraid of him? I believe we don't owe him any courtesy. We don't have to say things he doesn't like to hear. 看在上帝的份上，夫人，请你小声点。得罪达西先生对你有什么好处？你这样做绝对不会得到他朋友的赞赏。然而，他说的话却没有丝毫作用。 For God's sake, ma'am, please keep your voice down. What good will it do you to offend Mr. Darcy? You will definitely not be appreciated by his friends if you do this. However, what she said had no effect at all. 他母亲会用同样听得懂的语气谈论他的观点。伊丽莎白羞愧又恼怒，脸一次又一次红了起来。她忍不住经常朝达西先生瞟一眼。Her mother would talk about her point of view in the same understandable tone. Elizabeth blushed again and again, ashamed and angry. She could not help but cast a glance at Mr. Darcy frequently.
虽然每一次瞟都让他意识到自己所担心的事情，因为虽然他不总是看着他母亲，但他确信他的注意力总是集中在他身上。
Though every glance made her aware of her fears, for though he was not always looking at her mother, she was sure that his attention was always upon her.
他脸上的表情逐渐从愤慨的轻蔑变为镇定而坚定的严肃。班纳特太太终于说不出话来了。卢卡斯夫人听了这么多好玩的东西，一直打着哈欠。
The expression on his face gradually changed from indignant contempt to calm and determined seriousness. Mrs. Bennet was finally speechless. Mrs. Lucas yawned all the time after hearing so many interesting things.
可又觉得没法分享，于是就只好吃些冷火腿和鸡肉了。伊丽莎白这才渐渐恢复了精神。但好景不长，吃完晚饭，大家又开始谈论唱歌了。她很尴尬地看到
But I felt like I couldn't share it, so I had to eat some cold ham and chicken. Elizabeth gradually regained her energy. But the good times didn't last long. After dinner, everyone started talking about singing again. She was embarrassed to see.
玛丽几乎没有恳求，就准备答应大家的请求。她用许多意味深长的眼神、无声的恳求，试图阻止玛丽表现出这种奉承的样子，但都徒劳无功。玛丽不理解她的话。
Mary was ready to grant everyone's request with little pleading. She tried in vain to prevent Mary from displaying this flattery with many meaningful glances and silent entreaties. Mary didn't understand her words.
她很高兴有这样一个展示的机会，于是就开始唱歌了。伊丽莎白的眼睛盯着她，心里非常痛苦。她焦急地看着她唱完几节，但等到唱完
She was delighted to have such a chance to show off and started singing. Elizabeth's eyes were fixed on hers, and her heart was filled with agony. She watched anxiously as she finished singing a few verses, but when she finished,
她的耐心却没有得到应有的回报。玛丽在餐桌上收到大家的感谢，有人暗示她可能会再次支持他们。半分钟后又开始唱了。
Her patience was not duly rewarded. Mary received thanks from everyone at the dinner table. Someone suggested she might support them again, and half a minute later she started singing again.
玛丽的才能 根本不适合这样的表现。他的声音很虚弱，举止很做作。伊丽莎白痛苦不堪，她看着简，看他如何承受，但简非常平静地和宾利说话。
Mary's talents were not at all suited to such a performance. Her voice was weak and her manner artificial. Elizabeth was in agony. She looked at Jane to see how she would bear it, but Jane spoke to Bingley very calmly.
他看了看他的两个姐姐，发现他们互相嘲弄，也嘲笑达西，但达西仍然面无表情。他看着父亲，恳求他插手，以免玛丽整晚唱歌。他明白了他的暗示。
She looked at his two sisters and saw that they were mocking each other and Darcy, but Darcy remained expressionless. She looked at her father and begged him to step in to prevent Mary from singing all night. He understood her hint.
当玛丽唱完第二首歌时，她大声说道：“这样就太好了，孩子，你让我们开心了很久。让其他年轻女士有时间展示一下吧。”玛丽假装没听见，但还是有些不安。
When Mary finished her second song, he exclaimed, "That's very nice, child. You've made us happy for a long time. Let the other young ladies have time to show it." Mary pretended not to hear, but was still a little uneasy.
伊丽莎白既为他难过，又为他父亲的讲话难过，担心他的焦虑没有起到什么作用。现在其他人也开始被问到了。柯林斯先生说：“如果我有幸能唱歌。”
Elizabeth was saddened both by her and by her father's speech, and worried that her anxiety was having no effect. Now others are starting to be asked, too. Mr. Collins said, "If I'm lucky enough to sing."
我肯定会非常乐意为大家献上歌声，因为我认为音乐是一种非常无害的消遣，与牧师职业完全相容。然而
I would certainly be more than happy to lend my singing voice, for I consider music to be a very harmless pastime, perfectly compatible with the vocation of the priest. However,
“我并不是说我们把太多的时间花在音乐上是合理的，因为肯定还有其他事情要做。一个教区的牧师有很多事情要做。首先，他必须就11岁达成协议。”
I'm not saying that we're justified in spending so much time on music, because there's definitely other things to do. A parish priest has a lot to do. First, he had to come to an agreement on tithes.
既对自己有利，又不冒犯他的赞助人。他必须自己写布道文，剩下的时间也不会太多，既不能用于履行教区职责，也不能用于打理和改善他的住所。
It would benefit himself without offending his patrons. He had to write his own sermons, and he had not much time left to devote either to his parish duties or to the care and improvement of his residence.
他必须尽可能地把住所弄得舒适。我认为，他必须对每个人都保持细心和和蔼的态度，尤其是对那些他提拔的人。我不能免除他的这一责任。
He must make his residence as comfortable as possible. I think he has to be attentive and kind to everyone, especially those he promotes. I cannot absolve him of this responsibility.
我对一个不肯向家里人表示敬意的人，也不抱什么好印象。他向达西先生鞠了一躬，结束了他的演讲。他的讲话声音很大，半个房间的人都听得见。
I don't have a good impression of a man who refuses to show respect to his family. He concluded his speech by bowing to Mr. Darcy. He spoke so loudly that half the room could hear him.
许多人都盯着他看，许多人都笑了，但没有人比班纳特先生自己更开心，而他的妻子则严肃地称赞柯林斯先生讲得如此有道理，并半低声地对卢卡斯夫人说
Many stared at him, and many laughed, but no one was happier than Mr. Bennet himself, while his wife gravely praised Mr. Collins for speaking so well, and half whispered to Luca Mrs. C. said.
他是一个非常聪明、善良的年轻人。在伊丽莎白看来，即使他家人商量好晚上要尽情的表演，他们也不可能表演得更精彩，也更成功。
He is a very smart and kind young man. It seemed to Elizabeth that even if her family had agreed to perform as much as they could in the evening, they could not have given a more wonderful and successful performance.
他为宾格莱和他姐姐感到庆幸。宾格莱先生没有注意到他们表演的某些情节，他也不会因为自己亲眼目睹的愚蠢行为而感到难过。然而
She was glad for Bingley and her sister that Mr. Bingley had not noticed some of the scenes of their performance, and that he was not sorry for the follies he had witnessed. However,
他的两个姐姐和达西先生竟然有机会嘲笑他的亲戚，这已经够糟糕的了。他不知道是达西先生默默的蔑视，还是女士们傲慢的微笑，更让他无法忍受。
It was bad enough that his two sisters and Mr. Darcy had the opportunity to laugh at her relatives. She did not know whether it was Mr. Darcy's silent contempt or the lady's arrogant smiles that made her more intolerable. 那天晚上剩下的时间，他没有多少乐趣。柯林斯先生一直坚持在他身边，逗他玩。虽然他没能说服他再和他跳舞，
但却让他无法和别人跳舞。
She didn't have much fun the rest of the night. Mr. Collins persisted by her side and entertained her, and although he failed to persuade her to dance with him again, he kept her from dancing with anyone else.
他徒劳地恳求他和别人站在一起，并提出把他介绍给房间里的任何一位年轻女士。他向他保证，至于跳舞，他完全不感兴趣。他的主要目的是通过细心的关怀。
She entreated him in vain to join the others, and offered to introduce him to any of the young ladies in the room. As for dancing, he assured her he was not interested at all. His main object was, by tender care, to
向他推荐自己，因此他应该坚持整个晚上都待在他身边。对于这样的计划，没有争论的余地。他把最大的安慰归功于他的朋友卢卡斯小姐。
recommend himself to her. Therefore, he should insist on staying with her throughout the evening. There is no room for debate about such a plan. She owed her greatest comfort to her friend Miss Lucas. 他经常和他们在一起，并和蔼地把柯林斯先生的谈话引到他身边。他至少没有因为达西先生的进一步关注而感到不快，尽管他经常站在离他很近的地方。 She was often with them, and kindly directed Mr. Collins' conversation to her side. She was at least not offended by Mr. Darcy's further attention, though he often stood quite near her. 完全不理他，但他从不靠近他说话。他觉得这可能是他暗指威克姆先生的结果，并为此感到高兴。朗伯恩一家人是最后离开的。班纳特太太想出个办法。Completely ignoring her, but he never came near her to talk. She felt that this might be the result of her allusion to Mr. Wickham, and was delighted by it. The Longbourn family were the last to leave. Mrs. Bennet came up with an idea. 等到其他人都走了，等了1刻钟后，他们才等到马车，这才有时间看到家里有些人多么热切地希望他们离开。赫斯托太太和她姐姐几乎一言不发。It was not until the others had gone, and a quarter of an hour passed, that they waited for the carriage, and had time to see how earnestly some of the family wished for their departure. Mrs. Hurst and her sister were almost silent. 只是抱怨疲劳，显然迫不及待地想独享这间房子。班纳特太太想跟他们搭话，他们都拒绝，结果整个人都闷闷不乐。柯林斯先生的长篇大论也无济于事。Just complaining about fatigue and clearly can't wait to have the house to himself. Mrs. Bennet tried to talk to them, but they all refused, leaving them all depressed. Mr. Collins's tirade was of no avail.
他夸奖宾格莱先生和他的姐妹们招待客人很优雅，待客热情，彬彬有礼。达西先生什么也没说，班纳特先生也一样沉默不语，欣赏着这一幕。
He praised Mr. Bingley and his sisters for the elegance, hospitality, and courtesy with which they entertained their guests. Mr. Darcy said nothing. Mr. Bennet was equally silent, admiring the scene.
“宾格莱先生和简站在一起，与其他人稍远一些，只在聊天。伊丽莎白和赫斯特太太或宾利小姐一样，始终保持着沉默，就连莉迪亚也太疲惫了，只偶尔喊一声。
Mr. Bingley stood with Jane at a distance from the others, just talking. Elizabeth, like Mrs. Hurst or Miss Bingley, remained silent. Even Lydia was too tired to call out now and then. 天啊，我好累啊！并打个哈欠，说不出别的话。等到他们终于起身告辞时，班纳特太太十分客气地表示希望不久能在朗伯恩见到他们全家。God, I'm so tired. And yawned, unable to say anything else. When they finally rose to take their leave, Mrs. Bennet expressed her very polite hope of seeing the whole family at Longbourn soon. 他特别向宾格莱先生说，只要他随时可以和他们一起吃顿家常饭，不用正式的邀请，他们一定会非常高兴。宾格莱非常感激，他欣然答应。他从伦敦回来后 She especially told Mr. Bingley that they would be very happy if he could have a home-cooked meal with them at any time, without a formal invitation. Bingley was very grateful and he readily agreed. After he returned from London, 一有机会就去拜访他，因为他第二天要去伦敦待一小段时间。班纳特太太非常满意，她带着一种愉快的信念离开了家。她相信，只要做好必要的准备。He went to visit her as soon as he could, as he was going to London for a short time the next day. Mrs. Bennet was highly satisfied, and left home with a cheerful conviction that, with the necessary preparations, she could. 比如安顿下来，买新马车，穿结婚礼服，3-4个月内，他一定能看到女儿在尼日斐花园安顿下来。他也同样确信，他也非常高兴，尽管不是那么高兴。Such as settling down, buying a new carriage, wearing a wedding dress, and within 3 or 4 months, she would definitely see her daughter settled in Netherfield Gardens. She was equally sure that she too was very happy, though not quite so happy.
伊丽莎白是他所有孩子中最不爱他的。虽然这个男人和这个门当户对他来说已经足够好了，但与宾格莱先生和尼日斐花园相比，
Elizabeth was the least loved of all her children, and although the man and the match were good enough for her, compared with Mr. Bingley and Netherfield Gardens,
他们两个的价值都黯然失色了。用最生动的语言向你保证。第19章第2天，朗伯恩又发生了一件新事。柯林斯先生正式地向他表白了。他决定不浪费时间。
Both of them were eclipsed in value. I assure you in the most vivid terms. Chapter 19 The next day, something new happened in Longbourn. Mr. Collins formally confessed his love to her. He decided not to waste time.
因为他的休假只到下个星期六，而且他当时也没有什么不好意思，所以他有条不紊地开始表白，并按照他认为是例行公事的程序行事。吃过早饭后不久，
Since he was only on leave until the following Saturday and he had no shame at the time, he methodically began to confess his feelings and follow what he thought was a routine procedure. Shortly after breakfast,
他发现班纳特太太伊丽莎白和一个小女孩在一起，便对班纳特太太说：“夫人，今天上午，我荣幸地请求您与你美丽的女儿伊丽莎白单独会面。”
Finding Mrs. Bennet and Elizabeth with a little girl, he said to Mrs. Bennet, "Madam, I have the honor to ask you this morning to see your beautiful daughter Elizabeth alone."
请问您能关心一下她吗？伊丽莎白还没来得及反应过来，班纳特太太就回答道：“哦，天啊，当然可以。我相信丽翠一定会非常高兴，我相信她不会反对的。来吧，凯蒂。”
Could you please care about her? Before Elizabeth could react, Mrs. Bennet replied, "Oh, my God, sure. I'm sure Lizzie will be very happy. I'm sure she won't object. Come on, Katie."
我要你上楼。他收拾好活计，急忙走开。这时伊丽莎白叫道：“亲爱的女士，别走！我恳求你别走。柯林斯先生必须原谅我，他不会对我说任何话而不让任何人听到。”
I want you to go upstairs. She packed up her work and hurried away, when Elizabeth cried, "My dear lady, don't go. I implore you not to go. Mr. Collins must forgive me. He wouldn't say anything to me without anyone hearing it."
我要自己走了。不，胡说，丽翠。我希望你留在原地。伊丽莎白一脸恼怒和尴尬，似乎真的要逃跑。她又补充道：“丽翠， 我坚持要你留下来听柯林斯先生的演讲。
I'm leaving on my own. No, no, nonsense, Lizzie. I want you to stay where you are. Elizabeth looked annoyed and embarrassed, as if she really wanted to run away, and she added, Lizzie, I insist that you stay and listen to Mr. Collins's speech.
伊丽莎白不反对这样的命令，她想了一会儿，觉得还是尽快悄悄地把这件事办掉为好，于是又坐下来，不停地做着事，试图掩饰自己既难过又高兴的心情。
Elizabeth did not object to such an order. She thought for a while and felt that it would be better to get rid of the matter as quickly and quietly as possible, so she sat down again and kept doing things, trying to hide her sadness and joy.
班纳特太太和吉蒂走了，他们一走，柯林斯先生就开始说：“请相信我，亲爱的伊丽莎白小姐，你的谦虚非但没有给你带来任何损害，反而增加了你的其他优点。”
Mrs. Bennet and Kitty were gone, and as soon as they were gone, Mr. Collins began, Believe me, dear Miss Elizabeth, your modesty, far from doing you any harm, actually adds to your other virtues.
如果不是你不情愿的话，在我眼里你就不会那么和蔼可亲了。但请允许我向你保证，我已得到你尊敬的母亲的允许。你几乎不会怀疑我谈话的目的。
Were it not for your reluctance, you would not appear so amiable to me. But allow me to assure you that I have obtained your esteemed mother's permission. You can hardly doubt the purpose of my conversation.
无论你天生的细心会让你掩饰多少，我的注意力太明显了，不会弄错。我一进家门就把你选为我未来生活的伴侣，但在我对这个问题的感情被冲昏头脑之前，
No matter how much your natural attentiveness may cause you to conceal it, my attention was too obvious to be mistaken. As soon as I entered my home, I chose you as my future partner in life. But before my feelings about the subject get carried away,
也许我应该说出我结婚的理由，而且我来到赫特福德郡是为了找个妻子，我确实这么做了。想到柯林斯先生如此严肃沉着，竟然被自己的感情所左右。
Perhaps I should tell my reasons for marrying, and besides, I came to Hertfordshire to find a wife, which I did. To think that Mr. Collins, so serious and composed, could be swayed by his own feelings.
伊丽莎白差点笑出来，她虽然停顿了一会儿，但她没法阻止他继续说下去。于是他继续说道：“我结婚的理由是，第一，我认为对于每个生活富裕的牧师，比如我。”
Elizabeth almost laughed. Although he paused for a moment, she could not stop him from continuing, so he continued, the reason why I got married is, first, I think that for every clergyman who lives a prosperous life, such as me,
来说，在自己的教区树立婚姻的榜样是正确的。第二，我相信这会极大地增加我的幸福感。第三，也许我应该早点提到。
Secondly, I believe it would add greatly to my happiness. Thirdly, perhaps I should have mentioned earlier.
这是一位非常高贵的女士的特别建议和推荐，我有幸称她为女赞助人。她曾2次屈尊就这个问题向我提出她的意见，而且是主动提出的。
This is the special advice and recommendation of a very noble lady, whom I have the honor to call patroness. Twice she deigned to give me her opinion on the subject, and unsolicited. 就在我离开汉斯福德前的那个星期六晚上，在我们玩4人台球的间隙，詹金森太太正在为德鲍尔小姐整理脚凳。她说：“柯林斯先生，你必须结婚。” On the Saturday evening just before I left Hansford, while we were playing billiards for 4, Mrs. Jenkinson was arranging the footstool for Miss de Bower, and she said, "Mr. Collins, you must get married."
像你这样的牧师必须结婚。好好选择，为我和你自己选择一位淑女，让她成为一个积极、有用的人，不要出身高贵，但能用小收入做大事。这是我的建议。
Pastors like you have to get married. Choose well, choose a lady for me and for yourself. Let her be an active, useful person, not of high birth, but able to do great things with a small income. This is my suggestion.
尽快找到这样的女人，带她去汉斯福德，我会去看望她。顺便说一句，我美丽的表妹，请允许我指出。
Find such a woman as soon as possible and take her to Hansford and I will visit her. By the way, my beautiful cousin, please allow me to point out.
凯瑟琳·德鲍尔夫人的关心和善良，并不是我能提供的最微不足道的优势。你会发现她的举止是我无法描述的。我想，你的机智和活泼一定会让她接受。
The solicitude and kindness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh are not the least advantages I can offer. You will find her manners beyond my ability to describe, and I think your wit and liveliness will find acceptance in her.
尤其是当你与她的地位必然会引起的沉默和尊重相得益彰的时候。这就是我对婚姻的总体打算。还有待说明的是，为什么我把目光投向了朗伯恩。
Especially when you're matched with the silence and respect that her status is bound to elicit. Such was my general plan for marriage, What remains to be explained is why I set my sights on Longbourn.
而不是我自己的邻居。我向你保证，那里有很多可爱的年轻女性。但事实是，既然我将成为你尊贵的父亲死后继承的遗产，而他可能还活很多年。
And not my own neighborhood, I assure you. There are plenty of lovely young women out there. But the truth is, since I will be your noble father's inheritance after his death, while he may live many years.
我就不能不决定从他的女儿中挑选一位妻子，这样当不幸的事情发生时，他们的损失就会尽可能小。然而，正如我已经说过的，这可能需要几年的时间。
I could not help but decide to choose a wife from among his daughters, so that they would suffer as little loss as possible when something unfortunate happened, which, however, as I have said, might take some years.
这就是我的动机，我美丽的表妹，我自以为这不会降低我对你的敬意。现在我别无选择，只能用最生动的语言向你保证我对你的爱。我对命运完全无动于衷。
Such is my motive, my beautiful cousin, and I flatter myself that it does not lessen my respect for you. Now I have no choice but to assure you of my love for you in the most vivid terms. I am completely indifferent to fate.
不会向你父亲提出这种要求，因为我很清楚这是不可能实现的。而你只能得到1000英镑的四，现在绝对有必要打断他。您太急了，先生，他喊道。
No such request will be made of your father, for I know well that it is impossible to achieve, and you can only get £1,000. For it is absolutely necessary to interrupt him now. You are in too much haste, sir, she cried.
您忘了我还没回答，让我尽快回答。谢谢您对我的称赞，我非常感激您的提议，但我别无选择，只能拒绝。我现在还不知道，柯林斯先生摆摆手回答道。
You forgot that I haven't answered yet. Let me answer as quickly as possible. Thank you for your compliments. I'm very grateful for your offer, but I have no choice but to decline. I don't know yet, replied Mr. Collins, waving his hand. 年轻姑娘们通常都会拒绝那些她们暗中想要接受的男人的求婚，而男人第一次向她们求婚时，他们会拒绝，有时他们会拒绝第二次，甚至第三次。因此 Young girls usually refuse the proposals of men they secretly want to accept, and they refuse the first time a man proposes to them. Sometimes they refuse the second or even the third time. Therefore,
我绝不会因你刚才说的话而气馁。我希望不久就能把你带上圣坛。老实说，先生，伊丽莎白大声说道，在我表白之后，你的希望就显得有点不同寻常了。
I will never be discouraged by what you just said, and I hope to have you on the altar soon. To tell the truth, sir, cried Elizabeth, your hopes seem a little unusual after my confession.
我向你保证，我不是那种敢于冒着失去幸福的风险去等待第二次被邀请的年轻姑娘。如果有这样的姑娘的话，我拒绝你是认真的。你无法让我幸福。
I assure you, I am not the kind of young girl, if such a girl exists, who would risk her happiness by waiting for a second invitation. I'm serious about rejecting you. You can't make me happy.
而且我相信我是世界上最后一个能让你幸福的女人。不，如果你的朋友凯瑟琳夫人认识我，我相信她会认为我各方面都不适合这个职位。
And I believe I am the last woman in the world who can make you happy. No, if your friend Lady Catherine knew me, I am sure she would think me unfit for the position in every way.
如果凯瑟琳夫人会这么想就好了，柯林斯先生非常严肃地说道。但我无法想象夫人会不赞成你。你可以肯定，当我有幸再次见到她时
If only Lady Catherine would think so, said Mr. Collins very seriously, but I cannot imagine that lady would disapprove of you. You can be sure that when I have the pleasure of seeing her again.
我会用最高的礼节称赞你的谦虚、节俭和其他可爱的品质。柯林斯先生，我实在不必多言，请允许我自行判断，请相信我说的话，以表我的敬意。我祝你幸福、富有。
I will praise you with the highest courtesy for your modesty, frugality, and other endearing qualities. Mr. Collins, I really don't need to say more. Please allow me to make my own judgment and please take my word for it as a token of my respect. I wish you happiness and wealth.
我拒绝了你的求婚，就是在竭尽全力阻止你幸福、富有。你向我求婚，就满足了你对我家的感情。无论什么时候朗伯恩庄园倒闭，你都可以毫无愧疚地继承它。
By rejecting your proposal, I am doing my best to prevent you from being happy and wealthy. By proposing to me, you have fulfilled your feelings for my family, and whenever Longbourn Manor goes down, you can inherit it without guilt.
所以这件事算是终于解决了。说罢，他站起身，要不是柯林斯先生对他说了这样一番话，他就要走出房间了。当我下次荣幸地与您谈论这个问题时，
So, this matter is finally resolved. With that she rose, and would have walked out of the room but for what Mr. Collins had said to her. When I next have the honor to